Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. You guys must be the people who commute to Cambridge every day, so you knew how to get here and what time to arrive and all that. The seats will be filled in, so if you could put bags underneath, and there is a coat room around the corner if folks didn't get that direction coming in. Welcome to the second annual Patient Advocacy Summit. We are so excited to have you all here today for what is going to be a jam-packed day. It was less than 2 years ago when, prompted by a passionate and determined group of our patient advocacy folks from within member companies, we took notice that life science companies were engaging more and more with patient organizations, more regularly, earlier in the development process, and much more closely. Last year's summit, our first event, was aimed to bring together industry and patient groups and understand how those partnerships might actually speed time to market. A year later, patient-industry collaborations seem like old news. Companies are seeking out patient engagement and input earlier in the development cycle. Industry and patients worked hand in hand on 21st Century Cures, a very comprehensive package of regulatory reform. And we've come such a long way. But we know there is so much more we can do, and we're so excited to have you here to talk about that today. A big thank you to our Patient Advocacy Steering Committee, many of whom are in the audience. They have been meeting for months to pull together the program that you see. And we'd like to thank our sponsors, Baxalta, Biogen, Genzyme, Shire, Takeda, Pharma, Alkermes, Bluebird Bio, Bristol Myers Squibb, Ovascience, Pfizer, and Sarepta Therapeutics. We couldn't do this without them. And I have a few housekeeping items for everyone. We're going to stick very closely to the agenda, so get up as you need to. Restrooms are right up the ramp. We have some special guests today, folks who are watching online. We offered this free streaming to your colleagues and our partners across the country. So for those of you who are watching us online, welcome. We will ask that if folks have a question in the audience, just raise your hand and we'll bring a mic to you. We may hear you in the room, but that's to make sure everybody online can hear you as well. And we are live tweeting this event using the hashtag #PatientDriven. This is the beginning of a campaign to allow all of our stakeholders to share their stories and the motivations, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, but please do pose questions and add comments on Twitter. All of the panels are excited to hear your thoughts and questions, so please do make this interactive. This is a safe space, no dumb questions, and the best part of last year's event was the engagement, so please feel free to raise your hands. Enough from me. I'd like to introduce Brian Cusack, the healthcare industry lead here at Google, who are our very accommodating hosts. Let's give Brian and his whole team a round of applause for hosting us. And welcome, Brian.
Good morning. This is on, yeah. So hi, I'm Brian Cusack. I'm Industry Director for Health Services at Google and one of the site leads. I'm only going to take 3 or 4 minutes of your time this morning, which would maybe leave a minute for questions if I'm someone you wanted to ask a question of. So I'll tell you a little bit about the site. I'll tell you a little bit about what's going on with Google and health. If you are not following it in both the popular and the trade press, and a little bit about what my team does here at Google. We have roughly 1,000 people here at Google in Cambridge, and we're in 3 buildings in this area of Cambridge Center. It's a vertical campus, and what you're sitting in is actually a connector or a bridge sitting on top of the garage that we opened about 15 months ago. It's very important for us at Google to create a culture of collaboration and collision where people can actually interact with each other on a regular basis to share ideas and creativity and information and help to maintain and create the culture we've worked so hard to build here over the last 17 or so years. And in order to do that in a vertical campus like this, we created these connectors between the buildings, which create an entirely new flow that we were missing when we were sitting in 3 different buildings. This facility is something we make available to the community with folks like you and other organizations so that they can both see what goes on at a Google office and share some of the excitement and creativity that goes on, but also take advantage of the wonderful facilities that we have. In those 1,000 or so people, we have people who are working on network infrastructure, working on Android, working on Google Play, working on travel software. We have a significant component of sales and marketing people who are out in the marketplace representing Google's sales and marketing and advertising platforms. So it's a pretty diverse group of technologists and business people, which again creates that culture of collaboration. We're also really engaged in the community. I mean, this is one example of a community engagement, but we're involved in a number of different, particularly activities around education, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and even more particularly and more specifically, doing a lot to engage women in those areas to try to create pathways for women and for other underserved populations in this regional community who ordinarily wouldn't find a path to a career in those areas. And that's good for Google, that's good for the economy, it's good for local families if their children, school-age children, are being introduced to those types of opportunities. As it relates to Google and health, and again, I don't know how many of you follow this. I would think if any audience that I speak to would follow this, you guys would index higher in following what Google's doing in health. But I'll mention one or two things that we've done over the last couple of years. Google's a company that has an enormous amount of assets and resources to apply to solving some of the biggest problems that we face in the world today, among them health problems. I don't know if you know, more than a year ago or now, how many know about our contact lens product? Actually, very few of you. I'd say probably about maybe 15%. We actually introduced a contact lens. We have a group at Google that works on solving health problems. We've attracted and recruited some of the most brilliant scientists and engineers and scientists, engineers, and doctors in the world to help solve problems. We introduced a contact lens a year ago that actually can measure your blood glucose levels through your tears, so that it both serves a sight purpose, but it also serves a purpose for a community that needs that type of support and needs innovation to actually live their lives better. We actually partnered with one of the major pharmas for distribution of that product, but these are the types of things that we're working on. And if if what you know about Google is just how to figure out where there's a movie playing tonight that you might want to see and what time and where it's playing, which, by the way, is a major improvement to our lives over 10 years ago. We're taking this to a whole new level in terms of improving our lives. We're also, we have amazing computing power and amazing data scientists at Google. And following my super brief remarks, which seem to be extending too long already, we're doing work with Autism Speaks. We have enormous amounts of computing power and data scientists who can work with the physicians and the medical organizations that are gathering the genomes of families of autistic children, as well as those children themselves, and to provide even more powerful computing power and analysis capabilities to start to identify better treatments or better predictive capabilities for that community. And we're looking at other conditions throughout the spectrum of conditions that we can partner with organizations to enable much better use of science and data management to provide better population health management, better treatment, and better outcomes. Again, taking our success and our expertise, which is computing power and data analytics, and move it to areas of health. And there are a number of other areas where you can see Google doing that as well, but I just thought that would be the most relevant and appropriate one to mention here this morning. Lastly, I manage a team that goes out to the largest academic teaching hospitals and hospital systems in the United States. And what we do is to try to make available to them, or try to help them understand how to use Google's core historical products and services and platforms. That is search, that is mobile advertising, that is video on the web, and that's getting more complicated all the time. But to enable patients to find them when they need them at the time that they need them better. Simply stated, when someone goes online and looks for information about, and most people today, the first thing they do is they go online when they are experiencing a symptom, as opposed to 5, 10 years ago when they called a doctor or they asked a family member for some insight into what's ailing them. That's not the way the patient journey works anymore. We're trying to make medical organizations understand that that patient journey is changing dramatically, and if they want to do two things, which are, one, have more patients come to them for a solution, they need to insert themselves in that journey earlier, and two, if they actually want to provide solutions to patients at the time that they need them, they need to think differently about how they engage and how they use digital platforms and the web to do that. So my team's out there working with about 8 of the largest for-profit and not-for-profit hospital systems in the United States and some of the largest academic teaching organizations. So if there's 1 or 2 quick questions, I'll take them. If not, I know you've got a super full agenda, and I'll clear the stage and let you get on with that. Anybody have anything? Okay, great. Thanks again for coming, and it's really our pleasure to host you here this morning.
Thanks, Brian. We figure about 15% of you registered for the event just to see inside Google anyway, so poke around. Thanks for hosting us. A good segue, I'd like to welcome next Dan Smith, who will introduce our keynote speaker. Dan holds a dual role as Vice President of Innovative Technologies at Autism Speaks and as President of Delcia, the organization's research funding arm. Dan?
Hi, thanks for the plug, Brian. I didn't know we were getting that today, but Google's been a fantastic partner for a very large-scale whole genome sequencing project that we're running together, and they've been wonderful. Thank you. I'm here to introduce Ron Suskin. He's our keynote speaker this morning. Ron is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. He's a best-selling author. He is an opportunistic tech entrepreneur and researcher at this point, and he's also a father and a husband. Ron has an amazing mind, and you recognize this just by having a single conversation with the guy. I had the privilege of having lunch with Ron recently, and I think, like most people that probably get to sit down with Ron, you realize who's sat in this chair across from him before you and been interrogated, if not just interviewed a little bit. These were world leaders from around the world, from all aspects of business, from all aspects of medicine, from all aspects of policy, law, cultural leaders shaping and defining society and the rules that govern how things operate in the world. So his views are incredibly experienced and broad, but in our conversation, it was really the most narrow and personal things that were the most poignant. Ron has a son with autism. His name is Owen. And as I think you'll hear a bit about today, it's been a roller coaster with lows, lots of questions, and some great highs and opportunities. And it's those opportunities that are the crux of, I believe, his message today. And in those opportunities, he's a very fitting speaker for today because there's lessons about personalized medicine and even maybe how we might define what medicine is for some individuals. And so looking at individuals and the importance of that is really a central theme in the message today. So without any further ado, please welcome Ron Susskind.
Thank you, Dan. Terrific guy. I think at that lunch, we were there for about an hour and a half. Dan, I counted, Dan said only 6 words. I just talked nonstop first. There's a lot to talk about. Thank you for welcoming me here. It is exciting to be inside of the guts of Google. Can I just hang out for the day? Sort of troll around some offices, see what's happening here. Look, years ago, I had to do a thing called, oxymoron all over it, called the Hollywood Literary Retreat. I know. Those 2 words, how do they fit together? They don't. So I had to go and sit with a bunch of producers and directors and writers. It was up near the Reagan Ranch, actually. It was in California. And I'm like, gosh, how do we get them to think out of the box? So I actually came up with an idea. I played a song for them. It was A Foggy Day in London Town, sung by Louis Armstrong. You may know this song. It's a great version. And at one point, it's about someone who looks for love. But at the beautiful moment of the song, they say, could this thing last? But the age of miracles hadn't passed. I love that line. Now, I did this years ago. I did this before we were in this age that feels like an age of miracles. It does. It does. You know, the question is, where do we turn all that miraculous energy, all that inquiry, all that capacity? What are the priorities? Let me just say that right now, I'm kind of living a life where I've been kind of outed. For the last 30 years, people know me as a different guy. A guy who was kind of the worst nightmare to a variety of presidents. You know, the world's toughest short Jewish reporter. You know, your worst nightmare was when the secretary picked up the phone. Suskin wants to interview you. You know, and at some point, I turned the lights on myself. It was really a family decision, because what was happening behind the curtain was really the most important story, the story that was shaping everything. So I'm going to tell you that story today. You know, it's nice to be here in this Athens of America, Cambridge, because I see in a room like this a lot of kindred. You know, I hear that nice, introduction by my friend Dan, and I hear a voice in my head, and it's going to be familiar to some of you. And it's from my mother. She's about this tall, Brooklyn, about that big. No, looking at me, that's no surprise. And it's, she says, and still a disappointment to his mother. You know, she wanted better than this. Law school, a profession, something. I mean, early on, I was kind of told the way the game works. She didn't say it in so many words, but it was more or less like this. I won't love you any less if you're not a success. I just won't mention your name to other people, just so you know that. I see a lot of people in this room driven by a similar motivational methodology, a classically American one, frankly. It's not just Jewish mothers, it's all of them. They won't love you any less, but come on. Bring me back that A. I'm seeing a lot of brain power in a room like this, a lot of gold stars. I'm so proud of you. I really am. And I'm going to tell Mrs. Blutstein and also Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Smith, and I'm going to run a PR department out of the kitchen so everyone knows you got an A in math. That was the methodology I was raised under. Now, there was a counter methodology, which I'm going to mention briefly so you know who the hell's up here on the stage talking to you. And it comes from my father. And now he was also a pretty high-achieving guy, but at one point he writes a letter to me and my older brother, Len. He's 2 years older. We're teenagers. I'm 14, he's 16. And he says in this letter, things that often parents don't say to their kids, loved ones, to each other. I don't know why. They certainly don't write them. He says, I'm so proud when I look at you boys. I can't believe you're my sons. I burst with joy, joy beyond words. He says, you know, if you have the values in our home, the values that I got from my home, you'll have everything you need as you go out into the world. You'll be fine. Just carry them with you. Lovely things to say. Now, the first sentence of the letter indicates why he's writing the letter, and it says, I hope you boys never read this letter, but I cannot ignore what the doctors have said. And it was given to us a week after his death. He died young, 45, pancreatic cancer. He says at the end of the letter, he says something that's urgent, though. He says, please, please, he says please twice. Please, please do something worthwhile with your lives. Don't compromise there. You'll find that if you keep that as the star in your constellation, everything else will work out. Trust me. He's a patient. He ends his life as a patient. He was also kind of expert in an odd way. Surprising. He never went to law school as my mother wanted him to. He became a life insurance agent. So he's kind of an expert on death. Knew all about it. He used to have to deliver death benefit checks to widows, sitting in the kitchen with the kids playing in the rug. So he thought a lot about what happens when a man goes down early. Only men got life insurance in those days, the breadwinners. He said something interesting, though, right before that finish of the letter. He said, don't forget, you boys don't owe me and your mother anything. You've given us more by being a presence in our life than we ever possibly could give to you. My mother disagrees with that almost on every level, really. You owe me big, both of you. 2 boys, teenagers, I raised you by myself. They're both right. It's a sun and a moon. Familiar to, just about everybody in this room, I imagine. And I thought that's all there was. And I was pushing forward based on this perfect universe. I used to live up here. When I was a young reporter for the Wall Street Journal, I was in the Boston Bureau. And 21 years ago, we left this lovely little oasis for the fetid bog of Washington, D.C. I got a job down there. The senior national affairs writer for the Wall Street Journal. I was about 33 years old. Job you got to kill people to get. And I killed 10 guys to get the job. Family men, good guys. I mean, the joy, I was getting it. I was on my way to get all the things I was taught to want. My brother was living down at something called the Polo Club at that point in Florida, named after the great long line of Jewish polo stars. And I went down there. People thought I was the editor of the Wall Street Journal, I swear to God. No, Mom, I'm just a reporter. We got to Washington, and it's a good moment. Me and my wonderful wife, Cornelia, also a journalist. We got 2 perfect sons. Walter, who's 5, Owen, who's 2.5. We don't use the word perfect anymore in my family, by the way. Down there a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, boxes to unpack, new job for Dad, new school for Walter. And Cornelia's like, something is wrong with Owen. I mean, I don't think it's just moving trauma. He's not talking. He won't look at you. I'm like, that's impossible. I mean, months before, he's got the traditional 2.5-year-old presentation. A few hundred words, I love you, let's get ice cream, we're my Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles were big back then. And all of a sudden, he's saying almost nothing. And then he's down to a single word, juice, one word. And we know something is terribly wrong. Didn't make any sense. We'd sit up nights late, say, well, did he ingest something toxic when we weren't looking? Did he bang his head? So we see a doctor. We said, explain this to us. No one grows backwards. And the doctor said, you need to see a specialist. And we did see a specialist. And she used the word autism. I didn't know what it was. I knew Rain Man. It's what anyone knew. It was 1994. That movie came out in '88. Public Education, a movie like that. I'm saying, you're saying my son is like Dustin Hoffman in that movie? That can't be. But it was. Owen goes silent. Cornelia starts racing to every therapist we can find. Interesting, one of them, a guy named Alan Rosenblatt, said to me after one of the meetings, he says, so what do you do for a living? I said, oh, me? Yeah, you. I'm a newspaper reporter. He's like, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm like, really, why? Well, this just cost you $150 an hour, and you're going to need 3 of me a week. And it's not covered. Oh. Huh. Yeah. You good with numbers? Not great, no. Investment banking, nice choice. I said, well, I'm feeling it. I mean, a couple months in, we're bankrupt. Soon enough, we're spending $50,000 a year on Owen. I'm only making 70. And we divided up. Cornelia said, okay, this is easy. I have my life's work, Owen. morning, noon, and night. And you have to go make more money than any reporter in the history of newspapers. Go, see ya. And off I go. What do? We do the one thing Owen knows to do and can do. He loves the thing he loved before the onset of the autism. Of course, it's called regressive autism now, late onset. It's about a third to a quarter of all the cases, and there are a lot of them. It's 1 in 68 kids now in the United States. And not that different around the world. What did he love? Early 90s. It's what everyone loved, every kid. The Disney animated movies. I mean, Disney had a very good couple of years, if you remember. Anyone here see a movie called The Little Mermaid? Let's see a show of hands here. Every single person in the room. Bob Iger wants to thank you. He and his brother used to watch them. Those little clamshell boxes, every kid did. And after the onset of autism, that's all he wants to do. We said to Rosenblatt, is this okay? Well, is he joyful? Seems to be. Is he comforted? No doubt. Every minute he's not at a therapist. He's up in the upstairs bedroom. He's not saying anything. He's just murmuring gibberish at this point. And we're happy there's some noise, there's some sound. He's saying juice servos, juice servos, juice servos. Like, he wants more juice. Cornelia would give him the sippy cup. He had been with the big boy cup at 2. Of course, at 1. Now he was back to the sippy cup. His motor function went haywire. That happens with autism, with one exception. The thumb on the rewind button. Boom, that's working. His brother taught him how to do it. And he's rewinding and watching and rewinding and watching. A year into the silence, we're doing the only thing we can do as a family, which is watch The Little Mermaid. 4 of us up in the upstairs bedroom in Georgetown, watching. Now, you know the movie, so this will be easy for you. The key moment, you might say, this is when Ariel, well, has to make the bargain, the Faustian bargain, for her voice, to become human. Ariel's a selfish girl, if you remember. She wants what she wants. She wants her man. She'll trade anything for him. She's fine. She works at Goldman Sachs now. She's doing well. She's a partner. I think in the 3rd marriage, but happy. Eric wasn't the guy. There were other princes, so they were up ahead. So Owen's rewinding that part. Rewind, rewind, rewind. Well, it's like, just watch it, Owen. Just watch the movie. 3rd rewind. Cornelia and I are chatting. All of a sudden, she says, it's not juice. I'm like, what? It's not juice. It's just. I grab Owen, just your voice. He looks at me for the first time in a year and says, juice servos, juice servos, juice servos. We called that our Helen Keller moment. Water. Go see the doctor. He says, oh, sit down. You're not going to like this. We have a word, we call this echolalia. Oh, gosh, I don't like that word. You know, they memorize sounds, but they don't really know what the sounds are. That's what we're thinking. Ah, like a parrot. Yeah, kind of. So that's where we live. Years. We move forward into this new life. This new life where I and my wife are being changed. We're being taught. We're being taught to get out of our surety, our confidence, that because I got that good SAT score and I got those gold stars, it means I'm different than people who can't do that. It takes a while. And it takes pain. It takes humility. You know, we go to the first school Owen gets into. The first school when he's 4 years old. It's 2 autistic kids and 1 Down syndrome kid. 3 kids in the class and 4 teachers. Cornelia and I sit down on the cinder block, the mat, you know, with your back against, you know, those painted cinder blocks, you know. School. It's the observation day. You can watch the first day. I'm sitting there against the wall, feeling bad for myself. Oh, I knew Down syndrome kids. I knew one when I was a kid. We weren't very nice to them either. He was on the short bus, remember? I'm like, that's where Owen will live now, forever. And as I'm thinking, what a crumb I was, maybe what a crumb I am, I look up and the Down syndrome kid is standing in front of me. I mean, he's standing, I'm sitting, we're eye to eye. Now, I know nothing at this point. I'm full of my surety about how smart I am and about how much that knowledge allows me to know everything that's worthwhile. I know nothing about how the Down syndrome kids often have this emotional acuity. I've met zillions of them now, but then I know nothing. And he looks at Cornelia, and he looks at me, and he says, there are two miserable grown-ups. One, two. And then he hugs me, and he says, I love you. I don't even know if he hugged Cornelia. I'm upside down at this point. My education is beginning. I'm meeting patience. They're teaching me. Education goes forward. Years of panic, years of struggle, years of search and find. Owen, at 6 and a half, almost 7, is still murmuring lots of gibberish. Cornelia, after running ragged, morning, noon, and night, every therapist under the sun has them up to a 3-word sentence: I want juice. One other member of this drama. You got me, you got Cornelia, you got Owen, older brother Walter. Important, really important. The sibling. They go through the whole life journey with the individual, all the way to the finish. They look to each other. They change each other. Change goes in both directions. Now, of course, we look at Walter and we say, well, Walter, he needs nothing. He makes sure we know that. He's like, I'm good. No problems here. You can just drop me off. I'll walk. First day of school, first grade for Walter, 5 blocks from the school. Cornelia, Owen, and Walter in the car. They're driving. Walter says, okay, Mom, you can just leave me here. And she's like, what are you talking about? I'll just take it from here. Walter, I'm supposed to bring you in. I mean, they know you have parents. This isn't Dickens. No, I'm good. Out he goes. And he rides his bike to school, even in the winter. We turn this into lore. Look, this book, like all the books I've written, what are they about? They're about stories. We tell ourselves stories. We become our stories. We live within them. They help us make sense of the world. The human neural capacity to shape story from the blooming, buzzing confusion of reality is unbelievably swift. The story of Walter, he needs nothing. He's like a Jewish Marine. Hits the beach and feels guilty and goes back, but still a Marine. Nothing he needs. And, oh yes, and he'll never leave his little brother behind, ever. Hoping on that. Walter told us about that later. You know, when you have to write a book about your family, it's, complicated. You got to interview them. Tried to have Walter come up to our Vermont house, and we sat for a week. I'm like, buddy, I'm going to have to, debrief you. I'm going to have to interview, a White House official with a classified document, okay? Okay, Dad. Let it rip. Just tell me everything. Hold nothing back. Okay, well, that whole thing about you and Mom and the Jewish Marine thing, Walter, first grade? Okay, let me explain. See, it was me and Owen and Mom in the car, so if Mom brought me in, she'd have to bring Owen in. And all those 6-year-old boys I'd be meeting, it would all be about, what is going on with your brother? What is he doing? I'd kill for the kid, you know that. I'd do anything for him. But those 6-year-old boys, they're a cruel bunch. Unforgiving, merciless. Of course, Walter becomes captain of the football team and president of the class. He ends up owning those groups of boys, guiding them. He knew what he was doing. So, here we have the moment. So, Walter's 9. He has his birthday party. Kids are there, backyard, lots of fun, just what you expect. And then the kids leave, and Walt gets a teeny bit emotional. He gets emotional only on one day of the year, his birthday, of course. We don't notice. We don't even notice this period. It doesn't fit our story of Walter. But Owen's in the backyard with him, 2 of them alone. We've brought in the cake and the cups and putting things in the kitchen. Owen walks in behind us, stands there in the kitchen with this odd look in his face. He's 6.5. He's got a 3-word sentence, and he seems to want to say something. What could he possibly say? This bubbling up look. And he says, Walter doesn't want to grow up like Mowgli or Peter Pan. Off he goes. It's like a thunderbolt went through the kitchen. Like, what was that? He's in there. We talk nonstop for 4 hours. At which point Cornelia's like, it's already midnight. I got to go to sleep. Of course, this woman has not slept in years. Owen doesn't sleep. She's like, I got to get up early tomorrow morning. Listen. You need to find a way back in. You're the crazy one. You wear the propeller hat at the birthday parties. Come on, do something. I go up to Owen's bedroom. He's looking at a book with Disney pictures in it. Can't read, but he loves the books. And I go up to the bedroom, and I grab a puppet, and I pull it on my arm. And what happens next is in a little video here. Ready to rock? Then we'll talk a little bit. When it's over. It's over in 6 minutes.
Actually, now we're going to sort of turn our attention a little bit to the reason why we're here. Programs supported by Night of Too Many Stars are providing people with autism pathways they need to motivate them, inspire them, and connect them to the world around them. And I can't think of a better person to talk about these incredible programs. Oh, really? All right. Then Gilbert Gottfried. Really? Gilbert Gottfried? Take a look at these stories. Whether it's an activity or a passion, whatever it is, when people with autism find a way to connect, a door opens, and the results can be life-changing for them and their families.
My son loves to draw. It is his way of communicating, and that's his reward at the end of the day, is he can come home and draw with his family. You never know when a person with autism will find that special something that they love to do, but it's definitely not going to happen unless we give them the opportunity to participate in all sorts of activities, and then pay attention to what sparks their interest.
That was the first time we had a conversation, really, you and me, since you're about 2. Yeah. Owen's a late onset autism guy.
You want to listen to Mr. Beethoven?
Yeah, Mrs. Beethoven.
So he's chatting away at 2, 2.5. By 3, he's lost all speech. And he's showing all the traditional signs. He's looking at his hands, he's weaving around as he walks. He can't meet your gaze. It's like a locked door. You can see him on the other side, but you can't get in there, and you feel helpless. The only thing he loves are the Disney animated movies. Dumbo, Peter Pan, Sword in the Stone, Jungle Book. He watches them with peculiar intensity, just loves them. Seems to be the only thing that gives him comfort. One night I had an idea, so I go up to Owen's bedroom, and I see on the carpet, on the landing, a puppet. And it's one he loves, a character he loves. It's Iago, the evil sidekick to the villain Jafar in Aladdin. And it's played by Gilbert Gottfried. Jafar! Jafar! And so I grab the puppet, and I talk to him as Iago. I say, Owen, how does it feel to be you? And he turns to the puppet like he's bumping into an old friend. And he says, not good. I have no friends and I'm lonely. And we have a conversation for about 2 minutes. It's Owen and Iago. And that was a big breakthrough for us. And so we started to see those movies as ways to converse.
Happy big collection.
Oh my gosh, now you've got the whole gang, don't you?
This is a long sought goal of yours, independent living.
Independent living.
Every kid deserves the opportunity to be exposed to lots of different things. Even the people that are most challenged might find something that they connect with, if they're given the chance to participate in activities that are available to other kids. Early on, someone said, expose your child to everything because you have absolutely no idea what they're going to fall in love with.
It's all in there somewhere. And often the question is, how do you find it? They will teach you how to look for it. And I think part of the idea is you have to get in there with them and see the world as much as you can through their eyes. And once you do that, you find that a door opens up. One of Owen's favorite songs is Belle's I Wish song from Beauty and the Beast. And Belle sings this song, which finishes, and for once it might be grand to have someone understand. I want so much more than they've got planned. And that's an enormous, lovely orchestral moment for lots of folks who have been either ignored or discarded. They're saying, look at me, I am a thing of value, I'm a person of value. Look what I can do.
So basically, Owen got his speech back when his dad started to talk to him in Gilbert's voice.
Well, my parrot voice.
His parrot voice.
Yeah, because it's so different from my regular
That's exactly right.
voice.
So we've got Owen here, and we're going to bring Owen Suskin out.
Well, hello, Owen.
Hello, Gilbert.
Owen, you like doing scenes from Aladdin, right?
Uh-huh, I do.
You want to do one with me right now?
Yes, I would.
Which scene?
How about the lamp scene?
Okay, let me see if I remember any of this. I can't believe it! I just don't believe it! We're never gonna get a hold of that stupid lamp! Just forget it! Look at this! I'm so ticked off, I'm melting!
Patience, Iago, patience. Gazim was obviously less than worthy.
Oh, that's a big surprise! Wait a minute! Jafar, if we take the princess... fuck it, it was 20 years ago. Do you wanna do both parts?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
He knows it.
Wait a minute, Jafar! What if you were the job husband? Okay. You married the princess, all right? Then you become the sultan. I love the way your foul little mind works.
Owen Suskin and Gilbert Godfrey!
My son Owen. There he is. Okay, what happened there? Quick. I listened to the patient. We listened to the patient. After that night where I got the puppet, we realized he'd memorized 50 Disney animated movies of sound alone. We could talk to him in Disney dialogue. I mean, it was insane. The house went into a place of craziness. That next night we called them the basement sessions. We just would play the movies. I mean, the first one was Jungle Book. He loved Jungle Book. Now, the thing is that he would outrun you quickly on the lines because he's got hundreds of hours. So we'd put the movie on the TV, and we'd play a scene, get prepped, and then we'd go. And the first one, it works immediately. Now, we're not sure if he really feels what he's saying. That's the key. But about the seventh scene in, I say is Baloo. I'm Baloo. Cornelius Bagheera, the panther, protective. That kind of works. And Walter's King Louie, the orangutan. You know, tell me the secret of man's red fire, man cub. And of course, Owen's Mowgli. And I say as Baloo, I said, you know, you'd make one great bear. And he says, you think so, Papa Bear? And then he hugs me. And I'm not sure if it's Mowgli and Baloo or me and Owen. And of course, Cornelia says, it doesn't matter. Off we go. We start living double lives. At night, we go about our life. Walter riding his bike to school in blizzards or whatever. I'm good, I'm fine. Cornelia driving to, well, 800 or 900 therapist sessions a week. I'm going to do my job. In those days, I'm interviewing presidents, all right? Some of whom I'm sure are not telling me the truth. I know they're not. And at night, we're animated characters. Meditating on the emergence of the hero. Over years, Owen gets his speech back. He learns to read by reading credits. We listened to the patient. What happens? Right now, we have neuroscience that's following this story. Research at MIT, at Mass General, at Yale. It's called affinity research. Affinity, what is it? It's a fancy word for your passion. Passion as pathway. Now, the autistic folks are just extreme versions in many ways of the rest of us. The qualities of autism are found everywhere. That's what's called a spectrum. These so-called restrictive interests, where they go 100 feet deep. Oh, God, if he talks one more minute about Disney, I'm going to shoot myself. No, wait, it's all there. They use them as code breakers to crack the codes of the wider world. They become experts. Just like artists we know. Just like poets and musicians. Just extreme versions. They need them more. They need to turn them into vessels. Owen teaches us that. What are they finding now? For many people who are so-called neurodivergent, ADHD, OCD, autism, dyslexia, for many of them, the world's like Charlie Brown's teacher. What they do is they find their thing. This works for my brain. Feeds it what it needs. If we can support them in all the other ways, then they end up moving forward. The deficits get lifted, and the strengths, the compensatory strengths, we're right here in Cambridge after all. All this is in MIT. Neuroplasticity, you know that term. It's such a big idea. It's like Einstein and relativity. It's taken us decades to figure out what it really means. It means that the brain finds a way. For every visible deficit, an area of stress in the brain finds a compensatory pathway. The brain finds a way. Those compensatory muscles neurologically are often special strengths, compensatory gifts. It's not the question of if, it's where. Where is it? That's the way brain science is going. Our notion of disability is now becoming more disadvantage and differently abled. And it's not just a PC word, it's a real word. Owen does many things better than I can, with a measurable IQ of 74. Putting that IQ score on his arm, there should be a law against that. Even if it's a score that rewards the rest of us. That's the good part. Taught by a patient. We're learning. The key is getting out of your knowingness, your certainty. We're all patients after all, at some point. Actually, we're all patients right this minute. Let me just finish with a story. A little story that Owen writes himself. Now look, he is not cured of autism. He'll never be cured of autism. It's not a spell that's broken, it's a way of being. But he is living now as an autistic man with pride because he has discovered, as so many are in this era, their compensatory strengths. He makes sense of the world through story. He memorizes everything. He knows what I was wearing 10 years ago on a Tuesday. And what he does with that is he creates a tapestry to see himself, a mirror. And Owen's story, at the end of Life Animated, the book that my family pulled together and published last year, is an amazing story that goes right to the heart of your mission. Story Owen been working on in his head for, 10 years. Didn't tell us. At one point, even the folks at Disney called and said, can you tell us more about this story of Owen, the sidekick story? And I'm like, oh yeah, Disney's on the phone. Can you give me a little something? No, Dad, I'm kind of working on it. Oh. Okay. You want me to help out? No, I'm good. I'm good. I know, Dad, you're the story guy, but I'm good. It's in here. Eventually it emerges. It's a story of a boy who's like other boys, Owen writes, till he's about 3 years old. Same time Owen gets whacked. And the storm comes up on the horizon, he writes. Terrible storm, and the boy becomes frightened. He runs out into the night, into the rain and the wind, and he gets lost. He crosses a bridge that collapses behind him, and he ends up in a forest. He cannot get back home. No way back. This forest is the land of the lost sidekicks. Why are they lost? Well, a sidekick's job is to help the hero fulfill his destiny. Their heroes have already fulfilled their destinies. They have no purpose. So they wander the forest. Take the boy in as one of their own, a sidekick he. It's where he lives. What do they do in the forest? Well, they tell stories of adventures past, Dad. And they look for the qualities of the hero in each other. But they're ever sidekicks, and it's tricky because there's evil in this forest, real villains, and they'll have to face them without heroes. How's that work? They learn who they really are. Heroes and sidekicks. Let me just tell you that I've interviewed a lot of heroes in my life. Every one of them. Presidents, CEOs. And they tell me, yeah, the minute I decided I was the hero, oh, this is my good side, I think, yeah, that's good. Yeah. No, wait, this is the one, yeah. They cut themselves off from the supply lines of what created all the thing that they're admired for. Almost in every case. It's the moment of their fall. Owen doesn't know that. I know it. And then he teaches me what it means. We're all really sidekicks. Meant to help someone else fulfill their destiny. That's when we're at our best. And we do that by looking each morning into our hearts to find the qualities of the hero. Summon them. But we are ever sidekicks, and you don't get redrawn in this life. Not really. I love that. It tells us a story. It says that heroism is a choice. One you make every morning when the sun rises. Within our grasp right now. That's what you can learn when you're forced to be humble. When you're forced to grow, because you got no choice. But we do have a choice. Thank you.
I am not sure we could have started with a better speaker to get us going. And I will be honest, I'm very happy not to be on the next panel. So thank you all for agreeing to follow up that act. Thank you, Ron, for sharing that story and for reminding us that when you are thinking differently and really pushing, we actually work better, work different, and certainly take the right factors, the patient voice into account.
I've got to run, but look through the eyes of the patients. It's amazing what you learn. Thank you all. I got to
Thanks,
fly.
Ron.
Thanks.
Without further ado, I will welcome up the next panel and introduce our moderator. Welcome Bob Tedeschi, who's a reporter for STAT, the new publication being launched by Boston Globe Media that will be covering life sciences and healthcare. Bob has the near impossible task, I think, of covering the patient beat, the patient perspective. And so he's a perfect choice to kick us off today. Bob?
Welcome, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm extremely fired up for this discussion. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm going to save the bios for the print versions of this. I want to jump in and help my panelists set the context today about why patient advocacy deserves to be part of your business. And so I want to start. Let's just jump right in. Richard, first of all, welcome. Richard Peters from Genzyme. And I want to ask you if you could tell me briefly how you come to the idea of patient advocacy in your business and how that idea kind of evolved. What's the genesis?
Thank you, Bob, and good morning, everyone. Having listened to Ron, I think it's pretty obvious the importance of listening to patients and their families, right? Now, I come from the rare disease business at Genzyme, Sanofi Genzyme, and in the rare disease area, we're talking about ultra-rare diseases. So we just heard about autism, which is quite common, and we can learn a lot from patients and their families. You can imagine when you have a disease that affects 1 in 50,000, 1 in 100,000, 1 in 300,000 or less, the patient and their family really are the ones who know the most about their disease on the planet. And it really behooves us to really listen to patients and their families to try to really better understand what is that illness, what is it like to live with that illness, and what is the impact of it on a daily basis, and then how can we come up with solutions to support those patients and their families. So for us, patient advocacy is really part of the fabric of our organization. It is a shared responsibility. We all do it within the organization. We have some dedicated team members, and we can talk more about that. Mm-hmm. But it is really essential, the essential part of what we do.
Great, Jim. Please tell us where set the context for your own company and how this role evolved.
Great. Hi, I'm Jim DeTore. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Bluebird. Nice to see you all this morning. Bluebird is really, we talked about rare diseases. It is very personalized medicine. We're talking about gene therapy for very rare diseases, including something called childhood adrenoleukodystrophy, which is an extremely rare disease. We can talk a little more about that, but I would say we've always had the patient in mind. I think medicine, as you're seeing, is becoming more and more personalized. It's much more about the voice of the patient, and that's always been part of Bluebird's sort of culture. This childhood adrenoleukodystrophy affects very young boys. The ages of 4 or 5, if it's not captured in time, there's no way to stop the progression of the disease. I think patient advocacy, or what we call patient affairs, actually at Bluebird it was hired before our medical affairs. Our first hire, Michelle Rhee, who's great. If you get a chance, speak with her, or many of you in the audience probably already know her. That was our first hire. It's extremely important that we have the voice of the patient. And though I'm the Chief Financial Officer, I can tell you, and if the questions come up we can talk about, I think it actually makes good business sense as well to have the patient involved, and that's something that in Bluebird's very important to us.
Great. That's a fantastic starting point. And Richard, I want to put this question to you. So you talk about it being an intrinsic part of your business, but let's get down to a couple specifics as to how your patient advocacy and arm or efforts make you a better business, and be as specific as possible so we can put this into concrete terms.
So all the way from the research level. So we have actually our scientists meet with patients and their families to really better understand the burden of illness and really help them think about the attributes of the solutions that they're working on, even at the research level. At the clinical development level, again, we have significant insights that we gather from patients and patient groups to help guide the clinical development plans of our studies. Physicians and clinical operations, sometimes when we develop our clinical trials, we kind of forget about what it's like to be the patient, to be on the trial, and the family who has to bring the patient to the site. And getting the feedback from patients and their families around, well, this kind of series of tests, the schedule of tests, for instance, wouldn't work for us because it doesn't work within our daily routine. Simple things like that can have a big impact on the clinical development plan and, of course, the timelines. All the way to helping us identify patients. Again, dealing with very rare, ultra-rare diseases, we have partnered with patient groups around the world who help us identify patients. There's a disease called Pompe disease, a very rare neuromuscular disorder. It can present in two different stages: babies, newborn, and then it can present at a later stage. When we developed an enzyme replacement therapy for this disease, we were doing a study in newborn, and it's a very rapidly progressive disease when the child is born. It's usually called the floppy baby syndrome. They don't have very good muscle tone. Very rapidly, the disease progresses. They end up not being able to breathe on their own. They end up on a respirator, and then they end up usually dying of cardiac failure. So it's very, very rapid. Within 18 months, all patients are either on the ventilator or are dead. And so when we did the pivotal trial, we really need to identify the patients quickly, put them quickly on therapy to hopefully see an impact. And patient groups around the world were the ones who really helped us connect us with the family so that we could actually fly the patients and their families to the specific sites that were involved in the clinical trial. And thanks to that, we were able to get the results, very impressive results, and get the drug approved. So very tangible, really impact from the patient community. And then all the way, when you keep marching from research, development, regulatory, patient groups have helped us and continue to help us in explaining to regulators, again, the various endpoints in our trials. And then even after approval for market access to get drugs reimbursed for and on the formularies. And we have examples, again, around the world where patient groups have played a huge role in making sure that the drug for their disease is actually on the formulary and there's access to them.
Great, thank you. How about you, Jim? Get to the specifics about how this role has helped you design treatments better and have better outcomes.
Absolutely. So I'd say we were talking about childhood adrenal leukodystrophy. That is a monogenic disease. It affects young boys. And basically, if you don't capture, what happens, just a little bit about the disease, as I'd say, is that these young boys can be fine one day and the next, very similar type of thing where it can look like they have attention deficit disorder. They basically have missing a gene that doesn't break down long-chain fatty acids. And what happens is there's a buildup in the brain. As a result of that buildup, they slowly lose motor skills. They lose the ability to speak. And it's just a progression to death. There's really no treatment at all out there. Except for, if you catch it in time, the potential for a stem cell transplant with donors, whether they match or not. And if they don't match, which is a high percentage of the time, there's it's not an effective therapy. You can have rejection and things like that. So for a disease like that, one of the things that we're really happy of, a tangible result, we're not at the point yet where we have a treatment that is approved. But just being able to get screening for this rare disease is very important, and we'll use this as a business case actually later today. But we were able to get through patient advocacy, through the work of Michelle, but all the advocates for this CCALD, the parents, the ability to have newborn screening for this genetic disorder throughout the country, which is just a great thing. It's going to really help a lot of kids, and I think that's a very tangible benefit.
Okay. So, logistical question for you, Richard. Where does the patient advocacy role sit in your org chart, right? And why did it land in that particular spot?
Very high. So the head of patient advocacy reports directly to me. I'm the head of the entire rare disease unit for the world. This individual is part of my management team. So this person is there representing the voice of the patient in every key decision that we make, whether it's a business development decision, whether it's advancing a pipeline agent, whether it is commercialization, and so on. I put a very high premium on the voice that they bring into the organization because, again, every function tends to be focused on their specific aspects, but having someone who can speak on behalf of Ron and his family and remind us of our purpose is absolutely critical whenever we make those decisions. When I look at the decisions that we make, if our patient advocacy team is having some concerns, I pay a tremendous amount of attention to that, right? So, and again, it goes with the kind of environment that we're in the rare and ultra-rare area. But I think it applies also to all the other areas. I think we were on the cutting edge in ultra-rare and rare, but when you start looking at other therapeutic areas that are more common, it makes perfect sense to listen to patients and their families. And frankly, I'm a physician by training. I think there's been a lot of arrogance in the system within the clinician communities that we know best, right? How many times have you gone to the doctor and within 30 seconds you get interrupted? You can't even get your thoughts across, right? And so I think changing the way that we're approaching really the entire space, whether it's rare, ultra-rare, but also in the more common diseases, is critical. And for instance, you'll hear this afternoon, we have our colleagues on the Sanofi diabetes side. They have seen some of the things that we've been doing on the rare disease aspect of our unit, where we brought patient groups to connect with our scientists. And you'll see a case this afternoon of the diabetes group watching what we've been doing well, taking that as a best practice, and then implementing it for a very common disease, diabetes.
Jim, where does it sit? You're the CFO. Does your chief patient officer or whatever her title is, does she report to you or does she report somewhere else?
So patient affairs reports, because it's multifunctional and really needs to work throughout different parts of the organization, we actually have it reporting into our chief operating officer, and we call it patient affairs versus advocacy. Because advocacy, as you all know, is certainly a part of it, but there's much more to the function, as many of you know, than that. Just a little bit more about Bluebird in the context of patient advocacy and how it can help, because although we're not commercial yet, we have some very exciting treatments that are in the clinic. And I spoke about CCALD, but there's also treatment for beta thalassemia and for sickle cell. And the paradigm is very different here. Our gold standard, what we're shooting for, is a one-time curative therapy. So the patients would would have a stem cell transplant and then hopefully be cured of the condition. That's what we're shooting for. We have a ways to go to get there. But the patient advocacy role has been brought in very early because we really need, especially in the case of sickle cell and in the case of beta thalassemia, we need the patient feedback to know that we're designing our trials and iterating as we move forward as best we can. And I think that's another very important part of the function for us. So Michelle Rhee, who is our head of patient affairs, works, although she reports to the CFO, to the COO, excuse me, but she also works with regulatory affairs. She works
works with clinical affairs, and she works with our newly created medical affairs function, as well as the commercial function that we're just starting to build now. We have some very early aspects of that as well to make sure that we're incorporating the patient experience throughout. So it's really built into the fabric of a company that's only about 200 large right now, and the idea is, again, that initial philosophy that Bluebird had is being sort of manifested in how we're building the organization as we scale.
Okay, thanks. It seems like a lot of organizations are starting to get the patient religion, and it's a newish trend, right? So one of the questions I had was, what happens 2 years from now or 2 quarters from now when a company doesn't make its numbers and everybody starts looking around, thinking who's going to be first first out the door? How do you protect the patient advocates in the organization? How do you give them defensible metrics, and how do you start to design that so that when things start to hit the fan, you're protected on that front?
So I'll take that. So again, I think for me, the patient advocacy is like innovation. You would never think of compromising on innovation in a biotech or pharma company, or you never think about compromising about research or development. And so it's really part of what we are and what we do, period. Now, if you have to defend headcounts, for instance, or budgets, we don't have quantitative metrics. I don't want to turn patient advocacy into a bean counting function where we have specific metrics. This is just too complex of a function and too strategic of a function to think of it this way. So the way that I look at it is more qualitative. So qualitative metrics might be the connectivity that we have with the patient community and patient groups around the world. So the ability of our team to get in touch with key patient groups around the world and vice versa. When I get the feedback from patient groups that, members of your teams are really responsive and I know exactly who to go to, makes a huge difference for us. So it's more the qualitative side. Or, give you another example. We were having an issue with one of our drugs where when we presented the clinical trial development to the regulators, they were pushing back on one of the endpoint, which was spleen size reduction. So this is a disease where there are a lot of things going on, including the spleen gets bigger and bigger, sometimes 10 times as big as its normal size. So you end up with a very large belly. And the drug that we have helps correct the metabolic errors, including shrinking the spleen. And so measuring the spleen shrinkage is actually a very good clinical endpoint. The regulators were pushing back saying, who cares? You're shrinking a spleen, that's not interesting. We want to see, let's say, survival or other more hard metrics. When we had patient groups meet with the medical reviewers at the FDA to explain to them what it really meant to have a large spleen and the consequences of a large spleen. You can't eat. You eat like a tiny bit and you feel full immediately. You can't breathe because it pushes against your diaphragm. You can't sleep. You're afraid of doing anything because the spleen could explode. It has an impact on your perception of yourself. You don't dare to wear a dress. You can't fit in your dress. So all of these examples, when they were explained by the patient groups to the medical directors of the regulators, they got it. They said, okay, yes, you're right. Spleen shrinkage is actually a very important endpoint, and we understand why you're including this endpoint in your trial. So again, it's not a quantitative metric. I can't put a specific number, but I can tell you, we thought having a patient group that is dedicated to having these connectivities and then bringing some of these patients together to go meet with the FDA, we would have had a much tougher time, right?
It sounds wonderful. It also sounds a little scary to me. If you do have to defend it, you end up defending with narratives, and they're compelling narratives. But I'm wondering, it'll be an interesting point, when that rubber hits the road with the board, for instance. So, Jim, what do you think, and how would you approach that part of it? And can you put any sort of metrics to this that make sense?
Well, I'll speak for the bean counters. No, I'm kidding. No, I think I agree. I think you can't be real stringent on this, but I do think you can actually translate what patient advocacy does into very real metrics that even translate financially. Frankly, for us, for instance, what's the biggest expense we have besides people? It's clinical trials. Clinical trial expense, how long a clinical trial takes, right? If you can get patient advocacy activated and patients activated, disease awareness activated, you can do those trials more quickly. That's really good for a company that's in development. You want to get through those trials as quickly as possible. It takes time to enroll trials, right? So I think that's a very tangible benefit. I also think on the commercial side, as you look forward, the ability to recognize patients, especially in rare diseases, especially I talked about personalized medicine, the ability to have patient registries to be able to collect those and have those ready for when commercialization happens, the ability to translate that into revenue. I mean, you can really translate this in the financial language that I speak to investors very easily. So I do think there are ways that you can measure, or there are effects maybe that can be measured, is maybe the best way to say it.
Yeah, so that's why it's more like qualitative effect. I can reassure you. So as you know, Genzyme was acquired by Sanofi, a large French company, pharmaceutical company, and I presented to several times to the executive committee of Sanofi, and specifically around our rare disease approach and the role of patient advocacy. They completely got it. They got it. Secondly, if and when we face fiscal challenges, I'm the holder of the budget. I will not cut patient advocacy. I'll cut everything else before I touch patient advocacy.
May you stay long in your position, right? Okay. What are some of the hurdles that'll likely confront people as they start to grow their patient advocacy efforts? If you make patients your partners in business, even if they're limited partners, that could get complicated pretty quickly if you don't manage that and manage expectations, maybe. So I'm curious. We'll start with you, Jim, this time. What are some of the snags that can run into that companies can run into if they're not smart about anticipating them?
Well, I think one of the things that we have to be careful about is managing expectations for things like trials. Of course, patients are desperate and want to be able to get on trials, and they want the patient advocacy groups or the patient affairs groups to be able to help with that. And there are sort of rules around how much can be done in that area. So I think making sure that on the one hand, the patient affairs groups have great, relationships for disease awareness and with the other patient advocacy groups, and can point patients to the right group to be able to help them, but not really directly influence. There's a line there that we have to be careful of from a compliance perspective. So I think that's one thing, and especially as you grow, and especially in some of these trials, I think is going to be a key thing.
Richard, how about you?
Well, and you've heard Ron this morning again. Being impacted by a disease, having a child being impacted, the family being completely impacted, makes you tremendously passionate, and that's wonderful. Sometimes when we work with patient groups, they don't quite understand or don't agree with our approaches, or they think we're going too slow or whatever. That's perfectly fine to have those kinds of conversations. What they want from us is honesty, transparency, and candor, and communication. It's okay sometimes to disagree, as long as we are explaining exactly what we're up to and why we're deciding, for instance, not to pursue a certain development path, for instance, or to slow down another one. What they get very worried about or upset about is when we stop communicating, or we are communicating but sort of, we're not being transparent. And so and our team has done a wonderful job of really explaining exactly what we're up to, and try to sort of get guidance, and having this healthy, sometimes heated conversation is a good thing. I think communications is wonderful. What I worry is then when they stop talking to us, right? And I, that's worrisome. Sometimes the heated argument is it's okay. We'll get through it. It's like a family, right? We sometimes don't agree all the time. Yeah.
Sometimes. Let's get to the elephant. That's one of the elephants that's in the industry's room right now, which is pricing, right? Yep. So how do you maintain? If you're going to involve patients in your business, how do you make sure that they have the right amount of voice when it comes to drug pricing, and how do you make sure that doesn't drive too much of what you do from a bottom line standpoint? So start with you, Jim.
Sure. So especially in gene therapy, where you're talking about potentially a one-time curative treatment, how do you think, put the business hat on for a minute, how do you think about pricing for something like that, right? And it comes down to value. We have to drive value, and so we're trying to do that through the clinical trials, and we spoke about that. But when we get to the point where we're talking about pricing, especially as it relates to potentially one-time curative therapies, we're going to need it's a multi-factioned, thing. You have got the industry, right, and how do I get my return on investment with my finance hat on, but it's also, we need to look at the patient and the ability of the patient first to want the treatment and to be able to advocate for the treatment. We've also got payers and regulatory authorities, and it's going to take sort of a multifaceted approach, especially as it relates to our business paradigm, to be able to be successful in getting treatments, into getting pricing done successfully. It's definitely going to be a dialogue, and everyone has to be at the table. If the patient voice is missing, that's a critical component for us, and we won't be able to make the value case without that. So I think all those pieces are important, and it is going to be a family squabbling maybe at the table at times, to use an apt metaphor. But I think having them involved early, patients involved early, which we're trying to do, and then continuing to have that involvement and keeping the dialogue up, as you mentioned, I think is critical. It's not going to be able to be done without that.
Okay, Richard, how about you?
Yeah, the clearly early involvement is critical. What's going on right now in the news, and quite topical, right? This issue around pricing, very important. That's an issue that we need to constantly be engaged in and discuss. So it's completely appropriate to ask about the price of drugs and the cost of care. I think it's important for us on the industry side. This is a wake-up call about really delivering value. So this idea of, let's say, for oncology drugs, bringing 1 or 2 weeks of improvement in overall survival and getting a drug approved and then getting the drug marketed, that era is I think behind us, and that's why you see now in the field of oncology a big investment in immuno-oncology to try to really have transformative results. And that's what patients want as well. They don't want a 1 week improvement in survival. They really want to have and want us to push the line further. Once we push the line further and we can demonstrate the value that we create, I think we can defend the prices. What's going on right now in the news is that you've got a few companies that they've basically taken very old drugs that were cheap, and they simply acquired them and they repriced them multifold without doing anything from an innovation perspective. And so I think that there's a bit of a challenge of throwing the baby with the bathwater. We are here in the Cambridge area, which I refer to as the Silicon Valley of biotech. I mean, this is an amazing ecosystem. Even Silicon Valley, Google comes here, right? So it's really a place of innovation, and I think it's important. And patients want this innovation. They want to help as well getting market access. I'll give you another very specific example. In Australia, we had this disease again, Pompe disease, which impacts the newborns, and we had access and reimbursement for our drug, Myozyme, in Australia. But the Australian government decided to not pay once the child becomes an adult. So at the age of 18, that's it. We don't pay for the drug anymore. Because in their mind, the data for all the patients was not as robust as the data for the newborns. So what do? So what we did is that we stepped in. We said, okay, we'll keep negotiating with the health authorities, but we'll provide the drug as a humanitarian provision until we resolve this. But it's the patient and patient groups who constantly engaged the health authorities in Australia and eventually got the Minister of Health to allocate a budget so that when people are 18 and older, they don't lose access to their drug. So the patient groups and individual patients and their families play a huge role in making sure that when there are good treatments, you'll have access to these treatments.
Okay, that pretty much takes me through the set of questions I had. I am quite certain there are better questions out here. So I wanted to open up to the audience and ask you to pose a couple questions to these gentlemen. Yes? Do we have a microphone? There we go.
Sure. Hi, I'm Michelle Avery from Summit Therapeutics. So both of you talked about involving the patients in clinical trial decisions. Do either of you have an actual patient advocacy or patient group that you call on to give this feedback? And if so, how do you go about putting together that group? What do you consider, and where do you actually find these patients?
So I'll, in a number of, I've been in different therapeutic areas within the company. So I was on the oncology side, and now I'm on the rare disease side. I'll take an example on the oncology side, because I don't want to just turn this into just a rare disease conversation. On the oncology side, we included members of the patient community as part of the team to help with the clinical development plan, and also follow up, being part of the project team, so to speak. And of course, you have to have the confidentiality clause in place and so on. But it was very helpful to get, and very motivating for the entire team as well, the internal team, to have someone from the patient community there at the table when we were presenting the plan, the next steps, etc., and getting that feedback. And again, this individual was, I think, one or two individuals who served on the team from the patient community. This person was selected from one of the patient advocacy groups, and was very knowledgeable, not only in terms of the disease, but also in terms of health and clinical trial designs.
And I think what I'm going to do is actually have Michelle, who's here, answer that question directly.
Hi, I'm Michelle Ree from Bluebird Bio, and it actually depends very much on the question that we're asking. So there are a variety of ways that we get feedback and input, and in some cases it is that we go to sort of a standing group of patient advocates that we have identified in advance who have personal experience with the disease, and it's more of a focus group interview type of situation where we're trying to get feedback. In other cases, if it's sort of we know it's a one-off question, there are advocates and patients we know in advance, or leaders of advocacy groups who we know that we can go to, who can give us more of that meta view because of their experience. And in some cases, we actually just want more of almost a survey response, and so we'll do it in a more anonymized fashion where it's not necessarily directly me talking to patients, but maybe going through a vendor or SurveyMonkey. And so it very, very much depends on the question and the type of answer you're looking for.
And I'll add to that, I'll flip it on the rare side. For instance, we've held advisory boards with patients, running through them the clinical trial design and see where the holes are from their perspective. And it's been extremely helpful.
How do you make sure that the sample group that you're running this through with is a representative sample group, and they're not going to give you biased information that might skew your results in one way or the other?
That's true for every advisory group, right? So even if you do physician advisory groups and so on. And so it's selecting them from different patient groups, and also this is why having a dedicated patient advocacy team within our team who gets to know these various patient groups can make sure that we have an appropriate blend of perspectives, because you just don't want to bring to this patient or this advisory board people who are very much sold on the idea, right? Your quote-unquote friends, or like very, very motivated, because then you can get completely biased. That's correct, Bob. So very good question. So we make sure that we rely from the expertise of our patient leadership within the company, who will tell us, okay, let's make sure we bring a representative from this group and this other group, etc., because they have different perspectives through the conversations they've had with them, and we can make sure that those perspectives are being brought to the table.
Okay. Right in front here.
I'm Jessica Blaustein with Clarion Healthcare. Thank you very much for speaking this morning. It's been really interesting to hear about how ingrained patient advocacy and patient affairs are within your own organizations. And I wanted to ask if you believe this is the case throughout the industry, and also if you are participating in any cross-industry collaborations or see the prospect for doing so to move this forward. Thank you.
So I'll take that up. No, it's not. I think there's a lot of imitation, but not much depth. So I think that you have some companies and organizations that say, well, we have to do something in patient advocacy, but it tends to be superficial. And you might get some patient pictures, you invite some patient groups to the organization, but you start scratching below the surface and you don't see much substance. Now, it could be that's the beginning, but that, and you can see from my response, that kind of infuriates me, because I think it's like I don't want some of our colleagues across the industry taking patients as props, right? So it's very critical that it be a truly genuine effort. And so that's why, for instance, we're doing events like these, right? So participating in these kinds of panels. Last week I was at the NORD, National Organization of Rare Disorders, meeting in Arlington, Virginia. So we make sure that we constantly advocate on behalf also of patient advocacy in general, so that it becomes really a true function, not one of the tactics. There's a big difference between a tactic and a function. But I think we're making progress, but we're not there yet fully.
And I guess I would just add that, as I said, medicine's becoming more personalized, right? And we're moving to more, hopefully, transformative versus just treating symptoms. And as we do that, companies like Bluebird and others, I believe, you have to, it's part of the business case. You have to have the patient involved. It's a changing paradigm over time. Now, it's going to take a lot of time for that to happen, but I do believe that more and more companies are going to need to do this. As I said, the name of this talk is the business case, and I do believe there's a strong business case for it to happen. I don't think it's happened enough traditionally, but I think technology and innovation will force that to happen, and companies will need to do it to make the right business decisions over time.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Catherine Beaverson, patient advocacy from Pfizer. Thank you for the presentation. I actually wanted to address the second question that you asked around collaborative models, either driven by or participated by patient advocacy and industry. Pfizer, along with several of the companies represented here, actually belongs to a collaborative initiative that was formed and driven by the patient advocacy community, tackling a common question around the clinical heterogeneity seen in the results on the Duchenne muscular dystrophy 6-minute walk tests, right? And how can these companies and advocacy come together and better understand some of these data sets so that we can design clinical trials that are more efficient and effective in this patient community. So I just wanted to know that patient advocacy is really driving the solutions for some very complex questions that industry needs to understand.
Hi, my name is John Hopper. I'm the executive director of the Fibromedullary Cancer Foundation, which is a hepatocellular cancer and a ultra-rare cancer affecting teens and young adults. So my question to Richard, Jim, and even Kathy, who's in front of me, is we're at the point now where we're trying to get, to the next step from academia, doing bench research on us and looking at clinical trials. How do organizations like ours approach companies like yours to be on that patient advocacy team?
So John, exactly what you've been doing. So it was great to see you again. We saw each other last week in Arlington, Virginia, and actually John and I have been exchanging emails since. It's to try to get, what your challenge is how do I get an audience within these organizations, and sometimes these large organizations. And what you're doing is actually right? Through networking, through asking, for instance, asking me, and then I'm introducing you to colleagues, not only within my organization, but also at other companies that might be interested in the disease that your group is focusing on. So it's really a lot of networking, and also for companies that have patient advocacy, a dedicated function, reaching out to that group is very critical. So for us, for instance, our patient advocacy team is really the conduit between us and the universe of patient advocacy, and vice versa. Now, of course, anybody can reach out to all of us at any time, but it's very nice to have someone that you can reach out to in the patient advocacy team. So let's say if you look at the other companies, identifying who is on that patient advocacy organization and then reaching out to them. And then if they have a good patient advocacy organization internally, they'll network you through that to that company.
I guess the only thing I'd add is staying current with all of the treatments, even the early studies that are out there, because that's the next wave, right, of treatments that are coming. And although there may not be a big company, or you could have a patient advocacy group of one, in the case of Bluebird at this point, I think getting in early is another important thing, and the way to do that is through what's going on in the research.
All right. I want to thank our panelists very much for an excellent conversation, and thanks to you for your questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate not just your commitment to leading your own organizations, but serving as examples and role models for so many others in the industry who are seeking to grow in this role. I'm going to take 1 minute to let people know there are seats down front and over along the side, so feel free to disrupt now. And also, to someone who valet parked a green Mitsubishi in the yellow garage, can you please go back to where you dropped off your vehicle? They're looking for you. So thank you very much. Our next piece of the agenda is something we did last year as well and was very well received, which is try to put as many very real examples of patient industry partnerships in front of you. And so we took a little bit of a case study approach, and instead of moderating this conversation, want to let the two sides of the partnership walk you through how it came to be, what the outcomes have been, and any lessons learned. So I'd like to welcome Betsy Bogard and Donna Grogan to the stage to share their case study.
Hi, I'm Betsy Bogard from the International FOP Association, or IFOPA. FOP stands for Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. It is a very rare genetic disease that causes your muscles gradually to be replaced by bone. And do you want to say hello before?
Sure.
Say more.
I'm Donna Grogan. I am the Chief Medical Officer at Clementia Pharmaceuticals, and we have a drug in clinical stage for FOP. And what we'd like to present to you today is the partnership that we formed with the IFOPA to help make our programs as successful as possible.
Great. And I'll just also tell you briefly that before I worked at IFOPA, I've been there for about 2 years. I spent 10 years at Genzyme working in rare diseases, most recently on a clinical stage development program for a rare genetic disease. And I left Genzyme 2 years ago to work for the IFOPA. Sarah, are we flipping or on slides? Okay. Next slide, please. I left 2 years ago to work on FOP because I have a brother with the disease. And you can see him there in the photo. He is in his late 30s. He lives in Southern California. You know, Sarah asked us to talk a little bit about the problem that we want to solve. And for us at IFOPA, of course, this is the problem that we want to solve, the challenge that is FOP. FOP is extremely rare. There are about 800 known cases worldwide. It is severely disabling. The disease over several decades of life will lead to complete immobility. You can see in the skeleton on the left, there are ribbons and sheets of bone that form over a normal skeleton for people living with this disease. And so by the time that you're in your 30s and 40s, you will have very little movement left at all of your body. My brother can move a little bit of an elbow, a wrist, some fingers and toes, a little bit of an ankle in his jaw, partially, and that's it. So at IFOPA, our mission is twofold. It's to support families coping with the disease and also to support research. So do you want to talk a little bit more about the partnership? Okay.
So the IFOPA has been is a well organized patient advocacy group established over 25 years ago now, and was really critical in supporting research in this disease. Clementia was formed 2 years ago from some pivotal research that was performed at UPenn and Thomas Jefferson University, and we in-licensed a product from Roche Pharmaceuticals that was a clinical stage product and was able to usher in this era now of clinical trials in FOP. And our mission was to understand the potential role of our drug, which is a retinoic acid receptor gamma agonist in this disease, and critical in that. And even before we formed the company, our CEO partnered not only with the clinical experts, we all go to clinical experts to understand about this disease, but with the patient organization to understand this disease. And so even before the company was formed, we partnered with the organization, and we understood that they were critical in helping us be successful in our program. Next slide.
Yep. So IFOPA and the field of FOP is in a really interesting place right now. We went from a time where there was really just basic research to now this era of clinical trials. So sort of within our larger challenge of just trying to solve FOP, we have some more immediate goals. One is to help improve the understanding of FOP natural history. We know that natural history is a critical element of any drug development program, and it's especially difficult to understand and assess quantitatively for very rare diseases. And one of the interesting things about our community right now is that we are looking we have a lot of interest right now in the pharmaceutical industry. We went from this world where it was just academia and basic research to now one company actively in clinical trials and several others actively preparing for clinical trials. And we are trying to figure out how we as a tiny community with limited resources, limited patient numbers, and limited clinician time and resources, how we can help everybody who might have a potential way to help this disease have the insights into natural history that they need. We also, as an organization, want to provide tools and resources that enable drug development. This might be mouse models, this might be cell lines, it could be funding, it could be quality of life tools. And we also want to aid specific therapies that are in development. We want to support the whole field and then also find ways to specifically support active programs like palovarotene at Clementia.
So our goal, which is like motherhood and apple pie here, was to develop palovarotene as expeditiously as possible. I think we all in this industry want to get to the answer. Does the drug work? And how well does it work? And it's okay if the drug failed, but you need to make sure that you design your program to get there as quickly as possible. So it was crucial for us to partner with the IFOPA to better understand the natural history. Many, many years of basic science research had been performed, but because of the rarity of this disease, key questions about natural history, about flare-ups, was really unknown. And then we also decided that it was important for us to develop a disease-specific physical function questionnaire. As Betsy described the disease, it's characterized by loss of function. And so we needed to better understand that, and we surveyed the instruments out there and determined we just didn't think any of them were appropriate for this disease, so we wanted to develop a disease-specific physical function questionnaire. And it was these two aspects, the natural history of the disease, physical function questionnaire, that is the core of our partnership that we formed with the IFOPA. I joined the company in September of 2013, and it was just serendipity. Timing is everything in life. It just happened that the IFOPA was holding their 25th anniversary celebration of the forming of the organization in November of that year. We were honored to be able to participate in that organization and kick off our PRO development. We partnered with industry experts to develop this patient-reported outcome measure. We contacted the IFOPA. We said, will you partner with us? We can't do this alone, and we need you to sort of really understand what we're doing. Let's describe what we're doing and see if we can work together. And we were able to work very quickly. We're a very small organization. We were able to kick off, so I joined in September. November, we had this patient meeting. We interviewed 21 patients at this patient meeting to understand the physical disability that these patients across the spectrum of disease experience every day. We took those learnings and went through the PRO development process with our external partner. The IFOPA was critical in helping us link with these patients. And then also the second aspect, which was outside of the meeting, we partnered very closely with the IFOPA to have us link up with additional patients that helped us with this process. And from inception of the need, the identification of the need for this type of questionnaire, to the completion of the instrument for use into clinical trials was 6 months. And anyone who's in this field, I think, understands that that's actually pretty amazing time frame. Do you want to comment on?
I think one of the things that IFOPA was able to provide to Clementia's work was the personal connection within our community to help people understand what this project was. Our community, and I'm sure anybody, all of us gets pretty overwhelmed by our inboxes. We all have tons of email, and in a rare disease where you're all scattered around the world, that's a primary way that you can communicate. But so we sent out a lot of information about this, and Clementia came to our 25th anniversary gathering and had a table. But what made the difference to get people, those 21 people that ended up participating in your that first round of interviews, was personal contact. People the first day of the conference weren't, as many of them were not going up to the table, to Clementia's table, to say, sure, I'll sit with you for an hour and a half and talk to you, even though I'm probably already uncomfortable being in a hotel away from my home. What mattered was that people in our organization went up and talked to the patients and said, hey, did you know about this? And they would say, well, yeah, but what is it? And we'd say, well, here's what it is, and here's why it's important. You're waiting for a therapy, and this is something that you can do, and here's how it will work. And by the way, we don't know if you noticed, but you'll get a $100 Amex gift card if you go do it. And so that is what made the difference. And the same thing happened when we did phone interviews. So Clementia did a first round of interviews at that gathering, and then they needed to do a second round later. And again, email wasn't enough. What made the difference is that people from our organization, we had volunteers, picked up the phone and talked to people that they knew that might be eligible to participate and said, I want to give you the information about this. And you probably didn't notice it in your inbox, but here's why it's important. And that peer-to-peer conversation, sharing information, was what mattered. And that's what got the participants that you needed to get this done in 6 months, right. I think.
Right, and I think that's one of the key aspects of our partnership here. The second key aspect was the initiation, the design, an initiation and now execution of our natural history study. So Betsy mentioned there are 800 patients known worldwide, no endemic areas for this disease. And we, along with the clinical experts, Doctors Kaplan and Pignolo, who are well known in this field, and with the International FOP Association, got together and said, what are the unknowns? What are the questions that need to be answered in this disease that will facilitate drug development? Because that's really what we're all about here. So along with everybody, we designed this natural history study and have now executed it with 7 clinical trials worldwide. Almost 50 patients now enrolled, and we will enroll up to 100 patients. And again, without the collaboration with the IFOPA, we never would have been able to enroll our first 50 patients. And it's within this natural history study that we are now using this disease-specific patient-reported outcome measure in that natural history study. And this is where I think the other unique aspect of our relationship and partnership comes from. We as a pharmaceutical company are spending a lot of money to conduct this natural history study. But we also realize that it probably will never be able to be performed again because of the rarity of this disease. And we understand that although we have obligations to our shareholders, we also have obligations to the patients that are participating in our programs. We all understand the metrics of success or failure rate of clinical programs. We hope palovarotene will be successful, but if not, the understandings that we're getting with the drug development program that we have, not only our interventional trials, but our natural history study, cannot be lost. And so, along with the IFOPA, we decided to execute a data sharing agreement for our natural history study data. I'll let Betsy tell you a little bit about their registry and then our agreement.
So IFOPA is operating a patient registry, and it's owned by us, by the patient organization, and it's a resource that we want to be available to the whole community. Right now, it's collecting data from patients, and it's also capable of collecting data from doctors. So we're building that part of it now. And so in this data sharing agreement, we asked Clementia, we said, we've helped you develop this patient-reported outcomes questionnaire. We would like to use it in our registry. So we agreed to that. So we get to put this proprietary questionnaire into our registry and collect additional data on it. And we also agreed that as Clementia collects data from this questionnaire and other aspects of their natural history study, that they will share that data with our registry under certain terms and on a schedule. And in exchange, we'll also share learnings from our registry with Clementia so that we are both benefiting from this agreement. And as we have talked about Clementia's natural history study with our community, this is, and as we've talked about developing the patient-reported outcomes tool, this is something that we were able to tell our community that we are doing this not just for Clementia. While we want to support Clementia, we need to support our whole community and every drug developer and researcher. And so this, by participating in this development of a questionnaire or in Clementia's natural history study, there is something that will come to the whole community because of that. And that's been really meaningful as people decide whether to participate and give their time to it. And I think it means that it's a very concrete way that both of our organizations are getting something very real from this collaboration.
So to sort of wrap up, and hopefully we'll have time for questions, Betsy and I chatted a lot about us talking in front of you today and really what were the lessons that we learned from this partnership now, which is over 2 years old. And here are some of the lessons that we've learned over these past couple years. I think it's been mentioned previously in the previous session about open, honest, and ongoing communication. It's like, again, it's speaking to the choir here, but any industry patient organization partnership will not be successful unless you have this and really on an ongoing basis. And part of that is identifying common goals and areas of expertise what do you and your organization bring to this partnership? What will you give? And what do you expect in return? And the same thing from the other partner. I think the scope of the project is critical to outline, and what are the roles and responsibilities of each group? What will they be bringing to the project? And don't be afraid to ask for what your organization needs. And I'm almost speaking now toward the patient organizations here, because I would like to say that we went to IFOPA and said, we'll give you the data if you want it. It was them coming to ask us for it, and we said, okay, yeah. All right, we can do that. And that's where I think we as an industry need to be creative, because we will not be successful without patient organizations. We need to meet our corporate objectives, but by doing that, it's not a this or that. I think you can meet your corporate objectives while being supportive of the patient organization in their mission. Kind of stole your thunder, huh?
Well said.
So I think that's really it for our formal presentation. I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Hi, I'm Sue Kahn with National Tay-Sachs and Allied Diseases. I was wondering why Clementia had to do a natural history study, or wanted to do a natural history study, if the patient organization already had a registry.
Registries are not natural history studies. They can have points of commonality and connection, but they are different. A drug developer needs a natural history study, and they need a certain degree of control over it. And I'll give you a couple examples of how our registry is different from Clementia's natural history study. So Clementia's natural history study it was 50, now 100 people at 7 sites for 3 years. Patients come in and they're assessed according to a protocol. It's not a treatment, but there's a certain set of assessments that they have to get on this schedule. Our registry, we hope, will collect data from many more patients. I would love to say all the 800, but we'll get as many as we can from all over the world. So not just the 7 sites. It's not just 3 years. It's an open time frame. Clementia is going to go out and check all the data that they're collecting. They're going to spend a lot of money to make sure that the data that's coming into their database matches what's in the clinical chart. It's going to be very, very thorough and quality controlled process. We can't do that with our registry. So we might get more of a real world example or sense of what the assessments are that are being done, how people are being cared for, but we also aren't going to have the same level of rigor behind what's coming in. So we can have a broader net or a broader scope of what's coming in sort of around the world. They're going to have more depth. And I think together these are very complementary sets of information.
Yeah, and I would add 2 more things. One is timing. So when we wanted to initiate our natural history study, the registry was not up and running yet. It was just being designed. If IFOPA 10 years ago had instituted their registry, perhaps it would have been a different story. Yes, I understand the rigor with clinical trials versus a registry, but I think registries can be designed to sort of have some rigor in terms of trial endpoints assessments over time. So from a patient organization, and we both were at NORD last week as well, and patient organizations are always asking, what can we do? How can we help? Yes, you can participate in clinical trials, but if there's not a clinical therapeutic in the near-term horizon, from my perspective, patient organizations really need to help understand the natural history. If patient organizations can develop registries to help understand that, they will attract industry more quickly to come to their disease. So it was timing. We were just able to start the natural history study quickly.
Are there ever situations where patient-reported outcomes are a sufficiently objective metric for a natural history study, or are you always going to have to rely on someone to extract medical records and the large cost and time associated with that?
Is your question, can you validate a PRO using natural history?
It's whether, independent of looking at the medical records of a patient, you can rely on a PRO for the data that you're using in your natural history study, that you're going to rely on for drug development or reporting to any sort of regulatory bodies.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're probably all aware there's a FDA guidance document on development of PROs, and so there's the whole process by which you need to go through that, which is very challenging for a rare disease because you just don't have the patient numbers. In our natural history study, we are capturing lots of different data, very objective data, in terms of quantifying HO burden, heterotopic ossification burden in each patient. We're collecting physician collected data like range of motion, understanding physical function, and then we have our PRO tool. And our goal is to really correlate these three different sets of metrics with each other. The physicians know the patients, and the patients come to the clinic, and so they're evaluated very carefully. And so we don't have to necessarily go back to their medical records because we are specifically gathering the information during their clinic visits, and they come annually for their visits, and they come more often when they're having a flare-up. So the data that we're collecting, we believe, will be sufficient to, one, validate our PRO, and to help us design our next study.
Hi, my name is Krista Krikorian. I'm with Agios Pharmaceuticals, and my question is about IFOPA and how or what advice do you have for patient groups or patients who are trying to organize a group who come from a similarly rare disease with so few patients? What advice do you have on how to organize and be heard by industry, by the medical community, those who need to know about it?
That's tough, especially because I didn't create IFOPA. I didn't organize it. But I guess I would say that being organized is really important. If you want a therapy, having that organization matters. It's something you can do to make a difference, and it might feel small to create a patient group, but it is not. That is how, when it comes time for a clinical trial to get done, that is how a drug company is going to know where the patients are and how to reach them. And I think I would also say that I think you have to recognize the value and the perspective that you bring as a patient community. There is, drug companies are harbingers of hope, right? They have this huge power in their hands walking up to a community that has nothing. And it's easy, I think, for a patient community to just say, well, they've got it, they're taking care of it, or, but you can have an equal partnership, and there is a lot that you can bring to that table that the drug company is going to need, and that you can do to make sure that your community is being, your need is being addressed in the way that you need it addressed, because they don't really know. I mean, they know some things, but not everything. I don't know that's much of an answer, but it's a really good question. So I'll think more about it and tell you if I can come up with any other ideas. There's probably other people in the audience, by the way, who would probably be able to answer that too.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'm from the ALS Therapy Development Institute. ALS is obviously a horrible disease, but we're doing a similar study, and I was interested if you guys considered using wearable technology to help add value and how you may apply that. Also, are you sharing the data back to the patients?
Yes, really good questions. So I'll let you answer the maybe for your natural history study. For our registry, yes, we are sharing data back to our patients. It's a little bit primitive right now. We're working on some ways it can be more automated, but we opened our registry in July, and we have 125 people registered so far, which is great. And right now we're just starting to analyze just simple data and give it back to them. And we analyze it in Excel and we give it back to them. But I believe that sharing data back is essential for success. It's one of the reasons why we made a patient registry, not just a registry for doctors, but for patients, so that they can put their information in and see it back. I think that's essential. Wearable devices would be amazing, and yes, for a disease where immobility, declining mobility is the problem, it's a really interesting opportunity. I think that I don't know as much about that field, but I think you have to just make sure that you're, with anything that you might want to help support development of treatment, you have to make sure what you're measuring is correct. I mean that it's accurate. And that it's validated, and maybe you can talk about and how there's a lot of questions to how that might fit into a drug development program, or how that can be used as data that a regulator or a payer eventually might care about.
Right. I think we all know for the FDA mantra, measure an endpoint that captures how the patient feels, functions, and survives. And for some of our development programs, especially in these very rare diseases, sometimes that can be very difficult. So we can very accurately and precisely measure HO formation, but the regulators will say, okay, well, what does that matter? It was almost like spleen size that they were talking about. Well, it matters a lot for these patients. But we need to put those links together for the FDA, for the regulators, that actually HO formation does result in loss of motion or movement or loss of function, which then results in worsening patient-reported outcome measures of physical disability. I think I went off topic a little bit. With regard to sharing the data back to the patients, again, and Betsy and I, our relationship is such that she reminds us to do that all the time, because we're moving so fast, we tend to forget that. And so we shared a letter with all the patients that participated in the development of our FOP PFQ to sort of thank them for what they did, and that it resulted in this instrument now that's being used in our clinical trials and in the patient registry. And with regard to the natural history study, the patients can certainly get their information one-on-one with their clinicians, but our goal will be to make this information widely available through publications. That's the best way, in my mind, to make this information available. And we have a publication committee made up of the PIs that will do this on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, to me, the device question is the same as Jason, your PRO question. It's about validation. You have to show that what you're measuring with your PRO or with your wearable device correlates with what's actually happening.
I'll find you after. With some early data we've shared with the FDA that actually show that it can be a sensitive endpoint using clinical trials. And with a movement disorder, it may be helpful. And it allows patients to participate in the trial without having to travel back to the doctor. 7 sites is geographically
right
for all those patients to get to. So
yes.
A single data point instead of a string of data.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Can you use the microphone, please, for the recording?
Sorry, find me after. We're using accelerometers to track movement, and the FDA is really interested in this to show sensitivity. Patient-reported outcomes can be a blunt instrument, and wearable devices allow you to have a stream of data, not just a single data point.
Great.
Thank you very much to both of you for joining us today. Thank you. We are going to go to a quick break. Before that, whoever owns the green Mitsubishi, this is your chance to go claim your vehicle. I cannot be responsible for what they do with it next. So, green Mitsubishi in the yellow garage. We'll be back here at 10:30 for folks streaming online. So grab a cup of coffee and come right back.
find it.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you. That's great. I saw you buzzing around. Yeah. I saw Susan over there. I know. So,
yeah, there's been a lot of follow-up. So, yeah, we're going to make it happen. We're getting into action now, yeah.
Yes, because, some of you are co-chairs as we work for health.
When we get to the question portion, maybe I can help you. I think it might be hard to see the hands raised in the back because the lights are on.
Yep.
Okay, so I can maybe point out some folks to help you guys.
That'd be terrific.
That works
Yeah,
for you?
I'll be looking for you.
Very good.
Thanks, Laura. And meet Kate is in our office next to Susan Marshall. Kate works with us too, so you should say hi.
I will. Oh, yeah.
She's going to help out a little bit in terms of giving these guys a phone.
Excellent.
Talking.
That's good.
Right? Hush.
I know. I think Google actually turned the lights out in the hallway to signal, so I appreciate whoever was in charge of lights. Welcome back. I am determined to stay on track because at the end of the day is a reception, and no one likes an event where the reception goes short and everything else goes long. Welcome back. I want to introduce our next conversation, a short conversation that addresses a little bit what was mentioned earlier as the elephant in the room around drug pricing. In fact, it being in communications in this industry, in fact, it is my room a lot of days. And so we wanted to put on a little bit of a discussion about how price and value and the cost conversation plays out. This is something we are working on strategy with nationwide in all different venues in partnership with our national colleagues at Pharma. And so I will turn it over to Susan Tracy from the strategy group to introduce the next conversation on the value of medicine.
Thanks, Sarah, and welcome everyone. As Sarah said, my name is Susan Tracy. I am a local consultant with Pharma, and we are really pleased to be able to put this great panel together today. Sarah said it, the elephant in the room, value of medicine, is a subject that is getting a lot of attention, and I know it came up earlier today as well. And today what we want to do is really zero in on a particular disease and think about the value of medicine from that perspective, and that disease is Alzheimer's. And the reason that Alzheimer's is so important to talk about is I'm just going to give you a few top line, and this panel is going to talk much more eloquently than I, but let me just give you a couple of quick statistics. Alzheimer's is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States. In 2015, Alzheimer's and other dementias will cost the United States over $225 billion. Nearly 1 in every 5 Medicare dollar is spent on people with Alzheimer's and other dementias. By 2050, the cost to the United States could rise as high as $1.1 trillion. And this is the statistic I think that really jumps out the most. Alzheimer's is the only cause of death in the top 10 in America that cannot be prevented, cured, or slowed. So pretty important that we really look at this disease. And it affects, I bet there isn't, if I asked for show of hands, I bet every hand would go up of someone who knows someone or knows a family who's dealing with this issue. So this panel is terrific. Just before we go into the specifics of Alzheimer's, I'd like to just present a short video, if you guys can get that ready, that talks about just medicine development in general and what it takes to actually get there. So if you could.
Innovative medicines offer great hope to patients, the healthcare system, and society. But developing these new treatments and cures is a challenging and costly undertaking. As our understanding of science grows, so does the complexity of developing new medicines, particularly as treatments are increasingly tailored to the unique needs of patients. Failure is an inherent part of this complex process. Most medicines never make it through the pipeline. In fact, only 12% of drug candidates that enter clinical testing are approved for use by patients. For example, between 1998 and 2014, there were more than 123 unsuccessful attempts to develop medicines to treat Alzheimer's disease, 96 for melanoma, and 167 for lung cancer. Though these setbacks are disappointing, they provide invaluable knowledge for researchers about patients and their diseases that is then used to develop medicines that do succeed. During this same period, 4 medicines were approved to treat Alzheimer's, 7 for melanoma, and 10 for lung cancer. Because the science is getting harder, the time and cost of developing new treatments and cures remain challenging. On average, it takes more than 10 years for a new medicine to go through the entire R&D process, and the average cost to develop a new medicine has increased to $2.6 billion. Despite these challenges, America's biopharmaceutical companies are dedicated to discovering new and better medicines to improve the lives of patients. More than 500 new medicines have been brought to U.S. patients in the last 15 years. And today, more than 7,000 medicines are in development around the world, and an estimated 70% are potential first-in-class therapies, meaning they use a completely new approach to fighting a disease. Learn more about the cost and value of medicines at pharma.org/cost.
Well, as you can see, failure is not an option, but you have to suffer through a lot of failures to get to the solutions. So I'm going to introduce all 3 of our panelists, and then I'm going to let them take it from there, because they are the experts and they have some great things to say. First, and I'll go down, first up is Jim Wessler. Since 1998, Jim has been the president and CEO of the Alzheimer's Association, the Massachusetts-New Hampshire chapter. In that period, the chapter has grown to one of the largest and most effective chapters in the country, serving over 40,000 people annually. The Mass New Hampshire chapter has 65 employees who support 142,000 families living with Alzheimer's in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. For more than 38 years, Jim has worked in the not-for-profit sector in New England with leadership positions in the areas of elder health care, community advocacy, and affordable housing. He received his bachelor's degree from Harvard College and his MBA from Boston University with a concentration in healthcare management. Next to Jim, we have Dr. Paul Solomon. Dr. Solomon is the clinical director of the Boston Center for Memory and specializes in clinical neuropsychology. Dr. Solomon also serves as the clinical director of the Memory Clinic in Bennington, Vermont, and is the professor of psychology and neuroscience and founding chairman of the neuroscience program at Williams College. He's a visiting professor of neurology at Boston University School of Medicine. He's been the principal investigator for over 100 clinical trials and directs the clinical research program at the Boston Center for Memory. Dr. Solomon has authored more than 150 books, chapters, and research papers. He's the recipient of a National Research Service Award from the National Institutes of Health. Dr. Solomon is a fellow of the American Psychological Association and the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Next to Dr. Solomon, we have Dr. Mike Simmons. Dr. Simmons serves as Director of Advocacy and Professional Relations at Eli Lilly and Company, where he focuses on Alzheimer's disease and mental health. Dr. Simmons joined Eli Lilly in 1988. Dr. Simmons has helped to improve outcomes for patients and their families in multiple therapeutic areas through collaboration with national and international patient and professional organizations. His current role allows him to draw on both his professional experience at Lilly, as well as his advocacy experience with various local and national advocacy groups and nonprofits, including Mental Health America. Dr. Simmons holds a bachelor's degree from Wabash College, an MBA from Butler University, and a doctorate in business administration from Kennesaw State University, where his research focused on corporate social responsibility and stakeholder engagement. So, quite a great group of panelists. I'm going to let them do the talking, and we're going to start with Jim Wessler.
Thank you, Susan. Great to be here. Thank you so much. So Susan did a nice job in her introduction, sort of walking you through some of the statistics. Just going to add a little bit, just a placeholder here about Alzheimer's disease. So we're looking at about 5.3 million Americans today who are living with this disease, and probably close to 40 million worldwide, probably 38 million. Those numbers are going to triple unless we can bring disease-modifying treatments to market by 2050. So not only are the costs going to skyrocket, as Susan indicated, but the actual numbers are going to increase dramatically. And this disease, as so many other chronic illnesses, but particularly for Alzheimer's disease, because people live so long with it, and it is a progressive degenerative terminal disease, the family caregiver unit is just enormously impacted. And general estimates are about 3 direct family caregivers, which is pretty much hands-on for every person with Alzheimer's disease. So if we're looking at 15 million people by the middle part of the century, we're looking at 45 million Americans who are directly, actually more than that, over 50 million that are directed, I'm not saying that right, but probably over 18 million, there we go, that are impacted every single day, both with the disease and as caregivers. You also mentioned the cost. It is the single most expensive disease today in America, more than cancer, more than heart disease, more than any other disease, a RAND study that came out 2 years ago. So this is having a major impact on the quality of life. It's having an impact on the finances of millions of Americans, and it's having an incredible impact. I was impacted as my father had Alzheimer's disease. I'm sure many of you have been impacted by this disease. It has an incredible impact on sort of the family infrastructure as people scramble to do everything they can to take care of their loved one, of their parent, of their spouse with this disease. Alzheimer's disease still has a stigma in America. It is something that we're trying to combat. I know we're not the only ones, but there is a confusion about it. People, including physicians, say it's a normal part of aging. There is a shame and embarrassment as particularly certain behavioral symptoms start manifesting themselves. So families are, reluctant to sort of seek help, to even seek a diagnosis. And speaking of diagnosis, today in America, less than 50%, sort of laying out some of the challenges we have here, less than 50% of those with Alzheimer's are diagnosed, and, listen to this, less than 50% of those who are diagnosed are told of their diagnosis. It's almost unparalleled for a disease of this scope. So today, right today, in this state, in this country, less than a quarter of Americans who have Alzheimer's disease know of their diagnosis. So that's a major problem for treatment, for family support, and obviously, as we're trying to be promoting and bringing clinical trials out into the marketplace. Now, the last thing I'll say on another challenge is that our community care infrastructure, while growing, and certainly we often say Alzheimer's is a lousy disease, but if you have to have it, Massachusetts is one of the best places to have it. But even here, our community, our long-term and community care infrastructure is lacking, does not have the adequate investment and sort of quality standards across the board, which is certainly something we're addressing. Now, there are some positive pieces here on top of these challenges. We do have a national Alzheimer's plan, and the Alzheimer's Association has been very aggressively involved in helping create that plan. We do have, as a part of our advocacy efforts, state plans and city plans, certainly here in Massachusetts and really across the country. And we are seeing rising public awareness and understanding. We have a long ways to go, but we are seeing some progress. I know we were asked how are families responding, and I sort of have a twofold answer. Our experience, and Susan mentioned, we interact with about 45,000 people a year, and just under 1 million people nationwide, about 850,000 people that the Alzheimer's Association is assisting every day across this country. Families are amazing. They're extraordinary in what they do, but they are so challenged. They are so overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed for all the reasons we mentioned as they're trying to cope with this disease. So the last thing I'm going to touch on is, I know the main topic here is clinical trials. It's a challenge. I know Paul's going to be talking about that in a moment. There are some things that we're doing. The Alzheimer's Association does have a free program that we have called Trial Match that helps connect people electronically to any clinical trial anywhere in the country, usually, obviously, closest to where they live. We are putting a lot of effort into training physicians. We have a diagnostic app right now that is available that you can download on your phone. We were mentioned before we walked in, we have a piece of legislation. Susan, you'll be interested to hear this. It's just passed its first committee in the Massachusetts legislature that would require training on diagnosis and treatment as a condition of licensure for physicians here in Massachusetts. And nationwide, we are really trying to address the issue of the practice of medicine and trying to really change the standards of care nationwide so that diagnosis and treatment of Alzheimer's becomes the standard, and also the fact that there is a family unit that is so impacted right behind that patient is something that is first and foremost on the minds not only of the medical community, but of the entire support community, including the Alzheimer's Association. So those are some of the things. We have, I think, well over 100,000 people right now that are registered in trial maps. That's an important priority of ours, of course, which is to advance the science and encourage families to participate in clinical research trials.
That's a perfect segue for Dr. Solomon, I think. So, Dr. Solomon?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to the organizers and to Google for providing this wonderful venue, and thanks for your generous introduction. I've been asked to talk a little bit about clinical trials and to give a historical overview. I'm always distressed at this point in life when people ask, you get old enough to give a historical overview. But I was fortunately or unfortunately there at the beginning of clinical research. When I started the memory clinic in Bennington, Vermont, there were no drugs, no treatments for Alzheimer's disease. And it was very frustrating to talk to families and say, we're going to provide all kinds of care and support for you, which is essential and continues to be essential, but no, there's no particular treatment for this. And we were fortunate enough to be involved in the clinical trials for a drug called Cognex. Probably haven't heard about Cognex because it hasn't been prescribed for many years, and except for a few obscure locations in Asia, is really off the market. But it paved the way for other drugs such as Aricept and the others that have subsequently been approved. So this was the first clinical trial that we ever did. And we kind of felt our way through it, developing outcome measures and doing other things. And lo and behold, the 2 trials that we did were positive. And that was sufficient to get the drug approved by the Food and Drug Administration. We were the publishing authors on the papers in Journal of American Medical Association, and so we spent a lot of time traveling around the world lecturing to people about using this medication. And I thought to myself, wow, this is easy. 1 trial, 1 approved drug. We'll put Alzheimer's disease in the rearview mirror in the next, month or 2. Here we are 25 years later, and you hear the conversation. Drug development, evaluating drugs is a very difficult business. It is not only more difficult than rocket science, it's more difficult than brain science. And as a neuroscientist, I think I'm allowed to say that. We've done 120 clinical trials since then in our clinics. I've been PI on 120 trials, and there are 5 approved medications. So as we look at the World Series starting tonight, if you're a good baseball player, a really good baseball player, you bat 300. If you're an average baseball player, you bat about 260. 5 approved drugs, 120 clinical trials. Actually, it's more. These are what we did. I did a little mental arithmetic and sitting in traffic on the way over. My batting average is .022. In any other profession in this world, I've been fired many times. I'm out of job. And if you think that's a problem, the last approved drug was in 2003, Namenda or Memantine, as it's also known. Could you imagine a baseball player who hasn't gotten a hit since 2003? They're doing something very different at this point. So we could easily get discouraged, but we don't. And the reason we don't get discouraged is because the patients and caregivers. I've had the privilege of interacting in 40,000 episodes with Alzheimer's patients and their families. And they are amazing people, as Jim has alluded to, and anybody who works with them will tell you. Perseverance, optimism. It's a difficult job, but they do an amazing job. And I think that's what keeps us going. So I'm going to ask you in the last minute of this, looking ahead now, which is where we always look. We are not discouraged. We're encouraged, in fact. And I'm particularly encouraged and excited about the work that we've been doing for the past 2 or 3 years, which I hope is going to change what's happening in terms of Alzheimer's treatment. So I want you just to imagine a case that I'm going to tell you briefly about. And this case is sometime in the future, but we hope in the not-too-distant future. And the case goes something like this. It's a 61-year-old man who goes in for his annual physical. Nothing unusual about that. All his systems are checked. He has some lab work. He's screened for cholesterol and hypertension and prostate cancer and all the things that we know well. And his primary care physician says everything up so far is A-OK. But then there's something a little different. His PCP administers a test on an iPad, doesn't administer it, hands him an iPad and says, please do this. Takes about 3 or 4 minutes. He looks at the results immediately and says, your memory is not quite what I would expect it to be. Are you experiencing problems? He says, no, not that I'm aware of. Family's not aware of it. He said, well, this test tells us that it's a little off. I want to get you a PET scan. And this is a different PET scan. It's a PET scan that can actually see amyloid plaques, something that is not available, can't be seen in the most powerful MRIs. And he sends him for a PET scan, and it comes back, and he says, you have amyloid plaques, which means that you have the beginnings of Alzheimer's disease. But don't worry. We have medications now that will treat the symptoms of this little bit of memory loss and bring it back to where it was a couple of years ago. And we have a vaccine, which is going to remove these amyloid plaques from your brain. And we have other drugs that are going to prevent these plaques from forming. Well, how far in the future is it? Well, the future's now. Patients in our clinic can take a brief memory screen. They can walk in and do this, which will tell them with about 90% accuracy whether they have the beginnings of Alzheimer's disease. They can go and have an amyloid scan, which will tell them that they have plaques in their brain, which, by the way, form 10, maybe 15 years before the symptoms. Big window of opportunity. And we can vaccinate them with drugs that we know remove amyloid from the brain. We've worked with a number of vaccines, including some that I think Mike's probably going to mention anyway. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. In any case, and we have drugs that we can give you along with the vaccines that prevent plaques from forming. So how much of this is science fiction and how much of it is science, it remains to be seen. But I can tell you that people such as me who have an 0.22 batting average are excited.
Thanks, Dr. Solomon. Mike, I think you've got a good place to pick up as well. So tell us there's hope.
Absolutely. Well, I think to build on both what Jim and Dr. Solomon described, you've heard some of the challenges. And I think as we look at drug development, Lily's been involved for over 27 years now. We've seen the scene change dramatically. And we've seen it change just very dramatically even in the past 5 years. I think as we look at this, some of the challenges that we still face, the knowledge base is still developing. If you look at what we know today and the types of clinical trials that are ongoing, there's definitely been a shift towards much earlier in the disease process. That's something that's only happened in the last couple of years. And if we look at what's happened in terms of the success rate, I think there's a real thought that now we have a much better understanding of the disease, and as we move earlier, perhaps that batting average is going to increase immensely. I think there's some other things, though, that as we look at this that also we just have to be aware of in terms of drug development. Jim mentioned the fact that diagnosis happens way too late. And one of the things that as we think about drug development that is so incredibly important is that we're part of the overall medical system. It's the whole medical system working together. And you can imagine that where the focus is trying to get to patients earlier in the process, earlier in the disease process, when diagnosis is incomplete or doesn't happen or takes as long as it happens in many cases today, over 6 years to actually get a diagnosis, the person who's affected, the damage has been pretty dramatic, and at some point, they're not good candidates for the clinical trials that are ongoing today. So it's really important that as we're all working together, that we're having an impact on that diagnostic process and that we're helping ensure that that process happens earlier. The other thing that's really important is that as we continue to learn about this, to the point that Dr. Solomon made, the tools that we have for this are much greater than what we've ever had before. We now have PET scans that allow us to make a more definitive diagnosis and at least to be able to rule out other causes, something that we did not have. And in fact, up until several years ago, the only way to make it a definitive diagnosis with Alzheimer's was through brain biopsy or at autopsy. So as you can imagine, we've come a long way. I think one of the things that's so exciting as we're working in this space is that industry, advocates, and academia, as well as government, are all working together to be able to change the course that this disease takes. We know that NIH is continuing to invest in early stage research, working back with researchers like Dr. Solomon. We know that there's work ongoing at both the national and state levels to make sure that physicians are better trained and that there's a greater awareness around this, not only for physicians, but for those who suffer from the disease. And that there's a lot of work going on amongst industry partners to help make sure that some of the barriers that exist today, some of the systemic barriers that exist from a research perspective and a sharing of knowledge, that those are overcome, but that we're also looking at how we can work together to improve the overall system of being able to actually conduct a clinical trial. These trials are very long to conduct. It takes 18 months to conduct a clinical trial for a single patient, and it's because you're looking for both cognitive and functional change. As you can imagine, that's pretty arduous to do. And so the more that we know about the disease, the more that we're able to share this information, the more that we're able to address some of these systemic challenges, we're going to be able to make a huge difference for patients. And I think the other piece is, as we're continuing to work more closely with physicians and others who are interacting with patients every single day, primary care physicians, so that they have a much better understanding of the disease, that they can identify patients earlier, it's going to allow us to be able to overcome many of these challenges. And I think the great thing is that as we're continuing to do our work, it also helps ensure that the overall quality of life for those living with the disease is much better. I think the thing that Dr. Solomon described, which I believe is truly possible, is that we have a future where people are going to actually be able to live with Alzheimer's, much as we see today with cancer and other chronic disease. So as I look at this, I think that by all of us working together, we're really changing the face of the disease, we're changing the course of the disease, and it is a much brighter future going forward.
Great. Thanks, Mike, and thanks, panelists. I listened to that, and I'm both kind of afraid and really encouraged by the optimism that folks like our panel have, and something that, you know, have so many failures. You could get on the old Red Sox with that kind of an average, even.
Well, maybe this past year.
Yeah, maybe this past year. But what strikes me is someday when these cures come, I think sometimes people forget all of the years and years of work that it took to get there. We're so excited by the outcome. So I hope we don't forget all of the effort that has gone in through the years. So I thought we should open it up for some questions. So anyone have any questions? Yep. Go ahead.
Clinically, I'm just curious how the follow-up takes place for those Alzheimer's clinical trials, given the patient visits and how you track them and what that process looks like for that 18-month follow-up period.
Yeah, it's a complicated process and requires a lot of people. The visits are typically about once a month, although it will vary by study. They can last anywhere from 2 hours to 5 or 6 hours. Someone who comes into the clinic for that visit is going to have a whole variety of things done, both to measure safety, physical and neuro exams. Some of them require scans, which we don't do on site but are done elsewhere, including amyloid PET scans and MRIs to look at brain volume, neuropsychological testing, counseling and support, which is a crucial part of all of this. Lots of complicated visits, and it takes a lot to keep all those moving parts in order, but it's also an enormous challenge for the patients and the families to do this. So the people who do this are very dedicated. The pot of gold, I suppose, at the end of the rainbow is they're getting access to a treatment that's not generally available, but is available to anybody who would wish to volunteer, and hopefully that's going to slow things down. In one of the last trials that we've seen data from retrospectively, and it was a Lilly trial, the vaccine slowed the progression of the disease by 1/3, and that's a big deal. So we're hopeful.
Anybody else? Yeah? Over here, Laura. Sorry. Oh, we got one back there and then one over here. Oh. All right. Thanks, Laura.
Sure. So my name is Fatima Sabioni. I'm with Takeda. My question is actually personal because my father passed away from Alzheimer's 12 years ago. And so congratulations for bringing 5 drugs forward because there weren't any when he was diagnosed, and it was quite a process. Being first generation, he didn't speak English. So it was really a challenge to go with him and be his interpreter on those tests. So congratulations. One challenge that we had, and I'm curious whether or not there's been any advances, is on the care. My father required home care. He did not require medical care, and none of that was covered by any type of insurance. And I'm curious, with your clinical trials, are you looking at those aspects? So from a payer perspective, there can be a surround sound of care for the family, for the individual who's living with Alzheimer's. Any advances there?
Jim, I would imagine that's kind of in your wheelhouse.
Sure. So I'll answer that not so much from the clinical trial perspective, but certainly from a public policy point of view, we're very active on advocating for payment of exactly the kind of support that you mentioned. And here in Massachusetts, really largely because of our work, there is now a added, for those of you from the state, a home care benefit through the it's called the ASAP system, for people with a sort of a complicated chronic condition, of which Alzheimer's is the overwhelming predominant part of that. So I would say yes, although it's still limited. Much of that is still income eligible, and so there is this enormous gap of families that have frankly too much money, too much resources, but really not enough to bring in that full-time care. The other thing I'll just mention is we have an interesting collaboration with the largest Medicare preferred provider here in Massachusetts, Tufts Health Plan. They have over 100,000 members. And this is not a philanthropic partnership. This is actually a business partnership. So Tufts is actually now paying, we're actually in collaboration. So they are hiring what we call care consultants, which is the #1 thing that families tell us they need. How do I navigate this disease? How do I approach the whole caregiving? They actually have embedded those care consultants in our office in Watertown, and we are now providing direct services on a proactive basis to Tufts members who, including their families, who have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, really trying to, via the insurer, with their partnership with their community clinicians and service providers, to provide a more comprehensive support. It's not perfect, but it's actually the first insurance company in America to enter in a partnership of that kind. So I think we're doing some innovative and creative efforts. Our goal is really to expand this not only here in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, where I have direct responsibility for. I also serve on a national committee that's looking at these to actually start expanding this nationwide.
Maybe one quick one, and then I don't want to have Sarah kill me for screwing up the reception here, so last one.
Donna Grogan at Clementia. This is for Dr. Solomon. The downside of 25 years of failed clinical trials is that we have very few effective treatments for Alzheimer's. The upside is that you have a tremendous data set of natural history data. Have you been able to interrogate that data, and how have those data informed the current era of clinical trials in Alzheimer's?
Yeah, it is somewhat difficult to look at those data as an aggregate because the data are owned, for lack of a better word, by different groups. And sometimes you can put those data together and make that happen, and we have learned a lot. So we do know the natural history now of the disease, and that gives us a starting point to compare to see how we're doing in trials. One thing that I always tell patients going into clinical trials, the only thing I can guarantee from a clinical trial is if this trial works or doesn't work, you will have made a major contribution because we learned from every failure. And each iteration, we talk about breakthroughs in clinical research. There really aren't any. The media defines what's a breakthrough, but it's an iterative process, and we learn from each of these. So with the vaccines, we're now talking about third-generation vaccines in a period of less than 10 years, and they are very different from the first-generation vaccines. So that, I think, is the silver lining in the failed trials.
I think the other thing I would say to add on to that is that if you look at what's happening preclinical or pre-competitively now, the amount of sharing of information and really just trying to work together to advance the cause, it is much more significant than I've ever seen in Alzheimer's disease. You see it with the Accelerating Medicines Partnership, or AMP, that goes back to NIH. You're also seeing it through a number of other settings, and I think that it's because of that ability to share that kind of information at that level that our understanding has improved dramatically, and it's shaping the future of drug development.
Great. Well, I know we're tight on time, and I'm sure each of these folks will be around if you want to grab them. And but I think you'll all join with me in saying thanks for your persistence, your hard work, and for keeping at this. I'm sure it's hard some days, but really, it's really something I think we all appreciate. So thanks to the panel, and thank you all.
Thank you very much. Certainly a very, very tricky disease, and one that we know is going to have an impact on all of us moving forward. I want to introduce our next case study. It is a partnership between ALD Connect and Bluebird Bio that resulted in ALD being added to the Federal Recommended Uniform Screening Panel, the RUSP, which I learned that during this process already. I'll let them share with you the origins and the success of the partnership, but I want to officially congratulate these two organizations as being the first recipients of our Caring Collaborations Award. And they don't even technically know this. This is a little bit of a game time decision. As we were conceiving with the steering committee, building this event and our programs in patient advocacy moving forward, we thought it would be really nice to recognize particularly impactful, replicable, useful partnerships for both organizations. And in the voting of all the nominations that we received this year, you're seeing the 3 top case studies today. And in fact, Bluebird and ALD Connect was the top case study. So the award will be in the mail. We have to actually inscribe something, and it just didn't play out with our timing today. But I want to congratulate you and welcome you to share your story with the audience. Thank you. Oh, and I'll introduce Michelle Rhee and Kathleen O'Sullivan-Fortin on behalf of the two organizations.
Thank you. Thank you for the award also. That's fantastic. I'm actually going to hand this over to Kathleen to give the intro on ALD Connect. As you heard from Jim earlier, I work at Bluebird Bio, head up our patient affairs function, and Kathleen O'Sullivan-Fortin is one of the most amazing advocates that I've had the pleasure of working with during my time here. And she is a board member of ALD Connect and has been there from the beginning, and will give you the overview of what it actually is and what they do.
Wow, I hope I live up to that introduction. So I'm Kathleen O'Sullivan-Fortin. I will step back and say I got involved with ALD Connect at its inception in 2013. I have a 10-year-old son with ALD, and had become probably a bit of a nuisance as a patient.
Never a nuisance. Never a nuisance.
I gave them opportunities to engage. I was not content to sit on the sidelines and wait. If you're not familiar with ALD, it's a pretty devastating diagnosis. When it affects young boys, without medical intervention, it leads to continued neurodegeneration and death in some circumstances. So when we got the diagnosis, it was not a happy time, but we realized that we were fortunate enough to get in early, to get him diagnosed early, so that there was a chance to kind of wait and see and wait for science to catch up. And give us the opportunity to treat him so that he had a better outcome. ALD Connect, for me, is a very special pre-competitive space where all stakeholders in the ALD game have been brought together. So it's not just I don't want to say just patients. It's not just patients. It's not just physicians. It's not just pharma. We have brought all stakeholders together in the hope that we can, sit together around the table and advance the cause of the disease, because the boys don't have time to wait. Unfortunately, for many boys, their diagnosis is late, and their outcomes are very serious. And so we realized that we did not have time for ego. We didn't have time for business to get in the way. We don't have, as a patient, a rare patient, you find yourself in a position of having many of our patients they find themselves educating their own physicians, going in and saying, could it be this? Or we got this diagnosis, what does this mean? And so we realized that as rare patients, we cannot sit and wait to be rescued by one doctor, one drug company. But that will, it's kind of cliched, but you catch more fish with a net than with a hook. And so we're trying to build a big, strong net to catch the cure. So, in terms of pre-competitive space, yes, within the business world, that's important. Within researchers, nobody wants to scoop anyone's great next idea or journal article, but we need to advance the disease. Within patient groups, we found that there was also it was a competitive space in that there are many excellent groups, many of which are listed and that actively participate with ALD Connect. And they had been named in honor of a lost son, a lost brother, and no one wanted to take away from their memory or their mission. And we realized that each of these groups was doing something very well. Be a Hero, Become a Donor, in honor of their son, Evan, they do bone marrow drives, because that's what was missing from his treatment at the time. The Aiden Jack Seeger Foundation, they, in the name of their lost son, Aiden, they go out and make newborn screening happen. So the Seegers are amazing. But we realized we don't want to do what anyone else was doing. We wanted to bring everyone together and really kind of optimize each other's strengths. So then we wanted to bring pharma in.
So I do only have Bluebird Bio on this slide. There are other companies also,
yes, many.
which I just realized are not on here. But the idea is that it's very much a collaboration. Actually, there are a number of organizations that didn't fit on the slide because there are so many. And the idea was exactly what Kathleen is saying, that leverage the strengths of the individual groups so that they can lead that initiative and kind of provide best practices. So there are a series of webinars where they present information. We have monthly calls for different working groups to discuss what's going on. And what was amazing for me was when I came on board at Bluebird Bio, the way that we think of patient advocacy and patient engagement is twofold. Which you heard a little bit about this earlier, but when I'm out talking with patients, when I'm talking with patient advocacy groups, a lot of it is learning about the patient experience, bringing that insight back to the company so that when I'm on those clinical teams, when I'm in conversations with the regulatory team, I'm making sure that any question they ask me, I can incorporate the patient perspective and help make better decisions there. But what's really important here in the engagement with ALD Connect is that another big part is recognizing that there is a lot of work that Bluebird Bio can't and shouldn't do, and there is a lot of work that patient advocacy groups and patients can and should be doing, but they might not have the funding, they might not have the expertise, and I know that from my experience at the National Brain Tumor Society, where I was right before this, that sometimes you just sort of need a little bit extra. You want to work with others, you want to collaborate, and so that's the other big part of a lot of the work that we do internally. So when we heard about ALD Connect and wanted to be engaged, be a part of it, a big part was making sure that we provided expertise, information, whatever was needed for the initiatives that the community as a whole decided were most important.
I agree. So ALD Connect, it has a few main goals. One is, I would say, our first one is advancing the scientific understanding of the disease, finding a cure, advancing research. Another is increasing awareness to patients, awareness to pharma, awareness to legislators, just letting people know. And certainly with respect to awareness, for our community, newborn screening is really the best answer, because the earlier you know this diagnosis, the more you can do with it, and the more we can say, we're here, help our sons, help the adults that have the disease that end up with lingering, both men and women, that end up with lingering symptoms, and to increase education. And all three of these, Michelle alluded to, we have various work groups that are all patient-directed, and so we're really making sure that patients are at the center, so that we're not just keeping patients in a little playpen over here. Great, bring your patient to work day. That patients are at the center. They are, generating the ideas, and everyone is collaborating to advance each of these goals.
And actually, so on the board of ALD Connect, Kathleen's on the board, as are other patients. The idea being that making sure that that perspective is incorporated, that it's part of the overarching structure of the organization, as well as physicians and others. But the patient perspective obviously is what's driving this and making this work. So the actual work, one of the many projects that we have been working on is specifically within newborn screening. So for several of the groups within this larger coalition, one of their main goals, one of their main missions and objectives is to advance newborn screening. That, for those of you who know, and actually for those who don't know, it's basically a state-by-state initiative. You have to go to each state's newborn screening committee and convince them that this disease should be on that panel. There were some initiatives that happened a few years back to make a bit more of a federal umbrella, and that's what created this recommended uniform screening panel. And the process to get a disease onto that panel is extensive. Many years it can be, because you need to provide data. You need to provide the rationale. You have to explain why you should actually have this disease on this panel. And the first attempt was in 2013, 2012. And at that time, the committee said that wasn't enough information, that this wasn't a good enough argument. And so the individual groups worked on, well, how do we make that happen? When ALD Connect formed, it allowed these groups to work together on these working groups and to share best practices, to share their information with the larger community through the webinars, through Facebook, through other avenues, educational materials. And what we were able to do as a company was to just provide general support to the organizations, but then when they needed data, we actually were able to provide them with data that we hadn't published yet on a registry type of trial that we had, so that they could use that information for the work that they were doing. And then the success was, there was a recent meeting where the committee recommended that ALD get added to the recommended uniform screening panel, which is a huge accomplishment for this community. It's amazing. It's phenomenal that this has happened. And above and beyond that, they also recommended that there be some type of support to the states to actually implement, because a lot of the state labs had indicated that implementation was actually an issue and they needed some help with that. And so they've learned from some other diseases that this support, the general support, is needed. But then simultaneously, as I said, sort of state by state. So Kathleen had mentioned the Aid and Jack Seeger Foundation, and they are in New York State, and they actually got legislation passed to have ALD sort of mandated. It is tested now in New York State. It's the only state that tests for it. But we also have 6 other states that have either passed legislation or have a committee ruling or vote that have authorized ALD screening in newborns as well. And it's just a question of getting it implemented there now.
Right, and a few of those other, so right now at present, as of December 31st, 2014, New York State became the only state to test for ALD. And they have found exactly what we expected. They found boys with ALD, they found female carriers, they found it's kind of like a drop in the bucket how it rolls out, because then we found misdiagnosed MS patients that their whole life they've had back surgeries, they've been misdiagnosed, and then come to find out their niece moves to New York State, and lo and behold, her child has ALD, and guess what? So does the uncle, so does, so it allows us to complete these family histories and figure out how are they being treated or misdiagnosed, and how can we watch and try and save some of these other boys. Some of the other states that you mentioned also, they either had legislation that passed but either was waiting for the RUSP. So some states said, sure, sounds like a great idea. As soon as it's on the federal list, come talk to us. So right now we're just waiting for a signature.
Yeah.
Please sign.
Secretary Burwell.
Please sign.
Yeah. It's the most amazing thing to come in and see the momentum, because the requirements of getting this done in every state is obviously huge, but you have a group of parents who are there's sort of this email chain where they say, all right, this committee meeting is happening on this date. Are you available? Because I can't go. Can you afford to go? Because I can't. And it's a collective group of everyone from all of those different groups who are participating in this because they all believe in it so much, and they're willing to work under this larger umbrella because they realize that it's more than their own individual organization. And it is, I say this a lot. I myself had cancer. I had a rare disease. I was a terrible child with all of my medical illnesses. But I knew I wanted to go into patient advocacy. But I actually was mentally and emotionally unable to work in my own disease area because it was too much. But I see these moms and I see these families every day working in their disease areas, and I'm always blown away, not just by that strength, but then what they're able to accomplish and have impact. It's amazing. You're amazing.
Thank you.
So the lessons that we learned from this, I think the big one was that it wasn't just a one-on-one partnership, just like one organization. I don't think we wouldn't have had the impact that we had at all. It had to be a group, and actually sort of connected to that, above and beyond just an individual project, and I'll actually let Kathleen talk to this, that it wasn't just that we were only doing newborn screening within ALD Connect, it was a really comprehensive mission and goal for the organization as a whole.
No, I agree. I mean, when you think about kind of areas to collaborate, time, talent, and treasure, obviously patient advocacy groups are always happy to get money, and I can certainly say Bluebird Bio was generous with us, but more importantly has been their talent and their time. There are people from Bluebird Bio and other pharma groups that are not focused today that have been willing to sit in on our calls, to join our committees, to help us evaluate currently existing drugs for off-label use, and maybe that's an area that we can try and advance the disease. And also that, it's the time, when in terms of newborn screening, Bluebird Bio and many of the other nonprofit partners of ALD Connect have helped to put together a toolkit, because we get inquiries every day from people from every state that doesn't test for ALD, saying, how can I get, my son was just diagnosed, how can I help get other people diagnosed? And, it's reinventing the wheel, but, finally they helped us. We just didn't have the resources and boots on the ground to get it done. They helped us put together toolkits so that people know, we can just send it to you and say, you may have a state that follows this protocol, you may have a state that follows this protocol. But so it's really kind of everyone coming together. It's kind of a meshing, rather than just, I guess we're going to talk to Bluebird today. It is a real, true partnership.
And I think it's on the screen here. We talk about Neurobank. So it's talking about all of the work that ALD Connect is doing. So there are a variety of working groups. One of them is disease awareness, under which newborn screening lives. But there's also that scientific understanding that Kathleen mentioned in the beginning, where newborn screening is great, diagnosis is great, but let's get the science there also so that we can move things forward. So the off-label medicine use and those other pieces are all part of that larger scientific understanding, including Neurobank, which is a patient registry. The idea that if you can collect that information and you can have that longer term history, that might make a difference in being able to move things forward.
Right. I was going to say, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that for the past 2 years, we were a recipient of a PCORI Phase 1 grant to build our patient registry. So we were super fortunate. We have rolled out our registry this past year, and I think to date we have almost 200 patients enrolled. It's a double-side registry, so we have physicians entering at 5 different sites, and we hope to expand that going forward. And we have patients entering their own data, and we have NeuroTracker, which is, patients can in real time continue to answer the same survey questions about their current health, and to allow patients to track back, how was I feeling, what was going on, was it a regimen? Is it a regimen? Is it food? Is it, we just don't know. And patients are willing to try anything to enhance their quality of life. So, and also it can be a tool for them to bring back to their physician. So I know certainly when we go to our appointments and I sit there and I gear up with the comments, what are the 5 minutes of highlight reel that I'm going to share from the last, 6 months, it's important to be able to have that as a record going forward and say, actually, there were several different times that X, Y, and Z were not working for me, and I don't want to forget to bring it up. So, the ALD Connect patient portal also is a way for us to, and how I sell it to my fellow parents and patients is, this is a way to make our community low-hanging fruit for pharma. I want someone to see us and say, oh, here's a one
tasty apple.
here is a 1 gene error that has many different phenotypes that affects the entire system, neurological system, from brain down and out. If we can fix that, I invite you all. If you can fix ALD, the rare will unlock the common. You will then, that's your stepping stone to fixing diseases that affect many more than just, I think at current our numbers are 1 in 17,000, which I perceive to be a bit on the low side. But after so long in ALD patient community, I tend to view everything through the lens of ALD. So.
And it gives, I think, so we were saying before, there are certain groups that really lead newborn screening, but there are other groups within the coalition that lead Neurobank or that lead these other pieces. And it gives everyone an opportunity to feel like a leader within the coalition so that they can participate, lead, really take part, and it gives that opportunity to everyone.
Yeah, one of our strengths is that if you have, I meet other patients in different ALD or leukodystrophy groups and say, if you have an idea, this is truly a place where you can bring your idea and find support from many different stakeholders, and, you can follow whatever your idea is, and it's going to, somebody else will likely have the same idea. I'm still struck by the very first time ALD Connect got together and we're sitting in a circle and people are saying we should have a pre-competitive discussion of our research, who's going to be first, who's going to show their cards. And someone said, well, fine, I'm looking at this study and I'm thinking of doing it on this certain cell line. And 3 people down said, don't bother, I did it 3 years ago. It really was inconclusive. It didn't go anywhere. And we thought, oh, here's this moment where 2 geniuses in the same room, recreating save yourself the time, save your lab. And they said, great, let's get together and we'll talk about, do you have an idea for what might be a more successful cell line? Or let's co-author something, let's bring this study forward. So it's in that moment that I realized the magic that can happen for a group when everyone, there's a great, I have this because there's a great Harry Truman quote that has kind of become our guiding light. It is amazing what you can accomplish if you do not care who gets credit. And that's kind of the special sauce at ALD Connect. We're finding that we are really having great success in our area because no one cares who gets credit. We just want to, save people the hardship of ALD.
And I think that actually is the last bullet. So yeah, trust and transparency and really not caring who gets the credit.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Betsy Bogard from IFOPA. I think you said that there are other pharmaceutical companies that are in the collaboration. So can you talk about what they contribute compared to what Bluebird contributes and how you, as a patient organization, support all of the companies and work with them?
Sure, and that's, a tricky area because, we're very careful to make sure that we don't want to be thought of as anyone's pet organization. We're not the social arm of Bluebird Bio, although they are making great advances in ALD. We have several other partners, and actually we're starting an industry advisory council to try and see how can we have information and ideas that might be helpful to industry, and they certainly have a different perspective on what we're doing. And so trying to see if we can meet, again, in a pre-competitive space where no one's trying to scoop anyone. We're not beholden to one company's idea because they give us more money. We're doing what we're doing, and if you're on board with this part of the project, come on. And if you're on board with a different part of the project, great. And we're willing to share our data and our information with everyone because, as a parent of a boy with ALD, I don't care who finds it first. I hope every single person who treats any child or adult with ALD is wildly successful, So we have, we're in the process right now of creating, I'm an attorney by trade, so we're creating some basically rules for playing nicely in the sandbox. And again, which is hard because every business group has their own kind of way they come to the table. But we're just, we're new, we're trying to feel it out, but we do have, we certainly give credit to anyone who is working with us on anything, but we don't want to, we're trying to make it so that there's a feeling of trust and that that everyone's in the same game and on the same playing field, but also we don't want people to think that means that they're excluded. We're completely open. You can join any call. You can join any group. And you don't have to give us any money. I mean, we really are just more interested in people being interested in what we're doing. So I don't know if that answered it, but.
Hi, Sue Khan, National Tay-Sachs-Anally Diseases. 2 questions, one bigger, one specific. The bigger one is getting started can be hard, and a lot of us work in areas or diseases where there's many patient groups, many foundations, and I'm just trying to, if you could comment on kind of the original galvanizing forces, how, and if there hadn't been a company involved, could you have done it? I mean, who were the leaders, and how did they convince people to start working together in this big vision? Or was there one really specific thing? Secondly, I was wondering, you mentioned this toolkit for newborn screening, and I was just wondering, since newborn screening is newborn screening for everybody, and if that's something you could share with other groups.
It is publicly available, absolutely. And if you want, I'll let you take
I'll take. So ALD Connect started really by, for me, ALD Connect started when Florian Eichler at Mass General and Harvard and everywhere approached me and said, I know you're an attorney. I'm thinking of starting this group. I have some other like-minded research physicians that are interested in really just coming together, kind of knights of the round table, and let's get this going. And I think, we were so fortunate. I think a lot of patient groups are in a position where it's patients trying to start a group, and they're aggrieved by care for someone who's sick, and they don't have medical expertise, or they don't have pharma expertise, or they don't have legal expertise. They're just trying to figure out, how do we get this started? We're fortunate because, this is the reverse of that situation. I had, one of the world experts on ALD approach me and say, hey, do you think this would be a good group? And I said, yes, we do. So I think we were super fortunate because all of our original board members kind of had put in their time in the community and had done the research and have been kind of out there trying to follow any venue, shake every bush, rattle every tree to get an answer. That when they came together, they were kind of a force, and everyone wanted to be. I always joked with them that I said, this is kind of the Hall of Justice of pediatric neurology for ALD. Like I have all your trading cards. It's good to see. I have read your article. I'm that patient. I've read your articles. I've sent you emails following up footnote 5. But I really want to know. And so, and right off the bat, literally, we formed as a legal entity one day. The next day, we put in our PCORI application, and we're successful. So that was our burst, and we just kind of grabbed on to the side of the PCORI train and ran with it. And we learned a lot, and we're still in very early stages in growth and trying to figure out what do we need now to, operate, and what do we need so that we can provide and make good on all the promises and ideas that we have, because we're only as good as our word. And if we promise to the patients that we're doing something, then damn it, we're doing it, and we'll figure out how to pay for it. And that's where we are right now. But I think we were just so lucky to have kind of a circle of experts that were willing to set their own research aside, or egos aside, and say, let's do it. We're tired of seeing the suffering.
And I would actually say that the pharma was a small part of that, but again, just a part. It was an entire group that came together. And so I think without Bluebird Bio, it obviously would have still moved forward 100%. We were able to just participate. We're one of many that were really excited to see this happen.
Right. At inception, we were super lean financially in that we're completely volunteer-driven. So it was legitimately like people's passion that they start this group and follow it through, because no one's making the big bucks off ALD Connect.
And actually, for the state toolkit, so I want to give a shout out to Ina Svang, who's in the back. She is the one who sort of herds all of the cats for ALD Connect, and she can actually give you more detail on where to get the state toolkits from, sort of whether they're on the website or on Facebook. I can't recall exactly, and she'll be able to tell you.
www.aldconnect.org.
The toolkit, we have our For Patients and Families tab on our website at www.aldconnect.org. And under that, you can find the doctor-patient webinars, which are sort of turning into just educational webinars more as we go along. But it started as doctors or specialists teaching on a specific topic that was of interest to patients. And then we had the newborn screening webinar where Bluebird, along with several organizations, talked about newborn screening and how to help implement that in your state and what people can do to help with adding ALD to the RUSP, which succeeded. And so it's part of that presentation, and I believe it's also a separate attachment next to that webinar video.
Yeah, I will mention that in particular, with regard to newborn screening, that webinar that's available, we decided to make these kind of master classes, just because knowing that it's great to have a webinar, but if we don't record it and post it, caretakers and people who are not available at the time of the webinar, it's not helpful. But newborn screening one in particular really is set up to be, it's not necessarily set up to be disease specific. So there's a lot that you can take away from it from your own rare disease. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, ladies, and congratulations. Thanks for sharing your expertise with our group. We have officially made it to the halfway mark. There is lunch just outside these doors and actually a room right across from here with tables to sit in. There's no program during lunch. We figured we'd give you a break to meet each other and check your emails or whatever you need to do. I will give you one homework assignment, however. I mentioned this morning that MassBio has started a Twitter campaign, Patient Driven. We just saw on Twitter. In fact, it is right now trending on Twitter, #PatientDriven. So your homework is to see Lily or Jess during lunch. Lily's here, Jess is back there, and add your voice to this campaign. The point is to harness the energy that we come across in our member companies and your organizations every day, why we do what we do. We all have a reason, and we want to make sure that everyone understands that we are passionately, deeply connected to that mission. So please see them. It takes a quick second, picture, video, and share your particular message about why you're patient-driven. We'll be back here at 12:30, so we'll see you all then. Thanks.
everything still is. Yeah, everything's still insured, and I actually don't know what's going on, but it's
It's all right. I heard Andy called.
Okay, that's I think.
Yeah, just let Jennifer.
Hi, Erica. Oh, I was here. I've been here for a long time.
Yeah.
So. Nice to see you too.
Yeah,
get a hold of me whenever you want to.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
And okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
So he's not going to make it.
Okay.
So we'll just go to audience. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. I know everyone's caffeinated, sugared up. Appreciate your timeliness and hope you got a good chance to connect. I'm going to flash back to about 2 hours ago where we teed up the next panel conversation in talking about all of the data that is collected through the processes we're all involved with, whether it's clinical data, medical data, whether it's a patient's data or aggregated data. I'm going to let the next panel tell us what it all is, what it means, and what we do with it all. So in an hour, we'll figure that out, no problem. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Joe, who is CEO of MedStro and editor of MedTech Boston, who will introduce the panel. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for being here. A little bit about myself. I'm Jennifer Joe, and I actually am trained as a nephrologist and a primary care physician. So this is very exciting that we have access to so much data, and it's being opened up, and we have an active dialogue with patients. So I'm excited to be leading this discussion. So we have two very exciting guests today. Unfortunately, one couldn't quite make it. We have Andy Dorner and Ann Lucas, so I'm just going to turn to them. Andy, maybe you can give us a little bit about yourself.
Yes, my name's Andy Dorner. I'm head of global translational medicine for Takeda. And in this role, my group works on clinical biomarker both in the strategy as well as the execution for focusing on oncology, but also for all therapeutic areas. Previous to my Takeda time, I began my work in the pharma industry in 1985, actually, with Genetics Institute. And that was a time back then, 30 years ago now, where the idea that I would leave my postdoc and go to a biotech company to make human proteins in Chinese hamster ovary cells, most people thought I was crazy. But 30 years later, I'm still in the pharma industry, and my focus for probably the last decade or so has really been on translational medicine and precision medicine, with a focus on oncology, where it seems to be the greatest unmet need, but also expanding that to other therapeutic areas and diseases. And what we're really looking at from an innovation standpoint is how to best characterize patients in the clinic with genetic technologies, and also building these large data repositories that we're going to talk a little bit about today. How do we bring all of this, what we'd like to call big data, together to create a picture of an individual patient and then assign an appropriate treatment regimen to them? And this is over the course of their disease, not just once or twice, but over many years of hopefully successful therapies.
Great. Thank you, Andy. And Ann Lucas.
Hi, I'm Ann Lucas. I am with Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. And if you don't know, Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy is focused on Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It was started by Pat Furlong around 21 years ago. As part of PPMD, in 2007, PPMD, along with the CDC and Emory Genetics, decided that they needed a tool in the tool belt to tackle Duchenne, and that was creating a patient report registry that they call Duchenne Connect. So I am one of the coordinators with my coworker, Ann Martin. We both curate the data. We talk to families, provide genetic counseling services, and with a variety of other things, education, outreach. And we do some other projects working with academic researchers and pharmaceutical companies with our data.
Great, thank you guys. So I think healthcare data, in my mind, is a big, scary topic, and it covers a lot. So what I'd like to do is to get kind of a quick deep dive into what Andy and Ann are both working on and their interesting projects, ask a couple of questions about that, and then actually take questions from you so you can tell us what you want to learn about big data. So Andy, why don't we start with you? You have a very interesting collaboration with the Multiple Myeloma Research Foundation, specifically with the COMPASS study. So maybe you could start with giving us a quick overview of multiple myeloma and then what the COMPASS study is.
Yeah, sure. I think what's most relevant for this patient advocacy summit today is really the relationship that's been built over the years with MMRF, first with Millennium, when it was developing Velcade as a first-in-class proteasome inhibitor for multiple myeloma. And in that late 90s, early 2000s timeframe of that clinical testing, the MMRF came into existence with the real focus on developing novel therapeutics for multiple myeloma. So those two strategies and goals of innovative therapies for multiple myeloma and the Velcade testing really brought Millennium and MMRF together. And that relationship has stayed strong over the many years up until today, where most recently, several years ago, we worked with MMRF to develop the COMPASS study. And I think that can be a centerpiece of what I described to you this afternoon. So the MMRF and at that time Millennium, the Takeda Oncology Company, came together to develop a long-term longitudinal study of multiple myeloma patients. And the goal was to really follow those newly diagnosed patients through multiple treatment regimens over a period of 8 years. So a real journey with the patients to characterize them at very deep genetic, genomic, biological, as well as clinical levels to understand their response to treatment, the progression of multiple myeloma during their treatment regimen, and how to repeatedly change their regimens to ensure their long-term survival. Now, this was a fairly unique situation because we built into the DNA of COMPASS the idea that the data that was generated was going to be free, public access, unencumbered by IP. And that took a lot of work on the part of the Millennium Takeda lawyers, business people, working with the MMRF to draft that first pharma agreement that would seem to be satisfactory to the MMRF's goal of opening up multiple myeloma for everybody to see and analyze and drive therapies, and the rather traditional pharma goal of getting data, keeping it proprietary, and trying to develop your own drugs. And at the end of the day, the idea of open access and the freedom of everybody, including patients, clinicians, and scientists in the community to see the data was the way we built the COMPASS study, and Millennium Takeda was actually the first founding pharma partner for that. So the thing about this in the context of big data is really that the COMPASS study is generating a huge amount of data. It is unique in the sense of being a free public access to the data, but it's also the most comprehensive type of study in multiple myeloma, and also is generating more different types of data than any other study that's being performed right now in cancer today. So this leads us to the problem of we have a tremendous amount of data of increasing complexity, terabytes of patient sequences and minimum residual disease measurements, and the more standard clinical parameters that are being put into a database, and how to build the portals to access that and how to analyze it and understand it are two of the really big things that are going to come out of running this COMPASS study successfully over the next 8 years.
So thank you, Andy. I want to highlight, I think, are you the first or only clinical trial that is really allowing this open access to data? I took a quote from the web that says, "This data cannot be patented, and all the data are placed on a public portal." As a physician, this is my first hearing of complete open access to data, which is incredible. Am I correct in saying that this is the first?
Yes, I believe it is.
Does anyone know of, I know, right? So you would think that this data would be available before, but this is pretty profound. Congratulations on that.
Well, I think, it was really driven by MMRF. I mean, once again, this is really the point of the new goal of patient advocacy groups, to really function not only as an advocate for patients, but also as a research foundation to drive innovation. And this type of open access allows patients to better understand their disease, to empower them about their therapeutic options and emerging treatments. And most importantly, I think from a translational medicine perspective, is it allows me to treat the patient as a partner in the research that we do. And I think that's one of the most important outcomes of this type of work.
I think that's huge. Thank you, Andy. And then jumping over to Anne, you have been instrumental in creating and leading the Duchenne Connect, which is really incredible. It's a community focused around a disease to empower patients. So I was hoping to learn what Duchenne Connect is and your learning in terms of how to build this community.
So Duchenne Connect is a patient report registry. There are currently several different, what we call mini surveys. We used to have one long medical survey that we had patients fill out on a yearly basis. We now have broken that into smaller surveys that a person can do in a 10-minute sitting. And we do ask people to come back and fill out those brief surveys on a yearly basis. We do ask for things like their genetic test report, and we curate that data. We ask for respiratory data, cardiac data, that kind of thing, as well as things like clinical trial participation, insurance data, family history. We're also able to, and we have been in existence since 2007, so we do have cumulative data there that we can look at over the course of time. We have worked with pharmaceutical companies to recruit for clinical trials. We've worked with companies to use our data so that they can plan their clinical trials so to be more effective. And we're also doing things like being part of PCORnet. PCORnet is a part of the PCORI, and we're one of the PPRN groups in that network. And we're excited to be a part of that, and we're looking forward to doing more research as part of that. We've also are taking our data and giving it to an initiative with Critical Path. Critical Path is going to take data around Duchenne along from many different sources so that they can hopefully make a disease progression model for Duchenne. And as far as working with the families, we do a variety of different techniques. We do have a yearly conference where we connect with people, but we also do lots of telephone calls, webinars. We do a lot of like a week-long online group meeting where people can check in on a daily basis and answer questions for us so that we get their feedback on issues that are important to them.
Great. Thank you, Anne. So I'm going to start with a kind of broad question of what will this massive data collection mean for science in the next 5 years? What are you doing now, and what do you think will happen in 5 years? Andy? Are you completely curing multiple myeloma in 5 years? Completely? Totally?
I'm going to say we will make better and better therapies that will allow people to survive longer and longer, but it's really hard to define what a cure would be. I know that's hedging, but I'm going to do that. But I think the main thing is, and we live in a world in which genetic analysis, phenotypic analysis, understanding pathway biology at deeper and deeper levels makes us understand that disease is extraordinarily complex. I mean, I'll use cancer as a very simple example of complexity, if I can say that, in the sense of there are somatic mutations. There are a lot of different somatic mutations. Clonal variants arise during therapy to lead to relapse. and ultimately lack of survival as we run out of drugs that can treat them. And when we look at non-cancer diseases, the complexity there is so great that we can't even really, in most cases, identify specific mutations or changes that are causing disease. I mean, there have been a ton of GWAS and other type of genomic studies over the years to try to find genes linked to, let's say, Crohn's disease, and we find ones that give you a 5% increase in the possibility of incidence. So the only way that we're going to be able to truly understand how to tackle disease and provide the right therapies to the individual patients is to understand the individual patient's disease with these very complicated technologies. And that means generating a lot of data, which needs to be compared not in its isolated instance, but along a large data set of patients, which is why there's 1,000 patients in COMPASS. The data repositories that you see for cancer and other diseases number the tens of thousands of genomes and transcriptional profiles, because that's what you need to make sense of the complexity. So these type of partnerships like COMPASS and other Beat AML and other things that are going on now are really meant to provide large data sets for that type of deep analysis. But then what you need that to be open so that enough researchers can see it. And then critically, for the patients who are giving their time, their samples, they need to be able to access that data in some meaningful way so they can work with their clinicians to understand what it means for them. And you can't give people raw data. I mean, you give somebody, a BAM file with 3 billion nucleotides in it, they're not going to understand that. Somebody has to analyze that data and help them.
Sure. Thank you, Andy. Anne, do you have any thoughts on what this massive data collection means for science now and will mean in the next 5 years?
Well, if Pat was here, she'd say we cure it, right? She's going to rule the world, I think. She has a lot of energy. And I think it's great. We do need tools to help analyze it and get it to people, back to people. One thing we do try to do with Duchenne Connect is return the data to the families, but that's a lot of data you're talking about when you're talking about genetic data. And what are the epigenetic factors? There are many other things going on that we need to look at.
Fantastic. So thank you, Anne and Andy. And I was hoping to take questions from the audience at this point. I think we're going to have someone walking around with a microphone. And you can raise your hand if you have a question.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Prescott. I'm from Booz Allen. And I had a question regarding, do the patients have any concern about their privacy by having their information posted publicly?
Our information is de-identified and aggregated. So when a person creates an account on Duchenne Connect, they can go in and see how their answers compare to the rest of the community that have answered that question. There is a professional portal as well, and professionals can also look at that data, but it's de-identified and aggregated.
And Anne, have you noticed that, because you've been running this community for how long?
Duchenne Connect's been in existence since 2007, and PPMD's been here for 21 years. So.
Have you seen an evolution about how patients respond to putting more data out there, like initially and then now?
And our community is a little different. I mean, Duchenne is a rare, progressive, fatal disease. So I think our community is more so motivated to give their data to anybody and everybody. I mean, there's still people in our community who are more conservative in their approach, but many people would be willing to give you almost anything. So when we first were awarded the PCORNet Award, one of the things that we wanted to do was to revise our consent form. And so we went through a detailed process of talking with the community, getting the input from our family advisors. We have another set of advisors that also involve the academic groups and the pharmaceutical groups. We asked them about it. And then we also just put it out there for the general population to give comments on it. And most people were very much willing to be very open with their data. But we feel very strongly that we do want to make sure that your identity is protected
but we want to get the data to as many people as we can.
Thank you, Anne. And Andy, I think your population is a little bit older. What has been your experience with patients and their data? And also, I think you mentioned some pretty invasive data that you're collecting, including bone marrow.
Well, I think similar to what Ann said, patient data that ends up on a portal is not directly identifiable back to a patient. So that's really the key thing here. So privacy is certainly very carefully kept. As far as the patients go, I think that for multiple myeloma and for many diseases where patients have understood and signed up for this type of translational research clinical study, those patients are so committed to furthering the search for a cure for their disease, not necessarily for themselves, but for people in the future who will get that disease, that more invasive bone marrow biopsies that might normally be taken are coming back for extra visits. That's what these patients want to do for the good of other people. And that's why it's so critical that, pharma companies have that same patient-centric focus on what we do. So it's not just to generate data and try to make a drug, but it really is to generate data, get the broadest understanding of that data so that we can begin to improve people's lives and cure them if possible. So that totally changes the dynamic of drug development today, I think.
Great.
Hi, I just have one question. Anne, you mentioned that, first, thank you both for your time. I'm Sharon from Vertex Pharmaceuticals. And you mentioned that your organization moved away from one long annual survey into multiple smaller surveys. And could you tell us a little bit more about the insights that led to making that choice and what you've seen happen as far as engagement goes with completing those surveys?
So it's been a long process, and we're just now to the point where we have all the surveys online now. So I can't tell you how each of the mini surveys are going to do, but for instance, we just, in the spring, a GI researcher came to us, and there was no information about GI issues in Duchenne. So he came to us, and he wanted to develop a questionnaire set, and he had some questions in mind. And we reached out to our community, and we did a week-long over the internet kind of meeting and got their feedback and revamped his questions and then put it on our website. And we put it live in March, and by May we had over 400 responses, around 400 responses, so that he was able to actually present some preliminary data in June at our annual meeting. So it was a really good response rate. I think it was it was good because it was a topic that our community was interested in but hadn't been looked at before. So that was one factor. But the other thing that we did was we made sure on social media that we were really pushing that, we want you to complete this, please, do that kind of thing. So that's been helpful, having little incentives to help people remember to go back to the website and complete those. And that's what we worry about. Are people going to go back and complete those? But so far, our muscle function survey, we have, I want to say like 900 responses. So, and just to give you an idea, we have 3,000 members in our registry. About 2,000 of those are in the U.S., 1,000 are in the rest of the world.
Thank you, Anne. So note that Anne said that step one to getting a survey completed is to rewrite the doctor's questions. Thank you, Anne.
With the patients.
Okay. Great. I'm a doctor. It's okay. I get it. Rewrite what I said. And we have a pro to do it now.
Jason Ruth from the Castleman Disease Collaborative Network. Andy, I wanted to ask you, you'd mentioned BAM files. So are you doing exome or genome sequencing on the germline of patients? And then if so, what are you doing with variants of unknown significance or other incidental findings? Are you returning these to patients? And are you doing this then under a research sequencing protocol or a CLIA-certified sequencing protocol?
Okay, so there's two parts to your question, and the most important part I'll answer first, which is at this point, we personally at Takeda don't have a policy of whether to return data or not. The FDA policy is that unless it's an FDA certified CLIA test, that data shouldn't be returned to the patients because it's unclear what to be made of that data. In particular, when you're talking about whole exome, whole genome sequencing data, both for variants that may have relevance based on literature, but a lot of variants that don't, it's a very difficult question to answer as to what is the value of returning that to the patient at this time. Now, that's been circumvented by some companies like Foundation Medicine by having a panel of mutations of known significance that are essentially, actionable mutations in cancer. And that's something that you can share with the patient and the clinician. In most cases, you really should provide a genetic counselor with any type of data like that you provide to someone so they can make the best use of it. Our targeted sequencing is predominantly what we do for oncology and in tumor samples, and that's done under CLIA conditions because we want the highest rigor of scientific validity for the work that we're generating. But sharing that with patients is a whole another area that really needs to be explored as to how best to do that for practical use. Does that answer your question?
Great. Thank you, Andy. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Okay.
I warned the panelists that I might bring this up in part of what the Alzheimer panel spoke about earlier, that in fact over 25 years of clinical trials and research in Alzheimer's hasn't led to a lot of success as far as a product on the market, but has led to tons and tons of data sets. And how do you guys think about the potential data that's out there and accessing it? Or is there a vision in which it all becomes useful, or is there a lot of junk out there?
I can't answer that, so I'm gonna.
So one of the things that we're doing with our data is giving it to Critical Path Initiative, which is a nonprofit, and this particular project is going to take data from a variety of sources, so maybe clinical trials, academic researchers, registries like ours, and hopefully create that disease progression model. So that's one use of that data that I think a group like that could potentially use it for.
I think the idea of aggregating data, clinical data in particular, from both failed and successful clinical trials is a step that needs to be taken. But the caution there is to make sure that you're working with good data that is appropriately understood, has been performed well. Otherwise, trying to draw conclusions from bad data is worse than not drawing conclusions at all. So you have to make sure that the clinical protocols were executed well. And in the case of genetic and genomic data that you're trying to aggregate, there's a big question about, especially over a decade or so of technology innovations and changes, that you appropriately curate and normalize all that data, in particular in the RNA transcriptional profiling field, where we've gone from Affymetrix gene chips to next-generation sequencing in a very short period of time. And we've built data repositories around that type of data, and it took a lot of work by my bioinformatics group to normalize that and curate it in a way that studies across a 5 or 7 year period could be compared to each other. So there's caveats that if you take care of them, it could be a rich data set.
Great. So I'm very impressed by the patient advocacy work and how that's really driving science. As a physician, I think that these clinical trials are being run, and I think that physicians across the United States are talking together and we're sharing data, and that we're talking to patients and we're talking to people who are creating data. And I don't think that's really the case until now. And I really think that patient advocacies have really pushed that forward. So I'd love to hear from the panelists how working with patient advocacy groups have affected clinical trial development and how this relationship differs than like 10 years ago.
I think, as I said earlier, and I just want to make this point again, is that working with patient advocacy groups and bringing the patient on as a partner in the clinical research is the most important thing, because it turns them from just being a test subject to someone who is involved in what's happening to them, is willing to commit to long-term studies that are really necessary to understand progression of disease and how to treat it over time. And I think that in and of itself is the biggest change right now. And I think the other big change working with patient advocacy groups is a growing understanding in the community that, the question here is, what is healthcare data and why should we care? Well, the first answer to what is healthcare data is it's your data. I mean, the patient should understand that they own their data, and that's theirs. And it can be used for the greater good. It can also be used for them, but it's theirs. And by having patient advocacy groups drive clinical research, drive innovative therapies, go to the FDA, and have them understand unmet patient needs and where the innovations are coming from is a big, important job that needs to be done.
Thank you, Andy. And so, Anne, I'd love to hear your perspective in terms of creating that community. And I think you have more direct touch with the patients and what this has mean to them, and the change you've seen in the patient community because of that.
I think that every patient has a story, and that it's important that we listen to it, and that we grow from that story. With Duchenne Connect, that data has been able to help companies plan their studies better. We can use our data in that way, but we can also have direct access to families and get their input on a variety of different things. Like I was talking about the GI researcher, the question set that he had, there wasn't anything inherently wrong with it. It was just the way some of the questions were asked. And some of the focus was the families knew that different things needed to be looked at from what he was recognizing. So I think families and patients have a huge voice to lend to this, that we can have a great impact. I think our families are very motivated and want to change the way things are going, and I think that it has changed a lot. In the Duchenne space, at our last conference this summer, we had over 25 companies there, which was amazing. For a rare disease, we were blown away, and it's very exciting for us to see that they're interested enough, first in Duchenne, and that they're interested enough to come to our advocacy connection kind of conference. This was amazing for us. So we're excited about this new trend.
Fantastic. And this partnership, it sounds like it's really developing. So I think the drug companies are getting used to it. Clinicians are getting used to being more connected with their patients. How do you think this will affect medicine in the next 10 years? How will it change?
That's a hard one. To say something. Well, a lot of times in medicine, it comes down to money. So that's what worries me is, and I was in clinical practice for over 15 years. In genetics, as a genetic counselor, in clinic, you just don't, there's no money in it. So that's what I worry about. You mentioned a genetic counselor is needed when you return those kind of results.
Sure.
But in clinical care, there's jobs now that aren't getting filled because they can't pay enough. And so pharmaceutical companies are attracting genetic counselors, but clinical practices aren't. So that's something that has to be addressed, I think, is how are we going to pay for this? Because it needs to be done, and it's important, but you have to fund it.
How to fund the critical communication with the patients, especially with all this data that's being collected, what it means. Andy, you alluded to what it means. We don't really know. We know more on some and less on others. How much do we give the patient? And then we keep going back and forth on how much we give the patient and how much that may freak them out too much. Is that? And
Well, I think that's going to be the next evolution here is to, in the past, let's use oncology for an example. If you went to, let's say, the TCGA genomic website for sequencing of a large number of different types of tumors, you got very limited patient information that went along with all that genetic data. By having these type of studies today that more involve the patient, that allow open access to data, that allow you to link clinical parameters to the biology that we're seeing in the patient, I think we're just going to do better drug research. It'll lead to more precision medicine approaches. It's one thing we really haven't mentioned yet, but the whole point here is that each patient, even if they have a specific subtype of disease, is still an individual instance of that disease. And understanding that and how to treat that, I think, is what's going to come out of the type of work that we're talking about today.
Thank you, Andy. And I think there's been a lot of talk about precision medicine, what it means, Obama's big announcement about precision medicine, us pushing money into it. From your perspective, what is precision medicine, and how do you see patients experiencing it in the next year or so? Are we too far away from that still?
Oh, no, I don't think we're too far away at all. I mean, already in oncology, particularly with targeted therapies, you characterize a patient for having that targeted mutation. You give them a drug that specifically inhibits that protein or that activity. In more complex diseases, it will be more difficult, but I think the concept of precision medicine is that each patient will be individually characterized, and that ultimately pharma companies will build a portfolio of drugs that can treat, let's say, the different subtypes of Crohn's disease or the different subtypes of breast cancer, and be able to really pinpoint that is the future. Now, 20 years ago when we were first discussing this with the FDA, people thought that was all going to boil down to, we'll sequence your genome, we'll see a bunch of mutations, and then we'll know what disease you're going to get and how to treat it. Disease is much more complicated than genotype, and you really focus on treating the phenotype. That is, what is that patient actually presenting as? So we have a long ways to go beyond simple genetics to understand how to treat a patient, and that involves more innovative technologies for characterizing patients at different levels, and that's where we have to go.
And the partnerships with the patient advocacy groups really help to push that through.
To get the patients to understand why that's important and why they should go through some of the things that they have to go through when they're already having a troubling time as it is. It's hard to ask people.
Sure. Anne, do you have any?
With Duchenne, I think it can be a good example of precision medicine, because right now there's a couple of drugs that are going before the FDA that are specific to the mutation. So very specific mutation therapy drugs. So that's the first step. It's not a cure. So those boys, while they'll do better, most likely, they're going to need more different therapies as well. So we'll have to tailor it to other things that are going on with them. So I think we're getting there, but we're not. First steps.
Fantastic. I'm going to open the floor to any other questions about. Oh, great! We have more questions about big data and healthcare. What to do with it, how to protect it, why you should care.
This may be an unfair question to the panel. I'm Donna Grogan from Clementia. We're focusing on here about how patient advocacy groups can really work with pharmaceutical industry partners to understand healthcare data and how to use it moving forward. Perhaps a big part of data set that we're not talking about are the data sets that basic science researchers have, and how can patient advocacy groups work with all the disparate groups that are as competitive as pharmaceutical companies, especially when they have data that was derived from patient samples, those kind of things. So how do you access that kind of data to really facilitate the mission of your organization?
That's a really good question. And that is happening in the Duchenne space. There are so many researchers that have their own data sets. And that's one of the things that we would like to tackle with the Critical Path Initiative that we're doing. We would like to get those data sets into the Critical Path Initiative so that we can get that basic research and help find out more information from this. They're little silos, and we need to actually share that information.
And Anne, what strategies have you found have been successful? Is it simply the value proposition of share your data, it's de-identified, and you're going to characterize Duchenne's and unlike never before? Or are there other strategies you're using?
For patients, I think most people want to give their data for a variety of reasons. For selfish reasons, but also for just to do good, right? For researchers, sometimes there has to be an incentive. And sometimes it's not up to them necessarily. Maybe it's their academic institution that imposes restrictions on their data sharing. So we have to look at different ways to approach those problems. And I don't have a lot of answers for that yet.
Andy, and I know that the Multiple Myeloma Research Foundation has been very successful at collaborating both with pharmaceutical companies and large academic centers. Do you have any insight on what strategies have worked there?
Well, I think one of the incentives for academic institutions to work with either MMRF or pharma companies is something that was said to me yesterday when I was at one of the local academic institutions, in that they have a lot of preclinical data. They have a great capability of analyzing data, both preclinical and clinical, but what they can't do is develop a drug, and that's what pharma companies do. So for many academic investigators, the drive is that they want to also make drugs and help people. And so collaborations between pharma and academics are actually fairly common. And the MMRF, as you said, has been instrumental. And this is another great thing about the MMRF in bringing together these different organizations, both to the same table to talk, but also to analyze data and share data. And I think the real driver here, once again, we have to get back to the idea that we're here to help patients, and academic investigators want to do that too. And that's part of the draw here, to come together.
Great. Do we have any other questions? We have a couple of questions, one right here and one right here, if we have the microphone.
Hi, Terry Clevenger with Continuum Health Communications. And I was interested in your point of view about the lack of genetic counselors out there, namely oncology, but in many other disease areas. Given that and the fact that there aren't that many academic programs for them, what is your thought process in terms of, as genetic sequencing becomes more available, how are they going to deal with this? And how are patients going to get that education?
That's a good question. I just came back from the National Society of Genetic Counselors meeting. That's one of the things that they talked about. Because right now there's about 3,000 in our national organization. So clearly it's probably not enough at this point. We need to ramp up the number of students that we educate every year, because you're right, there's very few training programs. But I think we also need to put education of genetics into like medical school, nursing training, and that's becoming more commonplace, but it still has a ways to go. I think that needs to get out there, and I think that patient advocacy groups like the one I work for can also provide genetic counseling services. We provide educational literature. I think that's another way to get the word out, but it's a problem. It's going to have many different ways of coming to it, I think, to solve it.
Thank you, Anne. We have another question right up here at the front. I think it's going to be a tricky question because he asked a tricky question before with big words. Now you're under pressure.
I am. I better step it up, yeah. So thinking about rights of access to data files from collaborations that come out of for-profit institutions, biotech or pharma, collaborating with patient advocacy organizations, or even patient advocacy organizations working with academic institutions, which often have IP interests that can be very aggressive. Do you think that it's reasonable for patient advocacy organizations to push for having rights to commercial development or some share of any sort of commercial development that comes out of any data sets that they produce?
Isn't that what the CF Foundation did?
They had also, I believe, funded some of the clinical trials early on for the drugs that Vertex eventually developed. So I'm wondering, just for kind of blue skies research, where you're just generating data in a space that might eventually be commercialized, do you think that patient advocacy organizations have a reasonable argument to make that if this is used for commercialization down the line, we should have some joint equity of any sort of commercialized products that come out of this, or if it's used to guide diagnostics or therapeutics, anything like that?
Well, that's a tough one. You know, our basic goal is to find a cure or a treatment for Duchenne. And yeah, it'd be great if we could fund our organization, but that's our basic goal. And so I think you have to kind of look at it each interaction step by step, and look at your organization's your goals and what you want to accomplish, and look at it that way. I don't know if there's an easy answer to that one. We haven't done anything like that, but I know, you know, some people do. But it's a tough road.
Because you could, is this on? Great. Because you could eventually see some sort of scenario where if you're partnering with someone and they don't want to develop it, but the rare disease organization wants to develop it, then I think it's important for the rare disease organization to be able to say, well, no, we negotiated early on to get those rights, so we can go to a different partner to develop this. Because you can potentially get stuck if you don't think these things through ahead of time and just presume everyone is going to be a good actor.
Sounds like Anne needs a good lawyer. And Andy, maybe you could reflect on what you have done, and maybe if you have tackled this problem specifically with the COMPASS study.
No, we have not tackled this problem specifically. I mean, it's a very, very difficult question that goes way beyond simple ideas on what's right or what's wrong here. In some cases, I think buying or having rights to development and royalties coming out of the work that's funded or supported, for some patient advocacy groups, may actually be not quite consistent with their mission statement and what they're trying to do. I mean, MMRF very specifically is, the goal is to cure multiple myeloma. Millennium Takeda has been working with them for the past 15 years specifically for that goal, and those kind of ideas, haven't really entered into the conversation with them. So it's not an easy, too complicated, I think, to give an easy answer to.
Great. So I think we're right about time. This has been a very engaging discussion. I want to thank Andy Dorner and Ann Lucas for their time, and also for your time in being here.
Thank you all for sharing and for accommodating a panelist who couldn't join us. I'm going to ask all of your indulgence while we take a few minutes for a tech interlude. We're really going to tempt the technology gods and try and conference someone in. So I promised the AV guys we'd give them a few minutes to try and make that happen, but we will start as soon as we can get them on the line. So stay tuned.
You're up? Great.
All right. This may actually have worked. I better not push my luck anymore today. I'd like to introduce Vicki DiBiaso from Sanofi and her partner in this partnership, Dr. Steve Edelman, who is on the phone. Steve, are you there?
Yes, and I'm also on with my partner as well as your partner, Sandy Bordet, and we're both with Taking Control of Your Diabetes. So we're both here to speak a little bit and answer any questions.
Great. I'm going to turn it over to Vicki.
So good afternoon, everybody. It's an absolute honor for us to be here to talk about this case study because it's one that we have a tremendous amount of pride in. Our partners, Dr. Edelman and Sandy on the phone, are calling in from sunny San Diego right now. You're missing a beautiful fall day here with lots of trees and color in our city, so it's a beautiful day on both coasts. So it gives us great honor to be here, and I want to take a moment to really thank the Mass Bio Council for selecting our submission and actually acknowledging the impact that it's having across. Oh, are you still there, Steve?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, good. So it sounded like somebody had dropped off the call. So really for acknowledging the partnership because it holds a lot of significance across all disease indications sitting within the Sanofi Genzyme portfolios. So a little bit of history. Actually, before I start, I'll introduce myself, I guess. So I'm Vicki DiBiaso, and I'm at Sanofi, and I'm in clinical operations. And I've had the pleasure of joining Sanofi a few years ago with the marriage of the two companies between Genzyme and Sanofi. And on the line, I'll pass it over to Dr. Edelman and Sandy, and you can introduce yourselves to the group.
Okay, well, I'm Sandra Bordet. I'm the co-founder and executive director at TCOAD, and I work very closely with Steve to run our not-for-profit organization.
Yes, Steve Edelman. I'm a professor of medicine at the University of California, San Diego, and I work at the Veteran Affairs Medical Center, where I'm at right now, seeing patients in a teaching setting. And the better half of my life is working with Taking Control of Your Diabetes. Sandy and I started the organization in 1995 with the thought of, gee, what a novel thought, taking the important messages about living a long and healthy life directly to the people most affected by people with diabetes and their family members. And that's also another important piece of the diabetes puzzle that's often overlooked is the family member. So we had an awesome experience working with Vicki and the other colleagues from Sanofi on this project that she'll tell you a little more about.
Thanks. So, and I also have to acknowledge, I stand here representing just one of a very large team of individuals at the company. So this partnership was born from colleagues in patient advocacy, obviously clinical development, which I represent, colleagues in discovery and research, as well as in our commercial side. So it really is a joint effort, and it's the entire company standing behind this. It's not just one department. So I've got some colleagues in the audience here, and I have to say thank you and acknowledge them as well. So as I was starting to say, the partnership was really born off of the historical activities that we had at Genzyme. And for those that are familiar with the rare disease world, everything that we do is done in partnership with the community. And so Genzyme really has had a long-standing legacy of embodying the voice, the insights, the emotional, the physical, and the psychological aspects of those living with the diseases under study and building the trials around them so that we could collectively bring medicines to market for those who really were needing it. And with the marriage of the two companies, what was really nice is that we found two very similar cultures at hand. We had within the Sanofi environment a very large and diverse portfolio, more directed towards chronic disease, but with a really strong passion to include patients in the perspective of everything that we did, starting from discovery all the way through to registration and beyond. And obviously, we carried the same passion from Genzyme. So what was really unique about this partnership and how it came to fruition is it wasn't a mandate from senior management that said, go forth and have collaborations and really bring the patient perspectives in. It was really an organic grassroots movement by all of us in the front lines, working day to day with the one sole mandate to bring forward the most meaningful treatments for people in a manner that allows them to be part of the process and to do it from the entire research continuum, again, from preclinical discovery all the way through to registration. And around the end of 2013, I had the pleasure of meeting Steve and Sandy, and I was introduced by our colleagues in patient advocacy because we set forth to say what works in a rare disease model surely can work in a chronic disease model. And so we were looking for a partner of very similar mind and with very similar goals, and it was self-evident from the beginning that taking control of your diabetes was exactly the type of partner that we needed to go for it with this really innovative approach. So it really turned out to be, surprisingly, at this stage, we thought, it's 2013, surely this can't be the first collaboration of this sort. And it turned out that it really has been. It really started with, like as I said, a unified vision and mutual perspectives around including the insights from people living with both type 1 and type 2 diabetes into the development and the research platform. But also looking at different age groups, different geographies. And we thought, well, how do we first start? Let's just look at protocols in the later stage. How do we simplify those designs? And so we established patient advisor committees through the great work of Steve and Sandy, who helped us really reach the community. And those individuals allowed us to really look at the protocol from the perspective of somebody living with diabetes who might have interest in participating in clinical research. And how would the implications behind the design, whether it's the complexity, whether it's the inclusion-exclusion criteria, whether it's how much medication they had, investigational medication they had to store between visits, how many visits do they have to make to the clinic, how did that really impact their lives and change or drive them to either be part of the process or prevent them from being part of the process. And what we were able to do were simplify studies and really start to build them around what the patients were looking for. The other interesting thing that's happened is that it's moved beyond that. And it's moved beyond it just through the natural energy and the, I guess, the learnings that have come from it. So we've also been able to work with TCOYD on things from preclinical. So before we even have an asset, to look at and understand from the patient community's perspective, what is it that if we were going to start to develop the next generation of medicines for tomorrow, that you need? How is it that maybe you want to administer that medication? How are you getting information about clinical trials? Where are you looking for it? What kind of information do you need? What's going to facilitate participation? And then obviously, additional things we've looked at such as technologies. So if in a clinical study we want to use a diary, an electronic one, is that applicable to all age groups? And what we found is no, not necessarily. So we've been able to adapt our clinical trial approach to meet the needs of the individuals. Next, so Steve and Sandy, I'm on slide 3. So Sanofi's goals. So really, as I've said, it was relatively self-evident. We really wanted to embody a two-way conversation, starting in discovery, as I said, patient insights around what's needed still within the medical community. What is it that we need to understand from a scientific approach? And what is it really that patients are looking for us to do and to help facilitate and move forward? And then as we go into early development, continuing that two-way collaboration, that two-way mutual discussion around the trials. And the biggest thing that we share in common, I think, with the community, and I think this resonates with everybody in the room, is that if we have on our hands something that can help improve the lives of somebody, then we have an obligation to make sure that we do it as fast as possible and as efficient as possible so that it becomes part of their daily reality. And that's what we've heard consistently from the patient advisors. We had one meeting where it was a general question just asking, well, how long does it usually take to get a medicine to market? And we shared some statistics, and they were absolutely appalled. They couldn't believe that it takes that long to get a medication into the market. And we stood there with the exact same conviction that you're right, it's taking too long. So help us come up with the solutions for tomorrow. Help us mobilize the diabetes community so that we can get it out there faster. And it goes beyond just diabetes. We're losing our slides here. Nope. My slides, there we go, they're back. I'm just seeing something different up front. Okay. And then into late stage clinical development. Obviously getting to that critical proof of concept is essential. We need to find out very quickly, very efficiently, do we have a potential medicine or not? And if we do, then we have to get it quickly into late stage development. And if we don't, then we have to move on and make very smart decisions. And this is where the input from the community has really driven a lot of our really quick decision making on how to design those trials, how to engage people, and how to make them part of the process for the development of treatments for tomorrow. You know, the other thing that's interesting that's come from it, and maybe Steve will be able to touch on it, is through these interactions, we've really gained an insight on what the public thinks about research and development. And I think we all know that it's not necessarily the most optimal, but through these conversations, we have had people say, gee, I never realized that a pharmaceutical company actually cared about me. And you know what? We do, because many of us are nurses, doctors, researchers. This is why we go to work every day. And when I walk through the halls of Genzyme Center in the morning over at 500 Kendall, that's what greets me in the morning. That's what keeps every single one of us in this company motivated. So because we have the pictures of the people who actually have worked with us, who are taking our medications on the walls, with quotes on how it's impacted their lives for the better. And so now having patient advisors sit with us to help move forward these programs, it further drives forward that mission, and it really makes it, you know, the embodiment of a theory into reality. So Steve and Sandy, I have it on your slide for TCOID's goals.
Yeah, let me go first because I may have to be pulled. But basically, you know, I mean, I appreciate your comments, Vicki. But without looking at the slide, I think the overall view is this. I mean, on a real superficial level, you mentioned some of the things. When you're designing a clinical trial, you want to pick a trial that's going to be amenable to people who would eventually volunteer for the study. You know, how many visits, is it appropriate to go off your insulin pump for 6 months for the study, to go off of their continuous glucose monitor, how long is the study, number of clinic visits, number of blood draws. That's kind of a superficial level. And I think that makes sense. You want to design a clinical trial that people are going to eventually volunteer for, but it goes way beyond that. First of all, you know, you mentioned the meeting we had on what are the real unmet needs in diabetes care, both type 1 and type 2. And I think Sanofi was smart enough to say, let's make sure that we have a group of type 2s and a group of type 1s and talk to them differently, because totally different animals. You know, type 1, you know, we're into technology and, you know, so many different things than type 2s, which is really lifestyle motivation. And so that's really important to find out, you know, what is it that people with diabetes need and want. And I think one of the examples is when we opened up a meeting saying, you know, what are your concerns about hypoglycemia? It was just huge. It was the first hour of our session. And, you know, that's such an important issue. And I think some of the things that drug companies design in terms of clinical trials and products, they don't really have in mind what's going to improve adherence. You know, we know adherence is a big deal in diabetes. If you can design a product and design an appropriate use for that product, get it past the FDA, and if it reaches an unmet need, then I think, you know, it'll be important for patient care and it'll be important for adherence. You know, the other big thing is this, that, you know, what you said, Vicki, yes, the public may vilify pharmaceutical companies, and they have kind of a skewed view of it. They'd rather go take, you know, some supplement that has no proven benefit. And so I think, getting the public perception of why pharmaceutical companies and device companies are developing products for people with diabetes, it's a win-win situation. And the last thing I'll say is that, and I'll let Sandy talk about some of her experiences observing patients, is that, we talk about the risk-benefit ratio of different products. And once a patient understands why a particular drug or device is being developed, and what's it going to do for them, and what are the real clinically relevant pros and cons and adverse reactions and side effects, I think that's where the rubber meets the road, and I think that's why they have open public hearing at the FDA. They want to hear from people who would eventually be recipients of these advancements, and let patients accept their own risk-benefit ratio, not some sort of unrealistic risk-benefit ratio. So I think the collaboration between Sanofi and TCOID is just what every drug company should have been doing for 20 years. What a novel thought. Talk to patients. And I think now it's kind of gratifying for Sandy and myself, starting the organization 21 years ago, that now patient activation, patient involvement, trying to shared medical decision-making is finally coming, to fruition. So kudos for Sanofi for really creating this type of relationship. And I do think it's going to help them in the long run.
Thanks, Steve.
Andy, would you like to jump in?
I was just waiting to see if it was my turn or
I was waiting for the huge applause, but go ahead.
Well, when Vicki first approached us, I think it was in late 2013, about this concept, we thought it was a terrific one, and we were all curious whether we would be able to find appropriate patients. We thought we would, because we've known for a long time that the more actively engaged in their diabetes people are, the more successful they're going to be. But it wasn't really until we started asking people if they'd like to be involved that we started to really gather the kind of enthusiasm that they had and have for this opportunity. People with diabetes want to have a voice. And once we gave them a platform for that, the enthusiasm that they brought to this whole process has been, I think, more than any of us ever thought that we would see from people with diabetes. They want to be engaged in the process. We know that having people adhere to their medications is a big problem, but for the activated patient, they adhere because they know why. And this whole process of bringing them to the table and asking for their opinions, I think is really a game changer for people with diabetes and perhaps all chronic diseases. So.
Hey, can I say one more quick thing, Sandy, if you're done?
I am.
I wanted to say one more thing that you reminded of. There are some folks at Sanofi, which shall remain unnamed, that had a total misperception of what patients' needs were, and it actually caused some issues that they thought that maybe the group of patients we picked were not your typical patients, and in fact they were totally typical, and they were so typical that individuals at Sanofi thought that that some of the things they were thinking about in terms of unmet needs were 5 years behind. And when you get to a large company like Sanofi, it seems like, at least from my perspective, it seems like you're always catching up instead of going 5 years ahead, so that by the time something does get approved by the FDA, that you actually are up to snuff with all the competitors. So I think that was an eye-opening experience also for people from Sanofi. So it's not just Sanofi; it's any company, and the larger the company, the more silos there are, and that they really need to listen to patients more versus the typical, step-by-step way they've learned how to get a particular drug or device approved. So with that, Vicki, thank you, Sandy, for your comments too.
I have just one more quick thing to say. For a long time, Steve's been saying he never met a person with diabetes who didn't want to live a long and healthy life. And there's this perception out in the world about what people with diabetes are like, who they are. And I think that some of the people in Sanofi were living within that sort of reality, which really isn't true. all people with diabetes want to live a long and healthy life. Give them an opportunity, and they'll rise to the occasion.
Right.
So.
And the advisors most certainly have. So we want to thank all of the advisors. They've been absolutely tremendous. And just in the interest of time, I'm just going to flip forward to the lessons learned, because one of the things that Steve touched on is we have learned a tremendous amount. We have taken the theory and the academia and been able to really augment it with reality. And so we have learned how to come forward and be really progressive in terms of what the patients are needing, and not making assumptions, which I know that many companies tend to do, is we'll sit and we'll assume that we know what's the best way to go forward, but quite honestly, the simple answers are right in front of us, and we just have to ask. And one of the really phenomenal things that one of the patient advisors said during one of the meetings, what else can I do? Please, I'm here, I want to do more. And so that's exactly what we've been able to do. So in terms of the lessons learned is that, something that was for a long time within the industry held as a belief that this type of a model is more apt to work in a rare or an oncology disease really isn't true. It can work in any environment. And we've been actually able to now roll this out. Every single study that we go towards, every single indication that we approach, we now take a step back and we make sure that we explore fully the way to bring patients' perspectives into it. Because of the things that we have learned from the Genzyme legacy activities, and then coming into the first time into a chronic illness with diabetes, that there's just a tremendous amount of information that the community has, and they really are just waiting for an opportunity to be part of the process. More importantly, as Steve touched on the industry, we cannot innovate alone. We cannot. And it is a must that all of us understand ways on how we drive this forward in our day-to-day business as we approach R&D. The patient and community, they really have embraced this. This is a true collaboration. And I'm getting the time sign here. And they can actually drive the innovation. So we've had some questions on how do we do something? How do we take a concept of a study and make it reality? And the patients were there to give us the insights. And I'll be honest, there have been meetings where we went in with a very preconceived notion and walked out with a complete 180-degree different perception. And the recommendations that the patients gave us, that was the right approach. Because what has happened, because people always say, well, this sounds great, but what actually has happened? So we have been able, based on the feedback of the patient advisors, the TCOYD, to simplify our protocol designs. We've looked at ways to move patient visits into the home, how to reduce the burden on the activities, make decisions on technologies. As Steve and Sandy said, there's differences between type 1 and type 2, and it's true. We did find out that the type 1 patients, they preferred a more technology-driven type trial, and we were able to move forward with some of those things. So in the interest of time, I'll just pass it back to Steve and Sandy. Do you have anything else that you want to add in terms of lessons learned?
You know what? I think I've said everything I'd like to say, and really appreciate the opportunity to speak to all you folks as well.
Thanks.
And I will say the same.
Great.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It has been and is just terrific.
Thanks. And I'll close and ask questions, but I just want to say that this collaboration is something that many of us, all of us in the company that have touched it and have been part of getting it moving forward, we couldn't be more proud of what it stands for, and we couldn't be more thankful to the people who give us their time so that we can do right by the community and design clinical studies and the treatments of tomorrow the way that they want us to. So any questions?
Hi there. My name is Amama. I'm an MD with Clarion Healthcare. I had a quick question about this very valuable partnership that you've just talked about. So one of the things with partnerships, as we all know, is that in order for them to be sustainable long term, they really need to be mutually beneficial to both parties, always. And I know that you guys have been involved in this very long term, which really shows your commitment. And what I'd like to understand a little bit in more detail is, now that you've been involved in this long term, can you talk a little bit about how successful this partnership has been, from your standpoint, how you actually measure that success, and what does success look like?
Sure.
Thank you.
So that's one thing I didn't mention. Again, so how do we measure success? Well, we measure success quantitatively and qualitatively. So quantitatively, I can say The morale of our teams has been something that we didn't anticipate that would take such a high jump. We come out of these patient advisor meetings with so much motivation. It's tremendous, and we can feel it mutually. And Steve, Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, but we can feel it from the advisors as well. From a more qualitative perspective, we have seen a reduction in our development timelines for the studies that have gone forth in this model. We have seen a reduction in the amendments. And in terms of timeline reduction, we've brought trials in as per plan, if not earlier. And if you look at the metrics within the industry, that's not the trend. So we're onto something here. The data quality has been excellent. We've been able to get foresights into where patients might have challenges, with data compliance or visit compliance or diary compliance, and we're able to anticipate that and prevent it. So those are just some of the examples. Steve and Sandy, from your perspective?
Are you there, Steve? Well, I'll just say real quickly that, we are a patient education organization. Through the years, we now have gotten into educating professionals how to take better care of their patients. And this just puts one feather in our cap, to be quite frank, that we have a great patient reach. We have a database of 100,000 people around the country, and our largest database of any city is in San Diego, because that's where we are based. And to create an environment where we can create a relationship between pharmaceutical, patient pharmaceutical is just another thing that we could put on our resume that we are doing, other than just direct to patient education. And TCOID does receive a grant for our time and effort, and anything we can do to help raise funds that can subsidize our large patient education programs, where we offer it free to people and support patient education, then that's a win-win as well.
And I would just say that, as an organization, we are driven by our mission to improve the lives of people with diabetes in whatever form that takes. And the involvement of the people from our patients, our people, our participants, their involvement in this has just enhanced and enriched their own lives. They all, 100% of the people who have participated to date, are ever so enthusiastic about participating more. Anytime there's an opportunity, they are totally willing to give their time because they find it so beneficial to themselves. So that's what drives us, is to improve the lives of people with diabetes, and this is another opportunity to do that.
I think we have time for one more question. No? Great. Well, thank you, everybody, for the chance to present our case study today. As I said, we're very proud of it. If there's any questions, feel free to come up to me afterwards. Sandy, Steve, thank you so much for everything that you've done to make this a reality, and we continue to innovate. And I'm sure that, if we came back next year, we'd say, well, this is the next barrier that we broke through, and this is the next thing that we were able to achieve. So thank you, and I look forward to the future. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicki. It takes a very special, talented person to moderate a session with someone only on the phone in the heavens. So thank you very much for helping us coordinate that. We have another quick break. We will see you back here at 2:15 for our grand finale, a panel on expanded access, and our closing keynote with the Ice Bucket Challenge team. So grab your last coffees, and we'll see you back here at 2:15.
So should we go in order? Where would you like me to sit? Yeah, you're right. If I put this here, will somebody remind me? I don't know. She's for everybody. It doesn't matter.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your prompt return. I am going to turn the microphone over to Jamie Ring, a longtime friend of MassBio and a true patient advocacy leader with a new company. And so welcome Jamie as head of patient advocacy at Spark Therapeutics. And she'll introduce the rest of the panel on navigating expanded access.
Great, thanks, Sarah. So very happy to be up here with this phenomenal group of expanded access experts to talk about what I think is a fairly challenging and complex topic, but one that I think in the advocacy world is of the utmost importance. I've been working in the advocacy field within industry for the duration of my career, and I can honestly say I think some of the most challenging and emotional conversations that I've ever had with families is rooted in this particular topic. And I think access overall is something that is very meaningful and critical. Obviously, it's what it's all about, right? We don't want to work to develop products and then not be able to actually get them to the people who need them. But how that happens and the process that that we go through to do that is often has lots of twists and turns. And I think a lot of times families find themselves at the center of some of those challenging pathways. So we're up here today to sort of shed a little light on the expanded access process here in the United States and to hear from both the industry side and the nonprofit side. So we have Derek Gavin here representing NORD, and then very importantly, the agency side. So we have Dr. Rich Mashiski, who is a very well known, I think, in Boston, but was a long time person within drug development at Genzyme, and fairly recently, moved down to FDA. So has a very unique hat that he wears. So I'm going to allow people to introduce themselves, and we actually thought just to set some context, given the diversity of the audience, Rich is actually going to spend a few minutes just sort of describing the expanded access landscape here in the United States, just to kind of get us going. So Derek, do you want to start with a self-introduction?
Sure, thank you. Derek Gavin with NORD. I'm the Director of Development. Been with the organization professionally for 3 years. That's my official role. My unofficial role is I'm a parent advocate. I had a child with a rare disease. He passed away 14 years ago, and it was called metachromatic leukodystrophy. So I sit in this chair having a unique perspective on this specific conversation. Unfortunately for us, we didn't have the conundrum, the option to have expanded access because there's no therapy in his disease state.
Hi, I'm Dan McIntyre. I'm with Biogen. I'm here because I've been involved in a number of expanded access or compassionate use programs for the company. And before that, actually, I worked for 5 companies that won the NORD's Award for Development of Rare Diseases over the years. And so it's something that is a professional interest and personal passion.
I'm Rich Mashiski. I'm Deputy Center Director for the Center for Drugs at FDA. I joined FDA 2.5 years ago, but before I came there, I spent 21 years at Genzyme, and most of that time as the Chief Medical Officer. So I've been on two sides of this discussion. I've been on the side where we had to weigh, from a sponsor point of view, requests for compassionate use, and I've been now on the regulatory side as well, where I've been helping to marshal our thoughts at the FDA level around this really, I think, vexing issue for patients and for sponsors.
And Kevin, very exciting conference for me because we're one of the new kids on block. So Baxalta, which just recently spun out of Baxter. So moved from Chicago here to Boston to set up our innovation center. So very, very happy to be here. But it's also been a great conference for me because we've talked about many of the topics that I'm involved in. So my background is health economics and pricing and reimbursement. So definitely the value conversation that we had earlier. But one of the unique things about Baxalta, and one of the things that really attracted me to the company, is that we also added advocacy into our patient access group and did change the name from kind of traditional market access to patient access very intentionally, and really changing the focus and what we're calling the Baxalta Spark. So really trying to put the patient at the center of everything that we're doing, including pricing, reimbursement, health economics, which is a little unique.
All right, thanks everyone. So Rich, why don't you go ahead and just give us a brief overview. I know you could spend hours on this topic, but walk us through, because again, we have patients, patient groups, people in industry, members of the general public. So just walk us through what is expanded access, and from the agency perspective, what is the process?
My pleasure. So, you know, this is clearly a major topic that's been spotlighted by social media and made maybe really a hot button for everybody today, and particularly also at the agency. So it's of major interest to us there. You know, I don't think it's surprising that it reflects the desire of very desperate patients to access drugs that are still in development and unapproved, because they often get exposed to glowing press releases from companies that make early results sound pretty darn good and exciting. They hear media that reports from scientific meetings, also glowing reports of coming wonders of modern science, and they're desperate, and they're very much looking for access to these before we really know the risks and the benefits. And this leads us into this really intense tension between the needs of that one patient and the needs of our society and of all patients to get to the very best access, that is, approval of a drug in which you actually know what benefits it can give you and what risks are inherent in its use. So Genzyme, only here, and don't say anything to anybody. So FDA is generally very supportive of expanded access ever since the 1970s. And so in 2009, we put together a guidance that outlines the different pathways for expanded access. And this includes directions for the individual IND for a single patient to get expanded access, for what we call intermediate size expanded access, which is kind of in the numbers under 100, and then for the treatment protocol, which is for larger populations and is usually put into place only after phase 3 trials before a drug is approved, so we know it's in a good place for a much larger group of patients who are desperate for its use. So our approach has always been that if an approved drug is available for a patient, that is the preferred way to go, because we actually know what it can do for that patient. If there is no approved drug available, then the next best option is clinical trials, because clinical trials and the participation of that patient in a clinical trial, because that gives us the information to really tell us whether that drug is of benefit and what its risks will be. And then an approval becomes the greatest and best way to give that drug the largest access possible. So in terms of what we do when we look at an expanded access, it's we're going to look at serious or life-threatening and almost immediately life-threatening disease as the first criterion in evaluating an expanded access. And we need to be sure that the potential benefits that that drug might bring, based on whatever information we have, justify the risks to that patient, if at all possible. And finally, we do want to make sure that it doesn't compromise the development program. So in terms of the individual IND process, I'll just, I put down a few notes so I could get through this in a quick amount of time. It does take a village. So it starts with a physician who's willing to actually undertake the responsibility and underline the statement that he believes that the risk of taking an unapproved drug in this situation is justified. Then the sponsor is the next in line, and the sponsor must really decide whether they want to provide that drug, and there are many legitimate reasons why they might not, but there are good reasons why they might. And then they allow a cross-reference to their IND. Then the third is the IRB, which is separate from the FDA. Not everybody understands that, but it is separate from the FDA. And so they do have to pass human protection rights laws through getting an IRB approval. And then finally, you get to the FDA. Now, we think the FDA process has been burdensome, no question about it. And so we've come up with a new short form for the physician that should take only about 45 minutes to actually fill out. So with that form, together with a letter from the sponsor, which cross-references the IND and says they're willing to present it or give the drug, along with a certificate from the IRB and a statement of qualifications for the doctor that kind of also gives the clinical history and the treatment plan, that's the application process. So what's FDA's track record here? Well, we get about 1,000 applications a year, and out of those, we approve 99.4%. So yes, we're a sieve. We're very supportive of expanded access. Now, we've also heard that a lot of companies fear giving access because they think that an adverse event might cause a clinical hold or a problem with their development program. So we recently did a 10-year retrospective review of over 10,000 INDs during that period of time. And to cut a long story short, we found that out of 1,033 unique INDs that could be referenced during that period of time, only 2 went on partial clinical hold because of a death that occurred in an expanded access. And in both situations, it was resolved within 2 months and the product could move forward. So I think we're going to have to put that maybe urban myth into some kind of additional perspective. So for those who are really curious and need more information, I would refer you to our office called OCA at FDA, which is happy to provide a lot more information. There's a website, Patient Networks, at fda.hhs.gov, and I can give you all a phone number if you're interested later. In the end, it's a conversation where there's a real need for balanced thought, where we really need to think as a society about the needs of some few versus the needs of the many and the tension that that naturally will create. And ultimately, we do hope to get to a drug approval, the best access of all.
Great. Thanks for that. Very helpful. So a question around the industry side from Kevin, your perspective, and Dan, your perspective. How do your companies approach expanded access? Tell us a little bit about how you may handle requests that come in and just the overall philosophy to navigating through expanded access.
Sure, I guess I can start with that. So there's really 2 broad approaches. More formal programs where it's usually a clinician who's requesting, kind of like the individual IND, or there's Rule 648 in Italy or ATUs in France. That is a little bit more difficult for us because you're talking about a hypothetical patient, a hypothetical situation, and it's access to a broader potential number of patients outside of having a formal approval. So from a pharmaceutical manufacturer perspective, just need to be very careful that we're not supporting promoting off-label use and kind of using that as a vehicle to promote that. The other potential attitude then is more compassionate use, which is typically we have a product that we're currently, it's available in the United States, but not available internationally. So we're getting some requests for compassionate use for acquired hemophilia A. Which is a situation where a patient is literally bleeding out, and if they don't get the product, that they'll die. And of course, in that situation, it's much easier to galvanize the company, put someone on a plane and get the product to the individual, both from the institution, the government, and the manufacturer perspective.
Dan?
So I'll answer the second part of your question, because we faced, just for context, Biogen has really been thinking about expanded access in the context of pre-approval experimental compounds. And we faced it in a fairly significant way back in 2012 with a compound we were researching for ALS. We were in the middle of a large phase 3 trial, 950 patients, and we were anticipating, obviously hoping for a positive outcome, and looking at a gap between the closing of the phase 3 trials and ultimate regulatory approval in both the US and Europe. So we decided that we were going to look at it in a rigorous approach, and we developed a process and principles that we've used as a frame of reference for everything that's come since then. And so I'll take a little bit more of a philosophical approach to it. We really, our overarching goal was to develop something that reflected the shared values of the company and society at large. And really the way we distilled that was the attempt to achieve the greatest yield of good outcomes for the largest number of people in the shortest possible time. And in that case, Rich, it's exactly what the FDA had felt. But we also recognized that in this context, telling people with ALS to wait for us to get our NDA together and to get it through even an accelerated review is probably not reflective of our values. So we put together a process. One thing we concluded very early on in the game is that when you've seen one expanded access program, you've seen one expanded access program. And there is no right answer. These are impossible choices. There are just tragic realities. So we felt that putting together a process that was transparent, resistant to abuse, and at least clear to people would serve us well. And we wound up with developing 4 principles that we use even today as we think about it. The first is to listen to the voices of those affected. And the first voice we listened to was actually FDA. We had a series of meetings to find out, basically to confirm what Rich said. We actually found that to be true, that our concern over spurious adverse events was something we were able to set aside very quickly. And then we developed, we started looking at other questions. If, how, and when to conduct something. We talked to a number of patient groups who represent the interests of people with ALS, and to find out their points of view. And it's an iterative process. The buy-in was a series of asking questions, finding out what was important, what mattered and what patient groups were worried about, and then starting to develop ideas that we explored informally. And we did this over about a 9-month period. The second was to make sure that we had good faith criteria for conducting any kind of a program. This is less difficult if you're doing an organized one, much more difficult if you're responding to requests through, say, social media. But to at least have our principles there was to make sure that we relied on the most recent and complete data that were available, that we informed our decision by advice of experts and patients, and that we limited inclusion criteria to clinically relevant factors. The third was ethical behavior in allocating a tragically scarce resource. We were very much concerned about not so much the right way to do it, because there isn't a right way, but the many wrong ways. Social influence, access to information, political clout, any number of things, financial wherewithal that we would reject as being morally inferior, and we declared that up front. And we basically, and of course, in theory, that's a very easy thing to agree with. But when my spouse or my parent or my child has a condition, it becomes much more difficult to exercise in the breach. So it's important to have that as established. And then the last one was transparency. We committed to the patient groups that we would provide as much information as we could, as soon as we could. The second thing we promised was that we would not speculate. We avoided thinking out loud, and that we would empower them to communicate to their constituents without having us end run them. This actually became extremely important because, for those of you who are familiar with this, the dexpramipexole trial was the most spectacular failure in a phase 3 trial I'd ever seen, short of killing people. The trend lines for degradation of physical ability overlapped in the placebo and the control group. So when we felt the most important thing was to make sure that patients knew that we weren't making a financial decision. This isn't something that missed the end point by just a little bit, but that this was a medical decision, and that it was in nobody's interest to continue taking it or to line up to be put on Dex. And we actually conducted a series of webcasts for every patient who was in the trial, every family member, and we did it collaboratively with the principal investigators in the US and Europe and with the patient groups. Long answer to a short question.
Complex question, though. Thanks for that. So it's actually a good segue, I think, to Derek's point of view representing NORD. So certainly, I think the rare disease community has specific nuances when it comes to expanded access. And I think sponsors in the rare disease space have there are other considerations that affect EAP access, things like just trying to have enough patients to conduct your trials, et cetera. But I know NORD has certainly been a key influencer, I think, in education of other patient groups and also influencing certain policy decisions. So can you comment just a little bit about NORD's point of view on expanded access as it pertains to rare disease drug development and some of the work that NORD has done to date in this area?
Sure. I mean, the points you just made are very, very relevant. The patient populations are so small, which brings a new dynamic to it. In addition to that, the patient population, a lot of these diseases are so catastrophic, and the clock is literally ticking. So the patients tend to be a little more risky in their decision making. But NORD's position from a policy perspective largely follows what Jim was saying a few minutes ago. I know that we've conducted several policy briefs on Capitol Hill between the Senate and the House in support of really all the stakeholders using a common sense approach. We understand the risks and the desires, if you will, from a patient perspective, but there's a reason why the FDA is over here, and there's a reason why we have laws protecting patients. It's for the greater good.
And so I really appreciate having FDA represented, industry represented, and nonprofit. We don't have a treating physician represented on the panel, so I might direct this question either to you, Derek, or you, Rich. But what role? So we know that you need to have a physician willing to prescribe the drug and take on the the IND process. But what role do you feel like a physician plays in navigating expanded access, particularly around expectation setting, as a patient may come in, ask about access? The physician really is that first point of contact. And so whether it pans out or doesn't pan out, can you just describe a little bit the role that, our treating physicians might play here?
So I do think that it's complex for that physician who I'm sure wants to try to find something to help that patient. But at the same time, I think you hit the nail on the head around expectations. You have to understand we don't know whether the drug works. I think the physician has to make that very clear. We don't know what risks it brings to the table at the time, usually when expanded access is available, particularly at the individual IND place. So I do think both those things need to be clear because many patients, and I think a survey was done of this, overestimate by a long shot what that drug can do for them. I mean, we have to remember that most of the drugs that are in phase 1, 2, only about 10% will ever make it to approval because they're safe and effective. So it's pretty long odds that they're going to get benefit from going into expanded access. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but I think that kind of an expectation really needs to be made clear.
I echo that. I mean, I think the key point, as you mentioned, is it's all expectation setting, whether it comes from an HCP or whether it comes from an advocacy organization that's trying to help educate the patients on the trial and what have you. So it's all expectation setting.
Thanks.
If I may, I just want to make a comment. I didn't mean to exclude industry in my last comment, or my previous comment. NORD also recognizes the role that industry plays and how important it is to them as well. So
You treat us well.
it's my job, literally.
And I should mention, just in case people don't know, so Pam Gavin from NORD was actually planning to be here, and just within the last couple of hours had some difficulty with the commute up. And so Derek very graciously is sitting up here on very, very little notice. So very committed, Derek. Thank you.
And by the way, she's my much, much older sister.
Who's going to disown you now. So for Kevin and Dan, one of the things that we know is important around expectation setting is transparent communications with the patient community and physicians. Can you talk a little bit about your company's philosophy on communicating about expanded access? For instance, there is a movement for more and more companies to have information available on their publicly viewed websites about, how to contact the company about it or what their position is. Again, not an easy thing, as we talked about, because each case really deserves its own lens for the company to view it through. But can you comment a little bit about how you communicate with stakeholders about your policies?
You want me to start? I'll go first. Sure. Yeah, it is actually a really good question, and Little Orphan Honesty. We are developing an explicit statement for our website that is not up yet. We're hoping to have it up this week, but we've been working on it for some time. The hesitation, I guess, is probably the curse of knowledge. We know so much about this. We know very little, like most people, but we know enough from having gone through this a couple of times that we're highly sensitive to providing misleading statements and things of that sort. So trying to get exquisite language together in a large organization is no small task. Give you just an example. As a principle, it would probably make perfect sense that that in order to start an expanded access program, there should be sufficient evidence of a safety and efficacy balance. But sounds reasonable, but if you start to explore that, the words actually get in the way, because those things will vary radically based on the context the patient groups, the individual patients. And when you start to make these statements, it starts to feel like you're playing God. But having said that, it's important to do it. And I think that's why, a communitarian philosophy of how you go about it, a process that it's at least not unjust, something that's consistent with principles of justice, is absolutely critical. Where we've spent most of our effort, and in fact we have a number of people here today, is that we are extremely active in working with patient advocates at the outset. Obviously we can't talk to individual patients. We couldn't, even if we were allowed to do that. Very sensitive to that. I'm sitting next to my regulator.
Good answer.
But at the same time, as we get into, for orphan diseases, that can be manageable. But we're even finding the seams in our seamless organization are starting to show, just from the volume of work involved.
In brutal honesty, also, when we started having preparation for this workshop, went back and looked at our website to see if we do have a policy. And unfortunately, we don't. And I think that the situation is we often have very much internal conversations. So we're planning for contingency type situations, but have very little external communication until the event actually happens. And once we get the request, we're prepared to respond to it, but we're not proactively really communicating any type of policy around expanded access.
So if I could comment, because we've often been pulled into the center of this discussion, and public often misunderstands the role of the FDA in expanded access. It really, the decision maker in all of this is the sponsor, and we every time I'm asked by my industry colleagues what they should do in this, I always say the first thing is have a policy. Think about it. If you're going into patients, into the clinic, you should be thinking about what your policy is going to be. You should be thinking about what your manufacturing process is in comparison to the amount of supply that you can provide. If in fact you get good results, what are you going to do? What are you going to say? Now, at this point in time, I think the 21st Century Cures Act, working its way through Congress, has a section on expanded access. And one of the major provisions in that is that it would require manufacturers to have a policy and to publicly make it available. At FDA, one of the things we've thought about that could we do to make this whole process better, because what we heard from patients and what you may be hearing from your patients that you're working with in your advocacy organizations is how frustrating it is. They don't know where to start. And their physicians often don't know where to start. They don't know who to call. They don't know what is possible. And they often call us in frustration, and we do try to help guide them through our OCA group. But what we've now thought of is to create what we call the navigator. So it would be a central clearinghouse for every company's sponsors, for every sponsor who goes into the clinic. And when you file your IND, we're going to ask, what's your policy? So that we can make sure it gets into a central database, and patients will not only have access to that policy, but then, and their physicians, but they'll also have access to who to contact at the sponsor and what their process is, so that they don't feel so lost in this effort.
That's great. Derek, a question for you is, and I know from my experience with this topic, particularly when I was at Genzyme, the role of the advocacy group in that particular disease condition that was, the topic at hand was critical, and making sure that they understood where the company was coming from and had just insight into that decision making was really just of critical importance in how everything ultimately played out, frankly. So from your perspective at NORD, I mean, are you taking steps to try to help support advocacy groups us in better understanding the challenges associated with expanded access, and I guess in general, how can we all sort of work together to make sure that there are partners? Because I think what happens is someone's always to blame, and it's usually either tends to end up being FDA, when really, as you said, Rich, it's the sponsor who ultimately says we'll help write that letter of support or we won't. So this is where I think things get really complicated and muddled, and when there's emotion involved and things are time sensitive, things get out of hand really quickly. And we've seen, I think, the unfortunate consequences of not having a clear process in place. One of the keynotes last year at this event was actually the former CEO of Chimerix, and we were all really blown away by hearing his perspective on how that all played out. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but certainly from the advocacy point of view, how can we all do better to avoid things escalating to that point?
Absolutely. I live on the spot, by the way, so it's okay. Excuse me. It's truly, there's, and certainly in rare diseases, there's so many reasons why we talk about multi-stakeholder collaboration and partnerships, and this is another example as to how that mindset and methodology comes into play. We feel that NORD, certainly as an organization, can play a very important role and has in helping to educate and create awareness, as evidenced by our summit we just had last week. We had a rather large FDA-tracked component and discussion around clinical trials and expanded access. So, we as an advocacy organization can support our members and patients through our efforts of education and awareness and outreach. But I think it's a real collaboration between all the stakeholders, the FDA, industry, and the patient groups and patient advocates to work together.
Right. And Dan, you had touched on this when you gave the ALS example, but maybe Kevin, for you, what does your work and outreach to advocacy groups look like around this topic? Are they, sort of familiar with how you approach it? Is it a proactive conversation you have, or do you tend to keep these discussions specifically to the case at hand?
Well, we're very open to having the conversation. It's not something that has recently really come up, but we're also in a transition as a company, because historically we were a hemophilia company where there are many products available on the market, and there just wasn't a need for expanded access. But now we're becoming an oncology company and going into other bleeding disorders. It's becoming something that's more relevant to us.
So I think we're almost at the point of taking questions from the audience, but are there any final remarks that the panel would like to make, or anything we didn't get to that we wanted to?
Did you want to ask me about right to try laws?
I did want to ask you about right to try laws, Rich. Rich, can I ask you about right to try laws?
Well, FDA has no position on right to try laws. But, and of course, everything I say up here is my own opinion and not that of the FDA. But in right to try, I think people have to carefully consider whether or not they might provide false hope, because the courts have been pretty clear on this, that federal law preempts state law when it comes to issues around access to pharmaceutical agents. So, whether sponsors are willing to test the case where federal law might be in play, I think is going to be an interesting situation. And in the end, as I said, we want to try to make sure that FDA oversees this in an important role without being a barrier. And we're working hard on that aspect. And I'm not sure what right to try laws then necessarily change, because in the end, it's the sponsor who has the hardest decision.
And that's actually what I would say. My final thought really is that as a sponsor, the buck stops here. I mean, Rich was right. The FDA is supportive, but they're not going to tell us what to do as much as we would like that, because it would prevent us from having to do that. We have explored the notion of having expert panels and things of that sort, and we do that, but only to give us guidance. Ultimately, we feel that we have to be accountable for what we do and what we don't do, and for explaining the reasons why.
Well, thank you so much for your candid responses. I know, I mean, again, it's a challenging topic, and I really just want to say thanks for, being courageous and being up here to take, questions from the audience, because again, this is one of the more ethically challenging topics that I think we all deal with from the industry point of view. So questions from the audience or comments?
Are we in Boston? Nobody's saying that?
Cambridge, even.
Cambridge. There's a brave soul in the back over there.
Hello, my name is Patrick Lacey. I'm a patient advocate. One of the things that from the Navigating Expanded Access universe is you usually find these patients that come for this have endured an awful lot of treatment. They know what informed consent is. So they're not a patient coming off the street and traipsing past a number of known curative options. So usually when they come to this point, they're with that, as it's called, false hope, which is that same false hope that allowed them to enroll in the phase 1 trial and the phase 2 trial. And they live in universes where every treatment option is an off-label use, because the disease they have doesn't have any labeled use. So they've navigated many times for a number of years a universe where there is not a known curative therapy. They live in off-label worlds, phase 1 worlds. So I'd imagine for the most part, the patients that come to the FDA that receive 99.4% access are those types of patients. And those are the kinds of patients that usually are looking for hope, but are also have realistic expectations. So I guess my question comes to the point of, when dealing with that patient population, knowing that AEs are not an obstacle, does it all come down to cost and drug supply when you have an ongoing clinical trial? From the sponsor perspective, where you have X number of patients supposed to enroll over an X period of time, is this based on just not having enough drug supply? Is it a cost issue? Because if AEs are not involved, and if that's not going to impact long-term approval, I'm curious if you could share with me the biggest obstacle is from the sponsor side of things.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, looking at the reimbursement world, it's actually sometimes advantageous. Obviously, we're doing compassionate use and expanded access for the patient, but it does often allow us to set a higher price prior to launching our product, and then be able to negotiate down from that when we actually go to formal submission for pricing reimbursement.
Yeah, actually, you touched on many of the issues, and the answer to the question is yes. All of those factors come into play, and the decisions will be informed by, to some degree, the nature of the condition. Example, again, dexpramipexole, because we really did it. About very early in the phase 3 trial, we made a decision that we were going to do an expanded access program if the trigger point was if we were confident that the drug was approvable, and we would initiate it as quickly as we could. We tried to set up criteria for physicians to use it, those in the trials, those who would be most familiar with its use, most sensitive to adverse events. There are things like that come into play, because even though the risk tolerance might be very high, most of these drugs are very difficult, or they're not. Let's put it this way: they're not trivial to administer, and there are known side effects through the trials that have to be accommodated. The other was that we, in this case, there are 100,000 ALS patients in the world today, roughly. And we were trying to figure out how much we could and should provide. And what surprised us, we were looking at, we invested about $50 million to manufacture a supply just for expanded access, and because we knew we wouldn't have time to do it if we waited until the 11th hour. Then we started, and simultaneously we started talking with the patient groups to find out what was the right number. We started with a guesstimate that the appropriate exposure would be 10 times the exposure in the clinical trial, which is about 5,000 or 5% of the world population. We expected to be pilloried for that. And contrary to that, the patient groups thought that that might be too many, because their most serious concern was exposing the compound to spurious adverse events. So there is no right number for it. There is no right approach. But having the conversations and learning what was important to those affected was critical. As it turns out, we knew no matter what happened when we pulled we closed the trial. I even have trouble talking about it now, because what we found was that everybody in the trial shared two things. One is that everybody thought he or she was on the active ingredient, and everybody thought it was working. And I have a friend, he's still alive now, who was in the trial and who was optimistic. I got to know people who were thinking about getting back to work, and they were actually rebuilding their dreams based on this compound. And as Rich said, the guilt and anguish that we felt at what turned out to be false hope that had been raised. Again, we still deal with it today, 3 years later.
I don't think you should trivialize cost and manufacturing. From our point of view, we see small companies who barely raise enough money to make enough drug to just do their clinical trial. And they're truly trying to serve an unmet medical need. But to expand beyond that is pretty tough, I think. Chimerix is an interesting point of view, because my understanding is they had an expanded access program for 300 patients, and Josh Hardy was number 301. And and yet, so despite making their drug available to 300 patients, they still got pilloried.
Yeah, and I think, just to add my 2 cents, I think the other challenge when the sponsor is making the decision is, so there's always the first person that comes into, your view of wanting to have this access. And it's a very challenging decision to say, okay, this meets the criteria, we can support this, but we can't really support more than this. And I think there is this underlying fear, which is where, that relationship with the advocacy community can come into play and actually help with this decision making of, how many more might there be? Because, there are cases where you can create an expanded access trial and meet, global unmet need for a period of time. And there are other cases that for cost and manufacturing and everything else, you have a very small window that you can sort of let people in. And so where do you draw that line? And I think there is this underlying fear, that goes into this decision making that, it's sort of all or nothing. And we're sometimes afraid to sort of let one or two people in because you don't know if that's going to open up a floodgate, and then you can't meet that. So I think it's also understanding, what does that unmet need look like out there?
And fairness. So if you only have enough drug to treat 20 patients and there are 1,000 that need to be treated, who gets to be the 20? The ones who shout the loudest and have the best access to social media? The ones who are rich and live in urban environments where they can get the most experienced doctors to work for them and get that access? So I do think social fairness kind of enters into this discussion and this equation too in a very tough kind of way.
that is sobering and requires a lot of thought. So I come back to companies being very careful to think about this. From the very get-go, think about what you're going to do, think about what you're going to manufacture, and I would even say, think about what you say when you write those glowing, beautiful press releases that are aimed at your investors, but are read by patients.
Great advice.
Hi. Yeah, Dan, to follow up on what you were saying about the ALS example, I think you had a drug that clearly didn't work, which made it easier to communicate then to patients why you weren't offering expanded access. What do you do in the situation where you don't have an approvable drug, but you may have a subset of patients for whom it works, and those people truly believe that they need it, and you've got this ethical conundrum of you're not going to continue development, you're not going to have unlimited supply. What do you how do you navigate through that specific issue?
Sure. We actually looked for subgroups that might benefit. We looked at, I believe it was 49 separate cuts of the data, and nobody benefited. In fact, there was an arm of the study. There's one drug available, doesn't work very well. It's called riluzole, that in the clinical trials that led to approval appeared to extend survival by about 4 months. And in the riluzole arm, that actually was replicated. But we actually were looking for those subgroups. The perhaps unsatisfying answer to the question, though, is that, as I said at the outset, the facts and circumstances are real confounding factors, and when you've seen one, you've seen one. I can't answer the question: what would a company do if it found a subset of patients that benefited to some significant degree, but there's no market for it, and it becomes a financial decision. I'd like to think that we would never get to that, and I think based on the ultra-orphan drug environment, you'd probably go to limit access to that group and go to approval as fast as you could. Mm-hmm. That's hypothetical, so it's an easy answer.
There's so many different hypothetical twists to this conversation that you could talk about the possibilities for hours.
My motto is anything is possible if you don't know what you're talking about.
So I might insert one other thought here, and that's about expanded access isn't always just the road forward, right? Because sometimes FDA has stepped in and worked with the sponsor, as they did with Chimerix, to actually create clinical trials that we can learn something from that expand the access, and not necessarily just through a humanitarian means, but actually get more patients to get drug, and we still learn. We still gain societal benefit, too.
Last chance for questions.
Well, I guess just a closing comment. There are other ways also to accelerate getting access to products, as far as coverage with evidence development and adapted reimbursement and those type of concepts that also are relevant to this conversation.
Great. Okay. Well, thanks very much to the panelists, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Jamie and gentlemen, for sharing your expertise. Certainly a tricky topic, but we are lucky to have thoughtful and compassionate leaders like all of these guys out there having the conversation and really sort of digging into the issue. I have one last introduction to make. I would like to welcome up Rob Goldstein, Vice President of Marketing, Communications, and Development at ALS Therapy Development Institute. That is a nonprofit biotech working on a cure for ALS. And Rob will introduce our closing keynote speakers.
Thanks, Sarah. The first thing I want to do, I hope you guys can hear me, just join me in thanking Sarah and MassBio for an incredible event. Her and her team put together a great set of panels. I know there's going to be a lot of talk afterwards on how we can improve this event. As a member of the steering committee, we welcome your ideas. So real quickly, does anybody remember in 2014, you kind of dumped a bunch of water and ice over your head? Show of hands. Anybody? All right, this guy didn't do it. $220 million, 340 million people exposed to ALS. What happened with that money? Why did that happen? Why did that advocacy for a disease that affects 30,000 people be successful? You're going to hear from Andrew and Pat on that in a second. And I'm sorry, I get a little emotional. You guys that did that silly thing, you put 220 people in a clinical trial. Really, give yourselves a round of applause. Today I've heard a lot about precision medicine. I've heard a lot about hope. What you did by dumping that silly bucket of water and ice over your head didn't just put those people in a trial. You're helping to identify those subgroups of ALS that you just heard about being so important. And you help move research forward for a disease that for way too long has had no effective treatment. When I met Pete Freyes at our lab shortly after his diagnosis, he is larger than life. And his family really embraced our institute and the work that we do. A year later, I met Pat Quinn, and Pat will tell you how he hooked up with Pete and how they kicked off the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge in the miraculous fashion that they did. But as patient advocates and as people at companies, I work for a nonprofit, I cannot encourage you enough if you work in pharmaceutical or biotech, get out there on social media. Talk to patients, talk to families. Anybody living with a disease that does not have an effective treatment or a cure today will do anything you ask to help advance research. Do not be afraid. Talk to patients, talk to families, use them. It's not just about getting in front of the FDA. It's about getting in front of everybody. So as patient advocates, you really have the power inside your companies to make a difference. So stand up, be proud of the work that you do. It's not just the scientists that are getting the job done, it's the patient advocates inside pharmaceutical and biotech companies as well. So I will be quiet and I will let Pat Quinn come on up with Andrew Freyes, Pete's brother, and tell you a bit about the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Join me in welcoming Pat and Andrew.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. I forgot that we actually had somebody on a video to deliver a special message. The ALS Ice Bucket Challenge is a marketer's dream, and I'm a marketing wonk. So these guys won 23 Golden Lions. Is that right? Over in Cairns this year, something like that. More awards. You can spend your entire marketing life or advertising life trying to win this award. Neither of these guys are marketers. They won 23 of them. They also won a bunch of other awards, the Webby Awards. If you guys know who Dave Grohl is, he has some very special words of encouragement before we hear from Pat and Andrew. So play the video, please.
Who came up with this idea, this whole campaign?
There were 3 families that we give credit to.
Anthony has weakness in his upper body. He has no use of his hands anymore.
That's a grand slam home run for Peter Freyes.
There are many different devices he has at this time because without them, he wouldn't be able to live.
Your mind is not affected at all, and yet your body is just completely shutting down, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is to generate awareness about ALS. I sent it out to 3 of my girlfriends.
This is for you, Anthony.
My network was linked just by one person to her network.
From there, he passed it to Pete Freyes, and his network really took off with it.
Accepting the Ice Bucket Challenge in support of Pete Freyes.
Pete's family was commenting, liking, sharing for the first couple nights straight through.
Week 1, Boston media. Week 2,
national media. Week 3, celebrities. Week 4, global.
I've been trying to do stuff for a long time, and nothing did what this did. I feel the Ice Bucket Challenge created some hope.
He doesn't think that it's actually going to help him, but he does think that eventually it will help somebody in the future who's diagnosed. He's okay with that because he has me and Taya. So.
Now, you may be saying to yourself, that's amazing, but the Ice Bucket Challenge is so last summer. And it's true, trends happen quickly on the internet, and it's easy to get distracted by a really awesome video of a monkey washing a cat. But we can't unlearn what we've learned. One, we need to continue the fight until we defeat ALS. And two, the internet is the most powerful megaphone we have to make sure that that message is heard. Here to accept the Webby's Special Achievement Award for the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, I'm more than honored to introduce ALS patient, activist, and co-founder of the Ice Bucket Challenge, Pat Quinn.
Every August until a cure. I guess it's done. Well, good afternoon, everyone. In case you're unfamiliar, the Webbies require 5 words. I didn't just say 5 words in my mind. And it's a real honor to be here today. Watching those videos, we'll always get a little emotional, so it'll be a tough start, but I'll get going. I want to make an individual attachment to all of you, so I wanted to bring you down my road, bring you down my diagnosis path, and give you some insight as to how difficult this disease can be and why we fight so hard right now. It goes back all the way. I was 28 years old, alive, playing sports, fired up, going out, loving life. And I always like to start on a positive note. It goes back to it goes back to the summer of 2011. And I just had a date. I had a great Friday night and woke up Saturday morning to play softball. Played all day. We ended up winning the tournament. It's one of those last memories I have that I was still good to go and I didn't know something was wrong with me. But the next morning I woke up and my left arm was just twitching a little bit, and that twitch wouldn't go away. The twitch continued in my left. A few weeks later I noticed both my left and my right arms were twitching, so now I'm a little nervous. I was trying to play it off like it wasn't a big deal, but my mom's a nurse, so if I have a problem, I go to her, and she freaks out, and we're in the doctor within 24 hours. But that's what happened. I was in the doctor's office, and he was just convinced I was too strong. I was too young. It's a twitch, or a big fancy word they like to say, benign fasciculation. So I left. Went back to work, went back to my regular life, and before you knew it, my left hand, I'm lefty, my fingers began to separate, and I wasn't able to get them back together. That's where my weakness began, my left hand. So writing, which I did often, I could no longer grip that pen the way I wanted to. And then you go back to that local neurologist, and no, you're too young, you're strong, but I don't know. Let's send you to New York City. Let's go see a specialist. We get to the specialist, and that's where they just run you through the mill. Test after test, blood, MRI, CAT scan. I have a scar on my arm, I had a muscle nerve biopsy. Nothing. And with ALS, it's all negative, or there's no conclusive diagnosis. So what happens, but time passes. I got weaker, but slowly. And because of my age, no one was really willing to tell me, hey, this kid has ALS, we should tell him. So time passes, time passes. I end up at Johns Hopkins, March 8th, 2013. Bam, one day, all day, same tests I have been doing. Mr. Quinn, it's conclusive that we can tell you we're going to give you a diagnosis of ALS. Silence you hear was the room, because I had no idea what to say. I got up, I walked out of that hospital, and I could still feel the cool breeze that was on that day. It's eerie how I can close my eyes and see myself on that bench outside. I was out of it. In shock, but because it took so long, I have been on the internet. I have been looking things up. So you self-diagnose yourself, but I'm a tough kid. I wasn't complaining. I wasn't telling people, hey, I think I have ALS. Where's that gonna get me? My mouth is dry, sorry. Thank you. So, where do you go? What do you do? And I'm glad we're here today, because I went on Google, and the first thing, after that shock wore off, I really decided I want to be proactive. I'm young. They're telling me my progression is slow. We can make a difference. We can do something really positive here. Google young ALS patients. Bam. I see Pete Freyes. Kid was diagnosed, he's 2 years younger than me, bigger, stronger, more athletic, everything I probably wanted to be in an athlete. And diagnosed with ALS, almost a year to the day, doing everything I wanted to do. Fundraisers, advocacy, awareness. This kid and his family were everywhere. So on my way up to TDI and Mass General one trip, I'm from New York, I emailed him, pressured by my wife, who will always tell you that if she was here. And he got back to me. And I was like a little kid, I was excited. You get diagnosed with ALS, you have new heroes. You don't have musicians, you have Pete Freyes, you have Steve Gleason. Guys like that were who I was looking for. And he got back, and with no hesitation, let's go out. Let's get together. Let's hang out. That's when I met Andrew. I met Julie, Pete's wife, and he was an open book. He just asked me what you want. This sucks. Ask me what you want, because that's why you're here. And we must have been it was a bar for a while. And we had a hell of a time, and we connected instantly. We loved sports. We were into all the same things, and we connected. So we went on our ways, doing similar events, building our networks, telling everyone we could, look at me. It is not acceptable. And last summer, you know what happened. A lot of people started dumping buckets of water over their head, putting it on Facebook, and what happened was absolutely incredible. And I always like to say, the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge didn't just start last August. It started when me and Pete met, and we had similar goals, and we knew we had to make a difference. And our networks and our connection are what really pushed this. We have similar friends because we're active in the New York City area. Pete's old college roommate goes in the middle of Manhattan wearing a t-shirt that says my name, shorts that say Pete's, dumps a bucket over his head. The ice buckets go from New York to Boston, and I'm sure you all know what happened after that. Boston took this thing and went crazy. I know Julian Edelman, you would probably be able to talk about that. I don't want to get too high on the Patriots right now. But what happened doesn't really matter. The ice bucket it's silly, it's ridiculous. What resulted from it is the most important thing. Everyone in this room knows what ALS is now. Everyone outside the room probably too. The awareness is there. We created hope amongst patients that really didn't have any. From being active, I was always talking to patients, and they were just down. They had no real fire in them, except Pete. I mean, I guess that's why he got me going. And what happened, it was amazing. Patients everywhere were coming out, telling their neighbors, telling their families, go do the Ice Bucket Challenge. I'm not scared anymore. I want to fight. I want to be proactive. And the ALS community drove this thing and made it continue. And as Rob said, $220 million is not a joke. A lot of things are happening. And it's really amazing the power of social media. I'll finish with ALS patients can't talk to them. It's very difficult to move or communicate. So everything we do is difficult. But social media and the internet and Google, I'm just going to keep plugging it. It gives us access to other patients, to no longer other patients, to new friends. And we are out there fighting. The advocate starts with the patient. If you're an individual with a disease and you're not willing to fight, who's gonna? You have to be your individual advocate, and that's what we did. And now so many patients are out there fighting, and patient advocacy is probably stronger than ever. I believe that you have to stand up when something is unacceptable. And the fact that ALS has no cure, no treatment, and people were just fading away for, I think it's been 76 years since Lou Gehrig's farewell speech, to not have anything change, for the most part, in a disease, it's unacceptable. And that's why we do what we do, and we fight, and we have events, and you put yourself out there because Because other people put themselves out there, builds confidence, and more importantly, it makes things happen. People aren't just backing down saying, I have a terminal illness. You may, but you're not accepting it. You're fighting it. You're living with the disease. You're not dying from the disease. And I think Andrew, this is Pete's brother in case you didn't know. I'm sure you're all there. He's going to be able to touch on a lot more of what Pete and the Freyes family have done in the whole time. Was it 3 years now, right? Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Pat. So yes, I am Andrew Freyes, Pete's younger brother, the youngest of 3 children for John and Nancy Freyes. They're in Australia right now, so not only do Pete send his regards, my parents send their regards. So thank you for having me, Mass Bio, Rob especially, and Sarah. I'm just going to kind of echo a lot of what Pat said. Definitely get into my family story a little bit here. So I'll just take you. Pete's been my role model my entire life. I tried to emulate everything he did, play the same sports, go to the same high school. I tried to go to the same college. It didn't work out too well, but I made my own path at Bentley, and we from there. He's been my role model my entire life. My bigger brother, the leader. I'm sure you guys have seen his accomplishments. He's just got named one of Boston's 50 most powerful people in Boston by Boston Business Journal. He's been a top 50 world leader. So he's really been a leader his entire life, and that's how I looked up to him. Until March of 2012, when Pete was diagnosed, I changed kind of from the younger brother role into a caregiver. I was living in Charlestown at the time. I was working in a IT phone sales jobs, probably trying to sell to Google, unsuccessfully. But I quit my job, moved home. We're from Beverly, Massachusetts, just up on the North Shore here, and started taking care of Pete immediately. He's a big guy, as Pat said, so he needed a big, strong guy. I guess kind of like myself, but I was the one that volunteered. I don't know if I volunteered or I got volunteered by my brother, but yeah, so that's March of 2012. I moved home back to Beverly, quit my job, and take on the role of Pete Freyes' caregiver. Now it was a great experience, a very rewarding experience, probably the best 2 years of my entire life. We traveled the world. Pete got married. I was his best man. I got to see him on the day his daughter Lucy was born. So it was really, really remarkable. Now I know Pete is the one that was diagnosed with ALS, but the pain is felt throughout the whole family. I remember one of our first doctor's appointments with Merit Sokovich at MGH. She said something like, yeah, the pain for the family is harder than the pain for the patient. The patient doesn't really go through much pain in itself, but just the grief that the family feels. It's like they almost have lost their son, brother, grandson before he has even passed. So that's one doctor's appointment that I will never, ever forget. So from that doctor's appointment, we kind of came together as a family, said, what's going on? What can we do to help forward this cause? My parents were thinking about going back to medical school at age 55. I started taking care of my brother, and my sister and my uncles, they all started a fund for Pete with the forward thinking that medical equipment and all the drugs are going to be pretty expensive. So we started the Pete Freyes #3 fund. We started Team Freight Train. Like us on Facebook. If you want, also PeteFreyes.com is the website. But we started putting on events. We were trying to raise, $10,000 here, $5,000 here. Let's do a wiffle ball tournament. Let's do a basketball tournament. Let's do a golf outing. Let's jump in the Atlantic Ocean. If only we thought of dumping ice on our heads 3 years earlier, we would be all right. So we were doing anything that we could just to keep the momentum going and really get some steam behind the cause. And we found, instead of going to medical school and instead of, trying to figure this thing out scientifically, we made our mission to raise awareness. We have a very strong network. We're a Boston family. Boston is the center of where, higher education, biotechnology, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a very powerful network. I believe, as Pat said, the momentum that created the Ice Bucket Challenge. So we reached out to foundations and charities like ALS TDI and Biogen specifically. We made connections. We met with the CEO, Dr. George Scangos. Pete was actually in the clinical trial for the dexpramipexole. I think I got that right. And he was in that clinical trial, and we were enjoying it. Not enjoying it, but we were happy with the results of so far. We thought it was slowing the progression down. We were really looking forward to a new drug that was going to be approved by the FDA for the first time since 1995. And then very shortly thereafter, my dad gets a call from one of his bigwig New York Wall Street buddies and says, hey, the Biogen stock really is taking a hit this morning. And next thing you know, that Friday, at 9 o'clock, the results came out that dexpramipexole failed in the phase 3 of the clinical trial. So we were just absolutely shocked as most of the ALS community, because of things like you just heard of false hope and whatnot. So I'm going to get back to Biogen in a little bit, but I want to get into the Ice Bucket Challenge. So as Pat explained, he emailed my brother. I took my brother down with Julie to Charlestown, and we met them for 1 or 2 beers, right?
That's all we gotta say.
We met Pat and were you guys married at the time?
I actually don't know that.
You don't know?
Yeah, no, got married last summer.
Okay. So his soon-to-be wife, Jen, and yeah, we just talked it out. Pat was very, very recently diagnosed, and as I mentioned, my brother is quite the leader. He kind of, mentored Pat a little bit, just as my brother had a mentor in Steve Gleason that Pat mentioned earlier, in the ALS world. So we met down in Charlestown, kind of just, hey, Pat, this is what we're doing. It would be great that you guys do it down in New York City. Not saying we have all the answers, but it seems to be working out pretty well. We're raising, $10,000 here, $5,000 here, couple $100 here, so the momentum's going. So fast forward to mid-June 2014, and as Pat mentioned, my brother's roommate, who lives down in New York City, wearing Pat's shirt, wearing my brother's shorts, dumps a bucket of ice on his head. He sends it up to me. I send it to my dad. My dad is the first video that we post on our Team Freight Train page. We have, I think, 5,000 likes at the time on our Team Freight Train page. Just people from the peripheral networks. And then once the Boston athletes really got behind our cause, it started with Gregory Campbell. He was on the Boston Bruins, and really took off when Julian Edelman did his. Julian Edelman's a wide receiver for the New England Patriots. He had a great game, beat the Jets this past weekend. So yeah, once Julian Edelman got on it, the Boston celebrities really got on it. As you saw my mother talk in her TED Talk, it was, you know, the Boston celebrities that first week. Second week was the national celebrities, and the third week was just this global. It was a crazy, crazy month, August of 2014, at 21 Landers Drive in Beverly, Mass, because we would have Good Morning America with ABC come at 8 a.m. At 3 p.m., you know, NBC Nightly we want to call, and then we get, you know, the local WCVB and WHGH, they want to get in, and it was just crazy. ESPN has done a great documentary on my brother. They, through a BC connection, they actually started documenting my brother's story pretty early on. So they have some really powerful messaging from Pete himself, with my brother's own words being spoken. He can't speak anymore. So the two takeaways that I want to tell you from the Ice Bucket Challenge is one, this was patient-driven. Pat and Pete are the whole reasons that is the entire reason that the Ice Bucket Challenge was the greatest viral internet campaign history ever. Number two is the power of social media that Pat hit on. My brother is a great networker. He loves having fun with his friends. So this was kind of a cool way for him to see his friends have a good time and support his cause all at once. But at the same time, as Pat mentioned, Facebook is the #1 communication tool for my brother right now. Facebook Messenger is how me and him communicate, how he communicates to my mom, he communicates to his wife. He doesn't communicate to Lucy just yet on it. Give her a couple of years. Yeah, so the two takeaways are definitely patient-driven and definitely social media. And so to close, I want to go back to the Biogen story. During the height of the Ice Bucket Challenge, they are doing a company worldwide Ice Bucket Challenge at Biogen headquarters. I think it was just a couple blocks over from here. And they're asking the VP of the R&D department, hey, you know, what happened with dexpramipexole? And he goes, yeah, you know, the company line, we're bummed out, but we're not going to let that phase us. And he said very enthusiastically, we're doubling down on ALS. And I know I was watching it with my brother. We were all so fired up to see a company, to see the VP, the figurehead of a company, really just say, hey, we know we failed. We learned some lessons. We're going to double down now, and we're going to figure this thing out. So with that, I'm going to toss it back over to Pat and have him close it out here.
Thank you. No more picture comments. This crowd likes it too much. But to end on a strong message, and to know that everyone in this room, what you do is very important. As a patient of ALS, I knew early on I was going to be proactive. I knew being young, having a little slower progression was going to allow my voice to last a little longer. Many ALS patients don't have a voice. So it's an honor of mine to be out there fighting for all those people that reach out to me and say, hey, you're doing a great job. Or hey, I saw that. I saw you do this. I saw you on the news. That's a great job. Thank you. I can't do that anymore. So that inspires me. But Pete, myself, we're not big in numbers. What you do is crucial. Engaging patients directly is crucial. I sit here willing to do whatever it takes to fight ALS, figure it out. I believe there will be a treatment in my lifetime. I have to. But hope, real hope, was created last summer. I talked to patients, but nothing like after last summer. You would be blown away at how many patients were socially connecting with other patients. As Andrew mentioned, Facebook is possibly the only tool that many of them can communicate with. As he mentioned, that's how he talks to his brother, that's how I talk to him. And to compliment him even more, he still can bust my balls. But I truly believe engaging the patient is something you can do, and not only will you benefit from it by learning more and seeing what happens and being directly involved, that patient's gonna build hope and fight. We're not creating false hope by showing interest or talking to someone. You're not telling them you have the cure. You're not telling them you have all the answers, but you want to hear what they have to say. What happened last summer wasn't created by some big organization. It's created by me seeing a couple buckets of water dumping over the head in the town next to me, as you saw the woman do. I was just lucky to see it. But I wasn't lucky when I started proactively advocating for myself shortly after diagnosis in 2013. As is the same with Pete. I would have never found him if he didn't have PeteFreyes.com. So understand that there are patients fighting, and what happened last summer created hope. And it doesn't just have to be hope for ALS. Anyone should feel that positive, hopeful vibe that happened and build off it. I like to think that last summer was the first building block in the end of ALS. That money will start making a difference, as there were breakthroughs mentioned at Johns Hopkins recently. Will that lead to something? You don't know. But it's positive, and it keeps people going, I'll tell you that much. So to finish, what you do is very important. Patients can only advocate so much for themselves. You engaging the patient, engage that person on a one-on-one connection will benefit every party involved. Thank you.
So I know Sarah will be excited that we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're standing between you guys and a drink. But before Pat, hops in the car with his father Patrick down to New York, and we are a few minutes early. If anybody has any questions, for these guys, you want to ask in front of the group, you can do that. I'm sure that they'll stick around, and I think they talked about having beers before together, so they're.
I'm not running out of here.
But if anybody has any questions, happy to take them before we head out there to these guys.
I just want to say thank you because, a lot of us here represent other rare diseases and work with people who are living with other rare diseases, and they saw what you were able to do last year, and it inspired a lot of thought. Like, how do we use our ability, our voice, to prompt this much attention for what we're working with and dealing with every day? So thank you for that. What you've done has reached beyond ALS. So thanks.
Thanks for that comment. To just hammer home your point, the reason Andrew said it, this wasn't an organizational thing. I work for a nonprofit, love to take credit for it. This was patients. There's so much power in patients and families living with disease that doesn't have a treatment or a cure. Tap into it. So this happened because of those guys, and we just got out of the way. So that's what we have to do sometimes. Anybody else?
Everybody wants a cocktail.
Yeah. Well, thanks again, Pat. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks, Rob.
Well, and if these guys can't stand between you and a drink, I certainly cannot. I want to say one last thank you to all of you for participating, all of our sponsors, certainly Google for hosting us, Bexalta, Biogen, Genzyme, Shire, Takeda, Pharma, Alkermes, Bluebird, Bristol-Myers Squibb, Ovascience, Pfizer, and Sarepta. We really, really appreciate your commitment to patient advocacy. I do want to let you know that this isn't sort of the end of where MassBio talks about patient advocacy. This has been such a successful effort that we are planning on launching some year-round efforts in 2016, programming in this topic area and for all of you. And certainly we're going to start planning next year's summit pretty much immediately. So if there's anybody who wants to help, just let us know. The more the merrier. And I guess with that, I will kick off the reception, which is actually one floor up. There's a set of stairs right outside this door. Or if folks would prefer to use the elevator, just meet right outside here, and we'll have a Google Escort badge us in so that we don't go in restricted areas where they don't want folks like us poking around. So thank you very much, and we hope to see you all soon.